This dude pops his eyes open with zero clue where he is. His classmate gives him a jab right as the teacher catches him snoozing in class. The entire room just explodes with laughter. Of course, the class clown was caught napping again. The teacher then stomps over and asks if her lecture is a total snooze fest. But our boy Blair, he's just staring dumbfounded. Who is this lady boring? Nah, these curves are anything but boring. Just peep that geometry. We're talking perfect spheres. The teacher was not feeling that look at all. She yanks him up by the ear, points him to the blackboard, and basically forces him to solve the problem. The kid's brain was still buffering, all thanks to that A+ geometry. He had to use his special technique to chill out and get the blood flow from downstream back up to his noggin. Blair finally gets a look at the problem. Add up all the numbers from 1 to 100. Professor Brittany yells at him to get a move on. If he's got time to sleep, he must be a total expert, right? Cue another round of laughter. Blair was known for being about as sharp as a marble, but once he centered himself, Blair's whole vibe changed. He got so slick with it, he actually stunned the teacher. The moment he slapped the answer on the board, the professor's jaw was on the floor. Blair didn't even flex. He just said he needed to hit the restroom to take care of some business. The classmates were dead silent. Could that answer actually be legit? The teacher with the killer curves was completely floored. How the heck did he crunch those numbers in his head? Plot twist outside the classroom. We get the real tea. Blair has no idea what is going on. This body, not his. His real name is Chenlu, a world-famous math whiz, a genius who became the youngest master in history. He doesn't know how he bit the dust, much less how he body-swapped into this totally average student. Besides, it seems like these people don't even use basic math formulas around here. Is this even his universe? If it's not, he might just be the smartest man alive on this planet right now. Determined to figure out if he's about to be this world's Isaac Newton, our hero completely whiffs on seeing a girl in the hallway. The two collide bam like a bowling ball, taking out a lone pin. Blair's head is ringing, but he feels something ridiculously soft in his hand that, let's be honest, kinda made the whole crash landing worth it. He scrambles back when reality hits and offers the girl a hand. She is fuming. Blair, you again. Blair, looking totally lost, just asks, do I know you? The girl goes beet red, trying to cover her cargo, while screaming, you pulled this same move on the first day of school. Always getting handsy and trying to sneak a peek. You're the same arrogant, full of yourself jerk you've always been. She just unloads a firestorm of insults about this Blair dude, and our protagonist just freezes from the sheer secondhand cringe. He tried to explain, but the girl was hell-bent on giving him a memory wipe the painful way. She started cooking up some fire magic. Blair quickly switched tactics. Yo, if I'm really that lame and pathetic, wouldn't beating me up just be a coward's move? The girl wasn't hearing it. She was ready to barbecue his brain cells. Out of moves, Blair tried the one thing he had in honesty. He apologized to the beautiful lady with the mind-blowing geometry, and I swear on my life I did not see the color of any undergarments. The girl was totally thrown for a loop. She actually calmed down, but before she could even say a thing, the perp had vanished. He was booking it away from the blonde as fast as his legs could pump. As he's hauling, he starts to wrap his head around the absolute insanity of this world where science and actual magic exist. Then, out of nowhere, a killer headache slams into him, and boom, he face plants onto the grass. His brain decides to clock out, his body goes full noodle, and he takes a dirt nap right there. Our so-called hero's brain then hits the rewind button to some classic daddy issues from his childhood where he's just yelling for his pop. The scene gets all artsy and shifts to a reflection in a random puddle showing some fancy folks chilling in front of a palace. Some dude gives a pretty box to this lady laying on the my love stuff thick and trying to calm her down. But then plot twist, the lady yanks a kid by the arm and bolts into a massive 2-story crib. Inside, while she's messing with her stuff, she catches 2 busybodies spilling the tea. They're dishing that the lady and her kid were some high and mighty nobles, but their sugar daddy kicked the bucket. The memory montage fast forwards, and now we see a little dude sprinting home all giddy to tell his mom he got into the super prestigious Chandanasa Academy. And surprise, surprise, that kid was Blair. His mom, already in full-on panic mode, gives him the whole "it's a dangerous world out there" speech about the academy. Staring at her kid, she gets a major case of deja vu, realizing he's the spitting image of her dead husband. Totally not weird at all. After that touching moment, we jump cut to his academy life, where our boy was basically the professor's favorite punching bag. He gets all determined to pay off his family's massive debt. I mean, he's from a noble family that totally went belly up, so he's gotta grind twice as hard. Only problem, the dude was born with 0 magic juice. Like none. He can't even conjure a dinky little fireball. So yeah, his academy life was a complete dumpster fire. Everyone roasted him for his constant fails, which sent our boy spiraling into a major funk. Then poof, he wakes up and is staring right into the face of some blue-haired anime girl. She's all like, "Hey you, good-looking super concerned." Blair's brain is just a spinning loading icon, wondering who this chick is and how the heck she found him. She offers a hand and tells him he's gonna be late for his How to Magic for Dummies class. Our guy stumbles up using her as a human crutch and mumbles a thank you, looking totally shocked. Apparently nobody's ever been nice to him before. By the time they shuffle into the classroom, the snoozefest lecture is already going with the professor rambling about the 4 basic elements. While zoning out to the lecture, our hero finally starts downloading the user manual for this world. Basically, you're either a wizard or a total peasant. Meanwhile, the professor, some old dude with salt and pepper hair, keeps droning on. He explains that mages use fancy words, jazz, hands, and their spiritual power to boss the elements around. But, and it's a big but, you gotta be born with the magic touch. An eternity later, the class from hell finally ends. All the students bolt from the classroom, like it's the last day of school. After the lecture wraps, the professor spots a straggler who wants to ask a question. He glances over, sees it's Blair, and with zero surprise asks what he wants this time. Blair basically asks the professor if a magicless nobody can, learn magic. The professor just flat out curb stomps his dream, saying it's impossible to control the elements if you're not a natural. And just like that, the few classmates left in the room just start busting a gut since everyone knows our boy has exactly zero magical talent. Then this dude named Toby waddles over and tries to be his personal cheerleader. He's like, even if Blair flunks out, there's always a spot for him on his dad's property. Hearing that name, our hero remembers that this chunky dude was the one and only friend of the guy whose body he's currently borrowing. After their little heart-to-heart, Toby flashes him a huge grin. The two bros say their goodbyes. Just as they're doing the whole wave thing, Blair clocks the blue-haired chick totally staring him down. He's like, can I help you? Which apparently is the magic phrase to make her turn beet red and bolt out of there. But not before she squeaks out that Professor Brittany wants to see him after class. And now, wouldn't you know it, he can't stop thinking about her. She'd been shadowing him all day, looking like she had something to say but couldn't spit it out. Our boy has a sudden epiphany. Being a math whiz is great and all, but it's pretty much useless in a magic world if you've got zero magical juice. Still holding on to a tiny shred of hope, and he figures he'll try to squeeze out whatever dregs of magic he has to conjure up a little flame. He stares at his hand, focuses real hard, and attempts the classic fireball move, praying for a spark. But nope, nothing. His hope starts circling the drain, and that familiar feeling of failure starts creeping in again. And then bam, out of absolutely nowhere, his hand just bursts into a crazy bright orange flame. Dude is totally gobsmacked, just mesmerized by the freaking fireball sitting in his palm. He has no clue what's going on. He just sees this glowy yellow thing. He's struggling to process this because last he checked, this body was supposed to have zero magic. But hey, seeing is believing. He finally accepts it and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Immediately, our dude starts goofing around with his new fiery toy. Then he pauses like, wait a sec, where did this even come from? He guesses it must be some side effect of the whole worlds colliding thing. And then it hits him. He totally forgot he was supposed to see the teacher. So he hustles over to her office and gives the door a knock. A voice from inside says to come on in. Mumbling an apology for interrupting our guy, steps into the math teacher's office. But what he sees inside makes his eyes bug out and his face turn into a tomato. He spots the teacher, who is a total smoke show, twisted into some seriously bizarre yoga pose. He just freezes gawking, but she's completely oblivious and gives him a super cheerful hello. Our hero is still stuck in place, his brain buffering while he stares. The teacher, cool as a cucumber, tells him to ignore all in this, because this is her thinking pose for math problems. Blair, still trying to reboot his system, manages to ask why she wanted to see him. The blonde bombshell points to a chair by her desk, then backs off for a second, before coming back and slapping a pen and paper in front of him. He glances down and surprise, it's another math problem. Just as he's about to dive in, the teacher says she's got to pop out of the office for a hot minute. But without even blinking, he just blurts out the answer on the spot. The teacher just stares at him, completely stunned. She's like, excuse me, what did you just say? He repeats the number, confirming he nailed it. All of a sudden, the blonde teacher is all up in his personal space, grabbing his shoulder and demanding to know how he solved it so fast. Because apparently for her, that problem is a total nightmare that takes ages. Looking kinda ticked off, she accuses him of having seen the problem before. Even though she swears she picked the number 79 completely at random, our guy just smirks and asks if she really wants to know his secret. She playfully demands again that he spill the beans. His eyes, with a mind of their own, take a quick detour south before he shyly agrees to lay it all out for her. He's kinda shocked, thinking to himself, wow, for a genius, this teacher is surprisingly clueless. So not wasting another second, he launches into his masterclass. He starts by saying he noticed she was trying to solve it the slow way, adding up every single number. He's like, whoa there, that's a real gamble of a method, super easy to mess up. But then he's like, props to you though, cause she somehow fluked her way to the right answer. She just stares at her notes, completely baffled, and mumbles it's the only way she knows. Our dude just smirks and hits her with a big fat nope. Then he schools her on this new trick, saying you gotta spot the pattern first. He's all, just grab the first number and the last one. Then the second with the second to last, you get the picture. Every single pair adds up to a perfect 80. He quizzes the teacher. So how many pairs that make 80 are we looking at? The blonde literally leaps out of her seat and screams, 39. My man instantly goes, "Good girl, now sit," then immediately backpedals, apologizing like, "Whoops, force of habit." He keeps rolling with the lesson, explaining how this turns a massive addition headache into a baby multiplication problem. He demonstrates how this cheat code gets you the answer at lightning speed. The teacher is totally geeking out, thrilled to learn a new party trick, and she's all giddy, declaring it's a fantastic way to crack the code. But wait, there's more. She even pipes up that the method could probably be upgraded. Our boy gives her a little head pat for her brilliant deduction and is like, "You betcha. There's a version 2.0. After he drops that knowledge bomb, the blonde just blue screens trying to compute what the heck just happened. Seeing his teacher looking like a statue, our boy tries calling her name, getting a little freaked out. He starts thinking maybe his world's kindergarten math is just too galaxy brain for her. She finally reboots and looks away all sad puppy-like and asks if he invented that trick all by himself. Our hero plays it cool, dodges the question, and just says he made it up to make math less of a drag. Meanwhile, in his head, he's thinking, "Yeah, right, like she'd have a clue if I dropped Gauss's name on her." Then bam, the teacher snatches his hand and starts calling him a genius. And for our boy, the whole scene suddenly gets some serious romance anime vibes. She's gushing about the amazing future he'll have if they stick together as study buddies. The dude turns into a tomato, barely squeaking out her name, and tries to form a sentence. The teacher suddenly realizes things got weird, gets all flustered, and awkwardly power walks away. But then out of nowhere, a light bulb goes off over her head. Her whole face lights up all hyped, and she blurts out that Blair should become some super mathematician. His response, a hard, immediate nope. With a face full of epic protagonist determination, he declares he's going to be a legendary mage. She just gives him this blank, confused stare and is like, "But why?" So naturally, the teacher just shoves him onto the table and yells that he needs to be crunching numbers, not squandering his gifts. She's trying to sell him on the mathematician life, talking about social status and how he should pick that career path over silly magic. He ain't having it and just smacks her hand away. Our boy declares that magic is his one true love, and he's going to be a mage, not some glorified calculator. In his professional opinion, becoming a top-tier mathematician in this world is a total cakewalk. All you gotta do is regurgitate a couple of math theories that already exist. He feels like that's just plagiarizing, basically stealing credit from dead guys. And that magic is like a million times cooler. After she takes a second to process that sick burn, the teacher proposes a little wager. She tells Blair there's a big shot magic exam coming up at the academy, and it's the one that'll decide if he gets to stick around. Our dude gets all pensive, realizing that if he bombs this, he's getting the boot. The teacher's like, "Yup, that's the deal," and tells him if he's serious about this whole mage fantasy, he better ace this exam, no excuses. Dead silence. The kid just deadpans her. You can almost hear the gears grinding in his head. So then Teach snags a calendar off her desk and lays out the terms. She says if Blair actually passes this thing, she'll finally get off his back about this whole mathematician gig. But, and it's a big but, if he bombs it, she'll hook him up with a TA job so he can stick around and be a math nerd forever. After dropping the whole spiel, she's like, "So we got a deal, or what?" Inside her head, she's cackling, thinking there's no way this dude with zero magic mojo can pass. He, on the other hand, is a total stone wall. But with this crazy confident glint in his eye, my man takes the bet. Cut to the hallway. The dude's just fuming about how his teacher is the most stubborn person alive, always nagging him. Then he starts replaying their little chat in his head, only he's directing the rom-com version way steamier than what actually went down. Realizing his brain just went straight into the gutter, he figures he'll distract himself by slinging some magic. But then bam, out of nowhere, this ribbon-wearing girl comes barreling down the hall at him. They collide like two freight trains and totally clock each other in the head. After that, they both go timber. Our boy gets this major case of deja vu, and then he feels something squishy in his hand. Once the ringing in his ears stops, he cracks open his eyes and oh look, there's a girl sitting right on top of him. The blonde realizes where his hand landed and immediately goes full-on rage mode, just wailing on our dude, totally livid. She decides it's time to bring out the big guns and starts charging up a fire spell. Poof, a nasty orange fireball just materializes in her palm. But when she looks up, poof, he's gone. The girl absolutely loses it, screaming about how that creep vanished on her again. Miles away, our hero is gasping for air, thinking if he hadn't teleported out of there faster than a speeding bullet, he'd be extra crispy right about now. A bit later, the same ribbon-obsessed girl stomps over to see the math teacher. She barges in ranting about how she's bumped into some total weirdo 2 times in one single day at this school. After getting it all off her chest, she gets even more fired up, swearing that the next time she sees that degenerate, she's turning him into a charcoal briquette, no questions asked. The teacher is clearly amused by this whole drama and lets out a little smirk. The girl, whose name is Isabella, totally pivots. She's all like, "Anyway, I finished that math problem you gave me." Super smug, she points out she knocked it out in just one night, bragging like she's the fastest mathlete in the West. The teacher gives her a pat on the back for the effort, but then completely pops her bubble by saying some dude named Blair solved it in like 1 minute. Isabella's jaw hits the floor. She's totally bug-eyed, asking how in the world he pulled that off so fast. The teacher's like, oh, there's a little mathematical trick to it, and offers to show her the secret. So, Teach starts breaking down the genius method Blair used. After the mini lecture, Isabella's got that buffering look on her face. You know, like the hamster wheel is spinning, but really, really slowly. Then the light bulb finally flickers on and she gets the logic. Then it hits her and she's completely floored. She's in total disbelief that Blair was the actual brainiac who invented the whole thing. In that exact moment, Isabella makes it her life's mission to meet this absolute legend. She corners the teacher about this dude, her eyes practically shooting laser beams of crazy excitement while she waits for the deets. The teacher is totally weirded out by her vibe but figures what the heck and agrees to play matchmaker. Like 2 seconds later, Isabella goes full-on SWAT team, kicking the classroom door off its hinges and barging in. She starts screaming at the top of her lungs for the whole class to hear, demanding to know where this chump named Blair is hiding. She's making it painfully obvious she's on a mission to find him. One of Blair's buddies, looking like he just saw a ghost, is about to squeak out an answer when bam, he gets a death grip pinch on his thigh that basically tells him to zip it. And who was the mystery pincher? None other than our main man Blair, cowering under a desk like a scared little hamster. His pal gets the message loud and clear and immediately starts spinning some bogus story for Isabella, telling her Blair just clocked in for his shift or something. She gives the dude a look that screams, "You gotta be kidding me," and hits him with some snarky question. Realizing this is a total dead end, she finally throws in the towel and tells the guys to pass a message to Blair. His buddy gives her this weak little wave, sweating bullets with relief, and swears he'll totally deliver the message. The second Isabella is gone, that classroom door slams shut like a bank vault. And only then does our hero Blair slither out from under the table, peeking around to make sure the coast is clear. After that whole train wreck of a scene, silence so awkward, you could hear a pin drop hits the room, and the entire class is just gawking at Blair with major, "What in the actual heck was that energy?" completely clueless as to why he's suddenly the star of this freak show. He turns to his buddy and is all like, "Dude, why is everyone staring?" In response, his friend, who's rocking a bandage on his face, just grabs him by the shoulders with a death grip. His friend, looking like his life is flashing before his eyes, begs Blair to spill the tea on what he did to this Isabella chick. Blair is just standing there completely baffled, with zero clue why his boy is freaking out. Seeing this blank stare, his friend gives him a look that says, "Are you out of your mind?" and asks if our hero has even the slightest clue who that girl is. Our boy starts to get a little nervous and cautiously asks, just who exactly was the psycho who just stormed the room? His buddy starts explaining that she's got connections that can cause some serious drama, but Blair just scoffs, saying that inside the academy walls, he's basically untouchable. His friend, looking like he's watching a car crash in slow motion, just asks for the academy's name. Blair just rattles it off all smug. The next question is about where the campus is, and our dude's still cool as a cucumber. He says it's on Baker Avenue, and that's when the anvil drops. His friend points out that their campus is in the city of Yabo, and the mayor of Yabo just so happens to be Isabella's dad. And that's when you can practically see the light bulb of pure terror switch on over Blair's head. He finally gets just how royally screwed he is and starts panicking frantically, trying to figure a way out of this mess. He knows he's toast and asks his friend if maybe, just maybe, he can say he's sorry, but suddenly a voice from the back of the room bellows out Isabella's name, and the two of them spin around totally spooked. It's some bleach blonde bro and his posse, all of them shooting daggers at our guy. He sneers that a scrub like Blair won't even last 2 days here. This jerk's name is Bod, a classic bully who's been on our protagonist case for years. Blair's friend tries to stick up for him, but deep down he's thinking the blonde meathead has a point. He knows that at this academy, if you've got no game, you're less than nothing. And to top it all off, every single second year has to take a make or break exam. You fail, you get the boot, no questions asked. The magic exam is a total cakewalk. Seriously, anyone should be able to ace it. There's just one tiny little problem. Blair has zero zilch nada magical ability. For him, this test is basically a one-way ticket to Failureville. Suddenly, he's yanked out of his doom and gloom thoughts by a loud slam on a table nearby. It's B screaming his head off at Blair, asking if he's got rocks in his ears or something. The whole vibe in the room tanks and the blondie starts unloading on him non-stop, but our hero's buddy ain't having any of that. His face goes hard as he gets ready to clap back at B. The blonde punk gets challenged to a throwdown right then and there for being such a cocky, obnoxious jerk. But he's just standing there looking clueless, asking what Blair's friend, some guy named Toby, even has to do with this whole mess. The beef between them explodes and they're like one wrong move away from swinging on each other. B, looking like he's about to pop a blood vessel, promises he won't forget this. He spins around and bails with his goons, yelling that next time Blair's gonna pay for everything. Our main character just watches looking pale as a ghost as the bullies finally leave. He's honestly floored that Toby, his chunky bestie, just stood up for him like that, proving he's a real one straight up. Blair asks Toby to watch his back with Isabella if any drama goes down. Toby's like, "Yeah, man," but then warns him that by that point, he'll have already handed Blair his own personal beatdown. After that, Blair's just staring at his friend with a big huh. written all over his face, totally lost. A few days later, it's finally go time for the magic exam. The professor lays down the rules and makes it clear that anyone who flunks is getting the boot from the academy. The task is ridiculously simple. Students gotta stand behind a line and nail a target with a fireball. The exam kicks off with B, who struts up all high and mighty, making sure everyone knows he's the top dog. He whips up a fireball in like 2 seconds flat and absolutely demolishes the target. The instructor gasses him up and tells him he passed. The test keeps on rolling with everyone taking their shot. All of a sudden, from the middle of the crowd, the blonde bully spots our hero and his pal and lets out a nasty little snicker. He strolls over to Blair and tells him with a smug grin to enjoy his last few minutes at the academy. Super ticked off by the taunt, Blair's hefty homeboy tells the blonde kid to cram it. And what a shocker, the very next person called up is none other than Toby. Without missing a beat, he starts prepping the fireball spell. Then poof, a tiny little orange flame sputters to life in his hand. He screams the name of the technique and yeets the fireball. It goes flying and just barely scrapes the side of the target. The instructor with zero excitement just says that Toby passed, even though he just squeaked by. The dude is absolutely hyped that he made it. Next, the instructor glances at his list to see who's up. He was about to call out Blair's name, but then he remembers the kid doesn't have a single drop of magic power. The instructor, feeling sorry for our boy, tries to spare him the public humiliation, so he just starts wrapping up the exam, pretending he completely forgot about Blair. But then the blonde-haired menace just has to shout out, telling the instructor to hold on a second. He points out that there's still one student who hasn't gone yet. The jerk points right at our protagonist and yells loud enough for the cheap seats that he's already toast. Blair just stands there like a statue, not saying a word, waiting to see what the instructor is gonna do. The instructor, looking super uncomfortable, awkwardly asks the kid if he's planning on taking the test. So the bleach blonde goon squad overhears this and just loses it, cackling like hyenas at Blair's expense as the whole crowd starts whispering. And what do you know, a math teacher just happens to be strolling past. Blair's buddy tries to give him a pep talk, slapping him on the shoulder like, dude, just tune out the haters. But then, plot twist, our boy's entire demeanor does a total 180, and he gets this look on his face of pure, unadulterated swagger. He declares he's gonna take the test. The blonde kid and his minions are absolutely floored by this sudden burst of confidence. Their tiny brains just can't compute what Blair is even saying. The shock lasts a whole 2 seconds before they all start howling with laughter again. They're totally roasting our hero, already placing bets on his epic fail. All the racket gets the math teacher's attention, who's now officially intrigued. The dude gets nosy and shuffles in for a front row seat. Meanwhile, the magic instructor, totally over this circus, yells for everyone to pipe down. They give Blair one last chance to back out like, you sure about this, kid? But our boy's got that watch this look in his eyes. He looks Professor Antonio dead in the eye and says he's good to go. The instructor's still trying to be all soft and cuddly, tell him no hard feelings if he totally faceplants. The legend himself steps up to the target and gets in the zone. He takes this super dramatic deep breath, for the theatrics. He's just thinking, how can I make this as extra as possible for these clowns? He's so cocky, he knows he doesn't need any hocus pocus or fancy finger wiggles to do his thing. It's all about the performance. So he decides, what the heck, and goes through with the whole song and dance anyway. He screams the name of the fire spell at the top of his lungs, and every single person snaps their head toward the target, not even daring to breathe. Our main character puts on this Oscar-worthy performance, grunting and groaning like he's trying to lift a car. The crowd is so into it, they're shielding their faces from smoke that isn't even there. They're all ducking for cover, trying not to get toasted. Then when everyone peeks, they look at Blair's hands and see absolutely nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. The blonde dweeb and his cronies see this and just erupt laughing so hard they're about to pop a lung, thinking our boy completely choked. But wait for it. A tiny little spark pops up in his hand, and suddenly rings of fire start expanding around him like a sick special effect. A freaking huge fireball materializes and rockets straight for the bullseye. The second that thing makes contact with the target, kaboom, a massive inferno erupts. Every single person from the freshman to the faculty is just frozen, staring with their mouths wide open. Seriously, jaws are literally hitting the ground. After the smoke clears, the target is just a pile of glowing melted junk. The magic professor is just speechless. Completely dumbfounded, he just stammers out that Blair has passed the exam. The blonde bully's face goes from smug to sour in a nanosecond, sputtering that it's impossible, cause not even Times could pull that off. Only Tob is actually stoked for his buddy. He's like, dude, where have you been hiding this cheat code? Then all of a sudden the professor summons our main character for a little chat. That math teacher is still on the sidelines, looking like his brain just blue screen, trying to figure out how the heck the kid just did that. Blair strolls into the magic professor's office and starts feeding him this total bogus story about how he trained non-stop, just him and his trusty books. And boom, that's supposedly how he became a master of the fireball. A total load of crap, but he's selling it with a straight face. Professor Anthony starts going on about how magic is some divine gift and that powerless folks were called the God-forsaken, which awkward is what they all thought Blair was. But now it looks like the gods randomly decided to bless Blair with this power, which is apparently like a 1 in a billion thing. He starts gassing our boy up, telling him to hit the books because he's got mega potential or whatever. And our hero is just thinking to himself, great, another teacher trying to make me do homework. He's already so over it. Then completely out of left field, he's like, yeah, thanks for the props, but I gotta bounce back to my own dimension. The professor just stares at him like he grew a second head and asks what in the world he's babbling about. Our boy instantly realizes he said the quiet part out loud and tries to play it off. He's all, just kidding, total brain fart, but Anthony ain't buying it and just figures the kid's been hitting the books a little too hard. He just assumes Blair's geeking out about the world from the legends of the Sacred Master. The second he hears Sacred Master, our boy's ears perk up and he's suddenly hanging on the professor's every word. According to the old tales, there was this legendary master dude who could literally control space and hop between worlds. But of course, everyone today thinks it's a load of malarkey. Our MC is giving the professor major puppy dog eyes, practically begging for more deets on these legends. He then yanks the old man by the shoulders and declares he needs times to become a sacred master. Sometime later, Blair is deep in the trenches studying this world's history like a madman. He's pulling all-nighters in the library, running on fumes as he plows through absolute mountains of books. Digging through all that paper, he finds out that mages in this world have different power rankings. All in all, there are 7 different tiers. The sacred masters, though, they were only ever whispered about in myths and legends. Their insane magical skills were only ever described in some super ancient texts. A ton of old books claim the holy masters had space magic and could just rip open a portal to jump between worlds. People these days just write it off as a fairy tale and say other worlds don't exist. But our protagonist is clinging to this idea like it's his golden ticket home. The big problem is Professor Antonio thinks it's all a bunch of hooey, so he's a total dead end for info. Just then, the library administrator strolls up to Blair and asks how the studying is going. Blair gets all squirrely as the admin tells him to quit being a bookworm and actually, help out with some library work. With no other choice, our boy agrees to step away from the books. After his shift, he's completely gassed because he had no clue library duty was such a hardcore workout. When his shift from heck is over, it's time for class. The moment our protagonist shuffles into the room, a super weird silence just blankets the place. Everyone's whispering about his test scores since he somehow crushed it. The chatter just wouldn't die down, and this sudden spotlight was really starting to bug him. Then out of nowhere, he spots Isabella from the corner of his eye and just freezes solid. He's totally clueless why this girl is even here, and just stares at her, practically forgetting how to breathe. The blonde is sitting in a suggestive times pose that makes our boy's brain short-circuit. He even tries to physically turn his head away so he doesn't have to look. Suddenly, Isabella rockets out of her seat and screeches for the whole class to hear that she had no idea that Times guy was the same Blair. Seeing things were about to get real ugly real fast, our hero tries to de-escalate the situation and just shut the whole conversation down. But the girl cuts him right off and calls him a total creep in front of everybody. Blair is still trying to figure out how to calm this raging blonde down, but then he sees actual fire starting to flicker around her. She's focusing all her power into her hands, prepping a toasty fire spell. Totally clueless, the poor kid can only cringe and cover his face, but he feels absolutely nothing. Stunned, he opens his eyes to figure out why he isn't a pile of ash. Standing right in front of him is the math teacher who just put a stop to the student's little fiery tantrum. The teacher throws Isabella a look that could curdle milk and is all like, seriously, magic in my classroom. The mayor's little princess tries to talk her way out of it, but nope, Teach shuts that down before she can even squeak. Then, plot twist. The teacher summons Blair to her lair. Her office. But wait, there's more. She decides Isabella's gotta tag along for the ride. Our boy, clearly not wanting to get vaporized, just agrees and shuffles off to the teacher's office. The trio makes a dramatic exit, slamming the door for extra effect. After that little soap opera, the entire class is just sitting there completely silent, their brains buffering. Some random blonde dude looks like he just saw a ghost. Totally confused about why Blair is suddenly the main character. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, our boy is spilling the tea on all the cringy encounters he's had with Isabella. The teacher plays peacemaker, trying to get them to hug it out and insisting it was all just one giant, hilarious misunderstanding. Under the immense pressure of the teacher's make-nice stare, the blonde girl finally caves and agrees to forgive the guy. Then, the teacher pulls a slick subject change, bringing up the magic exam and suddenly showering our protagonist with praise for his effort. She declares their little bet is officially dead and gone. She says she was super intrigued by his performance and asks him to spill the beans on how he pulled a magical glow-up out of thin air. And our boy just hits her with a hard no. He plays it off like it was a total fluke and flips the script, saying he's times the one with questions for times her asterisk. The blonde surprisingly just chills and waits, dying to see what kind of galaxy brain question he's about to drop. He then asks, so about this whole element thing, do you times really times need to do all the jazz hands and say the magic words? Isabella, who clearly can't resist an opportunity to be obnoxious, jumps into the conversation just to roast the protagonist, calling his question the dumbest thing she's ever heard. Realizing he kinda sounded like a total noob, Blair awkwardly tries to save face, asking if there are like any exceptions for super pro mages. The teacher launches into a lecture explaining that even the Gandalfs of the world need their spells and hand-waving. The only difference is, at their level, they're basically on god-tier speed. She keeps going, saying magic is a precious gift from the gods or whatever. Apparently, the gods were the original magic tutors teaching humanity how to do the hand signs and chants. To pull it off with nothing, a person would need to achieve like divine enlightenment status, which sounds totally made up. Isabella thinks the question is so ridiculous, she asks why the teacher is even entertaining this nonsense. Meanwhile, our protagonist starts wondering if, because he's from another world, and the local gods just like forgot to send him the welcome packet. Apparently this is all Magic 101 stuff, and if he wanted to be a wizard, then he was gonna have to hit the books. But plot twist again, the teacher called him in for a totally different reason. She slides a folded paper across the desk, explaining it's some highbrow scientific journal where all the nerds publish their big brain ideas. Isabella, being the nosy person she is, sneaks a look at the paper and her jaw just hits the floor. She spots the math teacher's name right next to our boys and proceeds to have a full-on anime-style meltdown. The teacher explains she cracked the code on that math thing he did and wrote a whole paper on it, but our dude's brain is stuck on a single glorious thought. Is he finally gonna get paid? Because that library gig's salary was basically a punchline. And like she's a mind reader, the teacher calls his name. She tosses him a little sack of coins and says it's his cut for all that hard work. This was a legit treasure chest. We're talking more than 2 years' worth of his pathetic library paycheck. Barely hiding his glee, he puts on a big show of being all humble and offers the teacher half the cash. And bless her heart, she totally falls for it, snatching up half the dough for herself, which makes Blair's jaw hit the floor. He seriously never thought she'd actually take his money. The agony is real because it was just a politeness tax. With one dumb sentence, he vaporized half of his entire payday, and because of this epic fail, he starts thinking some pretty dramatic thoughts about yeeting himself out of this world, but then all of a sudden, something totally clicks and he's staring down the teacher with a brand new greedy glint in his eye. He needs to know if every single article published in that journal comes with the same fat paycheck, and in response he hears a big fat yes. The payout is for every single published piece, and bam, a genius-level idea practically explodes over his head, one he just has to unload. He suddenly starts dropping some next-level knowledge, a little theory he smuggled over from his past life. The teacher catches on immediately, calling it Hughes's enigma, while our boy, who's a total science noob in this world, just gives the lady a blank stare. She breaks it down for him. Ralph's riddle is this legendary math problem cooked up by some ancient brainiacs, and the story goes a little something like this. Ralph has 7 sons, each son has 7 bags, each bag has 7 cats, and every single cat has 7 kittens. The problem itself isn't exactly rocket science. You can just add up all the critters and get the answer, but here's the kicker. If the numbers were way bigger, you'd be toast without a shortcut. So the blonde, now totally hooked, asks if he can crack Ralph's riddle a different way. Rocking a super smug grin, he's all like, oh yeah, I've got a couple of tricks up my sleeve for that. The girl gets totally hyped by his confidence and basically begs to team up with him on this new method, and after a few hours of intense brain blasting, and the student who's been stuck in that office the whole time is completely passed out in her chair. Suddenly, she's jolted awake by a shriek that could shatter glass, and it's the professor literally bouncing off the walls with excitement. She's screaming. Our boy finally cracked the code. Isabella, completely floored, asks the protagonist if he pulled this genius move all on his own. He in turn flashes this ultimate troll-face smirk and asks if she's really sure she wants to know his secret, and the blonde is practically dying of curiosity. She insists on knowing the secret sauce, so in response he leans in and says he has no special powers, he just studies like a total maniac. The girl's jaw is on the floor like, are you for real right now? And even a while later, she's still trying to process his ridiculous answer. Then out of nowhere, something completely bonkers happens right in front of her, leaving her totally shook. She spots our hero lurking around the third-year building and wonders what a second-year punk like him is doing on senior turf. She swears she's gonna bust him this time, but before she can make a move, poof, the dude vanishes into thin air again. By now, our protagonist is already at a massive stone wall behind the third-year building, the exact sketchy spot Toby had warned him about. Toby was hoping his pal wouldn't pull any boneheaded stunts, but with a little hop, our boy clears the wall and suddenly has a flashback about his magic mentor. The old guy had told him that if he was serious about learning all the hocus pocus, he needed to hit up the Magic Association over in Yabo City, and what he finds behind the wall is a total shocker, making him freeze on the spot. He just stands there soaking it all in, admiring the city's seriously unique and trippy architecture, with the whole area feeling peaceful and dead quiet. But the main drag is totally popping off. Shopkeepers are screaming their heads off at anyone who'll listen, just desperate to hawk their goods. Our dark-haired dude is just casually cruising through the city, soaking in all the sights. Then bam, his eyes lock onto this massive castle with some seriously pristine white walls smack dab in the middle of everything. And he knows it instantly. Yup, that's the magic clubhouse he's been hunting for. But before he waltzes in, he slickly pulls some kind of mask out of his pocket. Gotta play it cool, you know, no need to blow his cover for no reason. The entrance to this place was dead quiet, so he just beelined it for the front desk. And who does he bump into? Some blue-haired chick who's way too eager to help. Our boy immediately clocks her as Molly's one of his classmates, and he's like, what the heck is she doing working here? The girl starts pitching him on some high-tier mentor service, but the price tag is absolutely bonkers. When my dude hears the cost, his jaw just about hits the floor. Like, for real. He's obviously broke as a joke, so he just says nope and starts heading for the exit. But hold up, Molly calls him back. She's like, hey, if you're broke, you can just sign up for the association's library, duh. Bouye whips around totally stunned and has to ask again just to make sure his ears weren't playing tricks on him about this so-called library. Turns out this magic nerd's library has thousands of books on all the hocus pocus. And the kicker, it's totally free. Our guy, realizing he won't have to spend a single cent to level up, gets super hyped and asks to sign up right then and there. But plot twist, they ask for a mage certificate, which, whoops, he doesn't have. Molly's like, oh, I thought you were already a wizard, and explains the whole registration thing is just to prove you're not some total magic noob. She tells him he can just put his money where his mouth is and show him what he's got right here, right now. Our dude gets a little antsy and asks if he can really take the test on the spot. And yeah, apparently he can. But Molly gives him a heads up that the guy on duty today is a major hardo. Apparently only like 10% of people actually pass his test. Even so, our boy isn't fazed one bit and agrees to the challenge, mostly because hopping the wall again sounds like a huge pain. A bit later, they roll up to the examiner's room where some dude named Andrew is waiting. Our guy spots that this Andrew fella is rocking a red mage robe with 2 silver stripes. Translation, he's a mid-tier fire flinger. The mage cuts right to the chase, no messing around, and asks who the kid is and what's up with the mask. Our dude introduces himself as Chenlu from the last world and spins a yarn about the mask hiding a nasty burn he got while training. The old-timer sitting next to him just has to chime in with a super snarky comment, muttering that his fireballs must be real special if he managed to roast his own face. Andrew, now a little curious, thinks the kid's name is weird and figures given his age, he's probably a low-level scrub at best. Molly tries to suggest they head to the exam room to actually test the guy, but she gets shut down with a hard no, which leaves her looking totally shook. The examiner's all like, we don't need a room, the test is happening right here. Daring our boy to show him what he's made of, Ballier just stares at the mage, completely floored, wondering if this dude is for real about throwing down magic in here. He's like, where's the space, bro? The old geezer gives him a look and pretty much says Andrew won't even get a tan from whatever sad little sparkler the kid manages to burp out. Our boy, not even dignifying that with a response, just shrugs like, 8-bet. He strolls right up to the examiner and starts channeling his inner anime protagonist, pouring all that magic juice into his hand. The mage is looking at his form like he's doing it all wrong, but then surprise suckers, a freaking metric ton of power starts cooking in our hero's palm. In a split second, everyone realizes that's not a fireball, that's a whole-ass sun. Andrew starts screaming for him to abort mission, but the spell's already locked and loaded, and our guy decides to just send it. The entire room gets flashbanged by this absolute unit of a fireball. A blinding light just erases everything from sight. And this giant ball of your fired careens straight for the examiner, who, not expecting this level of spicy, tries to hide behind a door like a cartoon character. Then out of nowhere, a massive kaboom rocks the tiny room. After the big bang, there's nothing but dead silence and a cloud of dust and smoke thicker than a milkshake. The girl watching inhales a lungful of soot and starts coughing her guts out. She's trying to pull it together to see what the heck just went down. Peeking through the black smog, she spots an old dude coughing who looks like he just pulled off a last-second save. And right where the examiner was standing, there's a massive blue shield protecting him. Andrew, meanwhile, is just sprawled on the floor covered in dust bunnies. He's just trying to process what in the world just happened. So it was Gandalf over there who threw up the panic shield just in time to save the bald mage. He's still holding the barrier with a dead serious, I'm too old for this expression, trying to see through the smoke. The examiner is so completely fried from the shock that he's not even moving. The older mage has to literally shake him by the shoulders to reboot his brain. The girl just stares at the whole disaster, completely speechless. Our boy, noticing he might have overdone it, immediately hits them with the, oops, my bad, y'all. He explains he thought they were ready for the heat, so he didn't hold back. After all that chaos, the protagonist actually passed the test. A little while later, he's in another room snagging his official mage license and a library card. He takes the docs and gives them a quick once-over. The girl from before wanders over and says she was totally floored by the stunt he pulled on the examiners. Our protagonist, Chenlu, just thanks her for the props, says his goodbyes, and bounces. But get this, he called her by her name, leaving her just standing there completely baffled. She's racking her brain trying to figure out where she knows him from and how he knew her name. Rolling up to the library, Chenlu is just gobsmacked by the insane number of books. He wastes zero time, snags a book, and plops down at an empty table to get his read on. Our boy is genuinely shocked because the books are actually loaded with some seriously important intel. He's mostly digging into the ones about magical and spiritual mojo. The long and short of it is a mage's power level is all about how much spirit juice they have. The more spiritual power you're packing, the crazier your magic. And that's not even the half of it. Mages in the big leagues can straight up hijack the elements from weaker players. But the book's explanation of the 4 magic elements is a total mess because the knowledge in this world is super basic. The mages here think those 4 elements are the foundation of literally everything. Not just magic, but like the entire universe. To these old-timers, every other element is just a lazy mashup of those 4 basic ones. From a modern science standpoint, that's some seriously prehistoric thinking. I mean, any kid who's passed 5th grade science knows matter is made of a whole periodic table of stuff, not just 4. But since magic and all its sparkly elements are actually real here, our hero can't just logic his way out of it. Then, out of nowhere, a galaxy brain idea just smacks him. What if you could mess with the magic elements in a totally different way? Lost in his thoughts, he rockets out of his chair, giving everyone in the library a heart attack. If his theory is actually right, he might just be about to invent a whole new flavor of hocus pocus. And just like that, he snatches up all the papers from his table. Without even thinking, our boy grabs his junk and books it out of the library. He had to put this bonkers idea to the test and made a beeline for the Magic Association. When he barrels in totally out of breath, and he tears down a hallway and gets spotted by the same guys who ran his test. The examiner and some old dude were just sitting there, still looking completely shell-shocked from what they saw earlier. To set the mood, some blue-haired girl was even serving them tea. This Andrew fella chimes in that this Chenlu kid has ridiculously low spiritual power, but even with that, he somehow whipped up a massive, supercharged fireball. And the weirdest part, the old man couldn't control the juju the kid summoned at all. The mage in the gray bathrobe figures the kid must be hiding some kind of cheat code they don't know about. The sun was already punching out for the day, so our protagonist decides to dip out of the city and head back to the academy. On the way, he just casually hops over a high stone wall like it was a freaking speed bump, and sticks the landing on the other side without kicking up a single speck of dust. Our boy doesn't mess around and decides to try creating that new magic right then and there. A ton of ideas start firing off in his brain, and he's struggling to focus and actually make something different. The protagonist takes a deep breath and suddenly feels this bizarre energy. This whitish flow he's never seen before starts swirling around him. He quickly realizes this power is coming from his own body and that he's the one in charge of it. He tries to steer this flow of chi to whip up a second element from scratch. A ball of magic forms in his hand and morphs into what looks like oxygen, but then he's not totally sure if it's the pure stuff. There was no way to tell just by looking at it. So our guy gathers the oxygen he made, squishing it down to make it denser and more concentrated. He figures if it's really oxygen, all he needs to do is light it on fire to find out. But the first attempt was a total bust. He adds a spark and gets nothing but a sad little puff of smoke from his hand. Not one to give up, he tries the psycho experiment again. He makes the oxygen in his hand one more time, compresses it super tight, and then lights that bad boy up. Suddenly, a ginormous explosion just goes off all around him. The shockwave is so intense it shatters the windows of the buildings nearby. To give you an idea of the chaos, even a random glass just chilling on the math teacher's desk started cracking all over. The teacher hears that massive boom coming from the street and drops what she's doing to see what in the world just happened. Through the window, now completely spiderwebbed from the shockwave, she sees the big old boom that went off right next to the building. Right in the middle of some poor dude's lawn, a whole fireworks show of sparks and smoke is just erupting. And our genius protagonist is smack dab in the center of it, trying not to choke on his own cloud of oops. The wind's going nuts, tossing debris around like a salad. And this dude's thinking, wow, good thing I'm so quick on my feet, like he didn't cause this mess. Then bam, my guy's face is drenched in sweat, wearing a classic "I've made a huge mistake" expression. He's frantically scanning the area, trying to tally up the damage from his little science project. Turns out that oxygen had a bit more kick than he bargained for. Then he hears some rando yelling from afar like, what the heck was that? Our hero spins around to see some dude sprinting his way. Man, he really underestimated the boom factor on that one. Thinking fast, our guy decides it's time to make like a tree and leave diving into the woods to lay low. But even with all that craziness, looks like Blair actually cooked up something useful. Fast forward and he's in class replaying the whole disaster in his head. He's totally wiped from cramming all night, so he figures, yeah, a desk nap sounds perfect right now. But nope, peace and quiet are not on the menu today. Out of the blue, someone starts wailing on his back like a bongo drum. It's Toby, totally freaking out and spilling all the tea about last night's incident. To play it cool, and our dark-haired mastermind claims he was sleeping like a log. Apparently some mysterious explosion near the third-year building blew out every single window. The rumor mill is churning, saying some god-tier mage went ballistic, but nobody has a clue why. Our boy casually drops that he's never seen a mage, that OP and his buddy looks at him like he grew a second head, screaming, "What do you mean you've never seen a high-level mage? Dude, our math teacher is a freaking high-level mage." Hearing this, Blair's jaw hits the floor, and he literally leaps out of his seat. A bit later, our schemer decides it's time to pay this teacher a little visit. Cut to him knocking on her office door. She swings it open instantly, all smiles, and says hi to her student. Turns out our guy has impeccable timing because she was just about to hunt him down anyway. She's all like, "The Big Brain Math Club already published a paper on Ralph's enigma, and since you're the genius who cracked it, your name is right at the top of the author list." Then she congratulates him for solving the hardest math problem like ever. But he just waves it off, saying he's actually here for something else. The blonde teacher is totally caught off guard. He tells her he wants to get serious about math with her and needs her help. After that bombshell drops, she just gives him a blank stare, completely baffled. This kid was all about being a mage, and now suddenly he's got a passion for polynomials. He doesn't want to have any regrets, apparently. He even throws in some nonsense about how he must have been like a math god in a past life or something. The teacher, completely losing her cool with emotion, grabs his hand and says his name all dramatically. She's so worked up, she shoves his hand against her chest, gushing about how thrilled she is. Then she pulls him into a hug, declaring they're going to be math buddies every single day after school. Mortified beyond belief, the dude tries to squirm his way out of this super awkward hug, lightly pushing her away while sneakily asking for magic lessons too. Still a total mess from the whole situation. He hears her agree to literally everything and decides to nope right out of there at top speed. Homeboy is already making a beeline for the exit, desperate for freedom. He yanks the door open, but of course the blonde teacher pipes up, reminding him about their little date for the next day. He's like, yeah, whatever, just trying to escape, but then out of the blue, she hits him with a holdup. Wait a minute. So she hops onto her desk, all dramatic, clasping her hands like she's about to drop some major wisdom, and starts fishing for the right words. Blair's just standing there sweating bullets and completely clueless. And then the light bulb goes off over Teach's head. She realizes this dude only signed up for math tutoring to get the inside scoop on her magic tricks. And she is not happy about it, realizing his whole sob story was a scam. Busted. Our hero starts scrambling his brain, doing mental gymnastics for an excuse. And then, boom, a galaxy brain idea pops into his head to save his own skin. He just word vomits that since they're gonna be besties now, it'll be way easier to pick her brain about magic stuff. But before he can even land the plane, bam, the teacher's hand clamps down on his shoulder like a vice grip. Our boy is now officially in the what the heck is happening zone, totally bracing for impact. But instead she's like, "You've got a gift for math, kid. It can be your secret weapon." Apparently his half-baked excuse was good enough for her. She shoos him off, telling him to get some sleep and not to flake on their after-school special. Blair's inner monologue is just, man, this chick is a weird mix of genius and total goofball. Fast forward to the next evening, and Blair rocks up for his tutoring session. He just barges into the classroom, no knock, no nothing, like he owns the place. And what does he see? Two girls chilling at the teacher's desk, deep in conversation. One of them, this Isabella chick, gives him a look that could curdle milk. Clearly he just crashed her private party with the teacher. She doesn't even hesitate, just hits him with a, "What are you doing here?" The teacher has to jump in and apologize to Isabella, admitting she kinda forgot to mention Blair was crashing their study sessions from now on. Awkward. The teacher asks Isabella to play nice and show the new kid the ropes, but Isabella's face is screaming, "I'd rather chew on glass." So Teach calls our boy over to sit next to Miss Sunshine and says she's cooked up a little brain teaser for him. The question went a little something like this. You drop a stone down a well. A hot second later you drop another one that's twice as heavy. The million-dollar question is, when does the chonky stone overtake the first one? Isabella immediately starts trying to sound smart, saying they need to know the time delay. But before she can even finish her well actually moment, Blair just cuts her right off. Our boy doesn't even blink, he just flat out says, never. He explains that if you're not counting air resistance, which, a heavier rock isn't gonna catch a lighter one. You can practically see the steam coming out of the blonde girl's ears. She basically calls him an idiot, saying he doesn't even know the basics. According to her, everybody knows falling speed is all about weight. Bigger means faster, duh. She starts going on about how some ancient sages figured this out, and how even a toddler knows this stuff. But our boy is not having any of it. The look on his face says he's about 1 second away from flipping a table. Too. He claps back, saying just 'cause some dusty old dude said it a million years ago. He doesn't make it gospel, and then asks if she's ever, seen it with her own 2 eyes. Oh man, she is livid that this peasant dared to question the all-knowing ancients. The air gets thick enough to cut with a knife, 'cause neither of these 2 stubborn mules is gonna back down. So, our boy basically tells him, look, science isn't about feelings, it's about facts. If you can't prove your so-called truth, it's just hot air. Some other student tries to make it a bet, but our dude's like, nah, I'm good. The teacher's scrambling, trying to keep everyone from throwing hands over a physics lesson. But then straight out of left field, the mayor's daughter slaps down 10 gold coins. My man's tune changes real quick. The teacher is just done face-palming so hard she might leave a mark, 'cause she can't control this little chaos gremlin. Anyway, they find a nice spot to drop some rocks. She gives it one last shot, pointing out that one rock is like double the size of the other, basically begging them to just drop the whole thing. But our boy ain't budging. You think he's gonna walk away from that sweet, easy cash? Not a chance. Literally, no one thinks he's got this because they're all drinking the ancient sage's Kool-Aid. The blonde even chirps in that there's a fine line between confidence and just being a straight-up clown. And just like that, poof, some floaty wind platforms appear out of thin air. The teacher hops on and starts levitating, getting yeeted upwards by some blue wind magic going up, and away. Our dude, who's clearly never seen anyone fly before, is just standing there with his jaw on the floor, completely mesmerized. He and Isabella are just craning their necks, watching the teacher ascend all the way to the top of the clock tower. Once she's up there, she holds up her hands, one rock in each, a big one and a little one. The mayor's daughter is already planning how to spend her winnings, smugly declaring that he's about to get wrecked. To keep things legit, the teacher lines up the rocks perfectly at the same height, and then she drops them. The stones start plummeting, and for a hot second, it totally looks like they're not in sync. They're screaming towards the ground, gaining speed, and then bam, both rocks smack the grass at the exact same freaking time. The blonde's jaw hits the floor, completely bugging out. Our guy, on the other hand, it just cracks a little, "I told you so" smirk, because he knew it all along. Even the teacher floating way up there has a face that just screams, "What in the actual heck just happened?" She fires up the magic again and gently floats back down to earth to inspect the crime scene. The two rocks are just chilling on the grass, and the three of them are just standing there, minds totally blown, trying to process it all. It looks like the gears are finally turning for Isabella, and her face is a masterpiece of pure confusion. Both girls are just short-circuiting, unable to compute what they just saw. In their world, the ancient sages were never wrong, ever. The teacher's just baffled, wondering how this kid knew a fundamental law of physics was total bunk. So he explains, "Yeah, I read it in a book, but then I, actually went outside and tested it with a couple of rocks. And what do you know, reality didn't match the textbook. Go figure." Turns out a truth that grown-ups had been preaching for over 1,000 years got completely owned by just dropping two rocks. It's actually insane that all these so-called scholars never once thought, hey, maybe we should double-check this whole gravity thing. The blonde freaks out, grabs him by the shoulders, and is all like, "Dude, this law was a huge deal. They're gonna write a new one in the textbooks with Blair's name plastered all over it." But our boy's not exactly thrilled about getting all this attention, especially since he wasn't the only one who pulled it off. The professor tries to play mediator, saying the credit's all his, and she was just the rock dropper. But she offers a collab, saying he and Isabella could totally refine this new law together. Isabella is totally hyped about the idea. Our protagonist plays it cool, saying he'll definitely need her brain power to lock this thing down, and officially invites her to the team. And just like that, her whole shy girl act evaporates, and she's staring at this dude like he just grew a second head. Her brain goes into overdrive, crunching the numbers on his offer. She's already picturing the headlines in the local paper, splashing their faces all over the front page. "Two brainiacs shake up the academy with revolutionary new law." Her face goes full-on tomato mode just thinking about teaming up with him. But nope, she's got to play it cool and not let on that she's totally freaking out. So with all the coolness of a melting ice cube, she squeaks out a yes. Then the blonde just zones out for a second, letting it sink in that they'll be working alone. Her mind immediately jumps to brainstorming epic names for their future law, picturing their names mashed together on the cover page, which you guessed it makes her blush all over again. Then completely out of left field, she offers to be his personal bodyguard if any nerds give him trouble, all while her inner monologue is just screaming, "He's so smart and dreamy." Then boom, the dude sticks his hand out and her brain immediately short-circuits to, "Oh my god, he wants to hold my hand." Or, shake it. Yeah, a handshake. This totally throws Isabella for a loop, getting her all flustered and kinda ticked off for reasons she can't even explain. So she's just like, what's with the hand?" And my man just deadpans. "That'll be 10 gold coins, please." Yeah, our boy definitely had a different transaction in mind. His eyes literally light up like a slot machine jackpot at the mere thought of the cold, hard cash he was about to pocket. She was absolutely crushed for reading the situation so wrong and just kinda backs away pouting like a kid who didn't get a toy. Anyway, as our hero collects his winnings from the bet and starts counting his loot. He's absolutely stoked, winning 10 gold coins and basically becoming a millionaire overnight in his mind. Isabella puts two and two together and realizes this dude's way more about the bag than the glory, but her gut tells her there's gotta be more to this broke boy. Her comment actually makes our guy pause for a sec, and he just goes completely quiet like she just called him out. So with actual genuine curiosity, the girl just straight up asks him what his deal is like. What does he really want? That question totally blindsides him, cause honestly he hasn't even thought about it. He starts running through a mental highlight reel of his new life, and then, ding, a light bulb goes off. He gets a flashback to his past life, remembering the absolute grind of being a teacher. He thought about his students, his 9 to 5, and all the homies he had to ghost in a world that doesn't even exist anymore. After that little trip down memory lane, he finally cooks up an answer for her. But apparently his true desire is some top-secret classified information. So he just hits her with the classic, nah, it's not just about the money and living large routine. Slapping on the fakest smile you've ever seen, he dips out on Isabella and the professor. And with her big question totally dodged, the blonde just stares after him getting all pensive. She's convinced he's some deep, mysterious soul burdened with secrets he can't tell a single person. Fast forward a day, and Blair's already in class realizing that his desk is a 5-star hotel compared to the shoebox he calls a room. But hey, looking on the bright side, at least the dude's not broke anymore. He knows he can't just chill though. The hustle never stops. And right on cue, some blonde dude named B slams his hand on the desk and barks Blair's name. B grudgingly informs him that some rando named Feige is looking for him. Blair's totally clueless like Feige who, 'cause he's never heard of the guy. Apparently that was the wrong answer for B. B gets all bent out of shape and yanks our boy up by his hoodie. But just then a mystery voice cuts in telling the punk to back off like right now. And what do you know, another blondie pops up looking all dapper and fiddling with his tie. Turns out this was the Feige dude, the big cheese who was apparently hunting for our boy. And get this, he brought his goon squad. He rolled up with 2 stone-faced henchmen giving Blair the old laser eye treatment like they were trying to set him on fire with their minds. This Feige chump glares at Blair like he's something he scraped off his shoe. Our hero meanwhile is just like, who's this new character? The blondie in the blue shirt then swivels to our main man and is all like, you Blair. He gives Blair a full-body scan, then lets out this smarmy little chuckle right in his face. That's when the light bulb finally flickers on for our protagonist. Putting on his serious face, he tells the dude to back off, throws out his name, and is basically like, dude, what's the deal? The smug blondie lays it out. Stay away from Isabella. Apparently in his tiny little mind, a pleb like Blair shouldn't even breathe the same air as her. After dropping his little warning, Feige tells his posse to bounce, and they all peace out. On his way out, the blondinator straight up body checks Toby, who was just trying to pass by. The poor guy crumples like a wet noodle and ends up on his knees. He's so spooked he doesn't even squeak, just quietly waiting for the bully brigade to mosey on. Then, a little uncomfortably, Toby shuffles over to our hero and is like, you good man. Blair plays it cool, saying they just wanted to chat. But Toby is totally bugging that Feige just rolled up on Blair for no reason. So then Toby spills the tea. That blonde dude is Feige, the class prez, and apparently everyone at this school is scared stiff of him. He's from the super famous Howard family, son of some Viscount dude. And to top it all off, his old man is a bigwig in some secret club, and a ton of the teachers here are in on it too. Toby, trying to be a good bro, is like, look, I get it, Isabella's a total smoke show, but you seriously can't blow off Feige's warning. Hearing this, our boy's face turns beet red, cause that's not even what was on his mind. Anyway, time flies and bam, it's noon and classes are over. Blair's already posted up with Isabella, but his brain is in another dimension, daydreaming about how to master his new oxygen trick. The sweet part is no magic or dorky hand signs needed, but the catch is he still can't juggle 2 elements at the same time. He gets yanked back to reality by Isabella, who basically tells him to quit lollygagging and solve the math problem the teacher gave out. Our hero yawning like he's about to die of boredom, it just slides a piece of paper over to her. When Isabella actually looks at it, she sees a wall of formulas and it hits her. He finished this thing ages ago. She's totally shook since she only got halfway through it in the same amount of time. Then our main man drops this gem. You can't just use the same old tricks for everything. According to Mr. Big Brain, the secret is to think outside the box. Ignoring his smug as heck vibe, she just stares at the paper, looking kinda mortified. Seizing the awkward silence, our boy remembers he had a question for her. He's wondering how she can pop out 2 fireballs at once, and she's just like, oh, I can actually make a whole boatload of them. This little nugget of info absolutely fries our protagonist's brain, and he just gawks at her, totally lost. The blonde catches on that our guy can only muster up 1 measly fireball, and immediately starts roasting him, explaining that he's read like a ton of books about magic, but came up totally empty on how to juggle a bunch of spells at once. And this girl, right on cue, tells him the library books are for noobs and don't get into the cool advanced stuff. To learn that trick, you'd need to drop some serious cash on a magic tutor. But then she throws in a little hint. You know, if someone were to call me times sis times, I'd probably teach him myself for free. And without even blinking, our boy with the straightest face in the history of faces just goes, hey sis, absolute legend. Homegirl was not ready for that level of instant commitment and is totally floored. His poker face while dropping the S-bomb completely short-circuited her brain. But hey, a deal's a deal, so she's stuck teaching this dude. So they ditch the school grounds and find a more private spot to get their magic on. The girl gets in the zone and lets it rip. Next thing you know, a whole swarm of yellow fireballs is just chilling in the air around her. Our dude is absolutely gobsmacked considering he struggles to pop out even 2 of those things. But what really blows his mind is how solid her spells are, like they're running on premium-grade magic. She breaks it down for him. The secret sauce to multicasting fireballs is all about divvying up your spiritual juice. See, most chumps think you can only focus your power on one spot, but once you level up this skill, you can basically multitask your magic to different points. Each little power packet can pop out its own spell. And boom, that's how you get a fireball party. Our hero's gears start turning and he asks if you could summon different spells with each power packet. And she's like, oh my god, yes. Meanwhile, some golden-haired dude is totally spying on them from the bushes. This guy's name is B, and he's already decided they're totally an item. And right next to this peeper, someone else is death gripping. A wall so hard it's starting to crumble. The boss who just happened to be there sees the whole thing and starts sweating bullets. He silently swears our boy is gonna get what's coming to him. At that exact moment, our guy is just grinding away at his training, trying to slice his spiritual energy into 9 perfect pieces. The blonde is like, okay, slow down, champ. You gotta follow my lead and do it one step at a time, she says with a little smirk, telling him not to sweat it if he fails, cause it took even a genius like her a whole 6 months to master. And then literally the second the words leave her mouth, a whole constellation of fireballs just pops into existence around the kid. The girl's jaw hits the floor as she just stares, asking him how in the world he just did that. Cool as a cucumber, he's just like, oh, I just split my magic into 9 parts and made the fireballs. Like it was nothing. But she is not buying that for a second and demands to know how he pulled it off on his first try. Blair just gives her this slightly confused look and says, I don't know, I just got it, so I did it. An answer that simple just completely breaks her brain. She just stands there buffering, staring at this dude. Her face goes beet red as it dawns on her that this guy isn't just a numbers whiz, he's a straight-up magic prodigy too. And then she gets super salty because she grinded for ages and he just did it. So to save her ego, she totally lies and says, yeah, I did that on my first try too. With her pride completely shattered, the girl just rage quits the training session and bolts. Our dude is left standing there completely clueless about why she's so ticked off and just writes it off as another one of those women are confusing mysteries. He shoves his hand in his pocket and feels something odd. It's enough to make him stop and check out what the heck is in there. Meanwhile, homegirl is still fuming, stomping her way to the academy like a tiny Godzilla. Then, out of the blue, Blair sprints up and yanks her arm. Isabella nearly jumps out of her skin and is like, what now, genius? That's when she spots his hand holding out some bling. It's this little bracelet thingy with a super cute golden cat charm on a red string. Our boy shoves the gift her way, actually uses her name for once and basically says, here, take the thing. He mumbles that he only figured out the magic stuff 'cause of her, so thanks. She just glares at the bracelet, like she forgot how to breathe. Her face goes full tomato mode again, and she's biting her lip, a total flustered mess just gawking at our hero. Shocked, she's like, wow, you actually have a brain cell or two. Maybe you're not a complete doofus after all. Then the blonde girl just snatches the thing right out of his hand, playing it cool, trying to act like she doesn't care. She bolts all flustered, screaming about how ugly the gift is. Pro tip, don't run with your eyes squeezed shut. 'Cause yeah, her legs decide to have a party and she eats it face planting right on the lawn. Doesn't even wait for help, just scrambles back up, laughing like a total weirdo, completely humiliated. Then she peeks back to see his face. Blair's just standing there baffled by her psycho stare, with no clue what to do. But before he can even open his mouth, she's on her feet and peeling out of there again, yelling some more insults over her shoulder. She swears she's not gonna let him win or whatever. All Blair can do is sigh like, bruh. After that whole dumpster fire of a moment, he figures he needs a nap and just plops down on the grass to soak up some rays. He's thinking, well, if she hated it so much, she wouldn't have snatched it. I mean, it makes sense, right? That thing cost him 50 silver coins. Bro was actually thinking he was gonna give that bracelet to his math teacher at first. But then he sees something blocking his son. A whole welcoming committee of 3 dudes strolls up to our boy, who's just trying to chill on the grass. One of them, let's call him Bully Prime, reminds our guy that the class prez already told him to back off that girl. Him getting all chummy with the mayor's daughter was seriously grinding the president's gears. Our MC doesn't say a thing, just gets up off the grass looking like he's about to end someone's career. Then out of nowhere, he spins around and just books it, leaving the goon squad in his dust. The main blonde bully and his minions were not having it and took off right after him. See, our dude had zero interest in throwing hands with these clowns. But then one of the 3 stooges decided to get real chatty, yapping about how Blair's dad was a coward who bailed mid-battle. Yeah, bringing up family. That hit a nerve. And our MC just freezes. The blonde idiot, thinking he's got him, keeps running his mouth, poking the bear. He figures Blair's distracted and tries to cheap shot him from behind. But right as he swings, his fist just stops. Dead in the air, inches from our boy's face. The bully's brain completely short-circuited. Since he threw that punch with all his might, the kickback sent him flying backward. In a hilarious twist, he's the only one who got decked. You could tell by the look on Blair's face he was beyond ticked off by these clowns. Meanwhile, the blonde chump could barely stand up. His hand was totally fried and he was whining like a baby. This just cranked our MC's rage meter to the max, and he roars that his father was a hero who died for his country, you morons. He was all like, my dad was a legend, so show some respect even if he's 6 feet under. Then Blair straight up told them they were about to find out. Basically, nobody talks smack about my old man. Then, powered by pure rage, 9 fiery balls of you messed up just popped into existence around him. That Times, definitely Times, got the bullies' attention. Their jaws hit the floor cause last they checked this dude had zero magical mojo. The idea of becoming human barbecue sent a chill down their spines, and they dipped out faster than a free trial ending, leaving their leader to face the music. So now it's just Captain Blondie and a super ticked-off Blair. The look on his face was pure, unadulterated. I've made a huge mistake. Yeah, one look was all it took for him to start whimpering for his mommy. This chump tried to pull the hay fightings against the rules card to save his own hide. Blair just gave him a look that screamed, "You're pathetic." That's when the panic in his eyes switched to full-blown, "I'm so screwed" desperation. Dude was frozen solid, just staring like a deer in headlights with zero clue what to do next. Meanwhile, our boy wasn't planning on hitting the brakes anytime soon. He lifted his hand to let the fireballs fly. The magic swirled together and started zooming right for the dude. But then out of nowhere, our main character felt someone creeping up behind him. At the same time, Blondie squeezed his eyes shut and threw his arms up like that was gonna do anything, and let out a scream that could curdle milk. When he didn't immediately turn into a crispy critter, he was like, "Huh," and peeked open his eyes. In front of him, poof, the 9 fireballs were gone. Instead, some random dude was flopped on the ground at his feet. He was totally baffled. He was trying to compute what just happened, staring at Blair, who was just taking a nap on the lawn in front of him. Blondie was still shook, but he gave Blair a nervous little poke, to check for a pulse, and that's when he saw his chance. Blondie decided to book it before our guy woke up from his nap, but a booming voice stopped him cold. Standing right there was a math teacher already fussing over Blair. The blonde chump immediately started trying to talk his way out of it. He's all, "It wasn't me, I'm innocent." And the whole time our main character is just chilling on the grass playing possum like a pro. Blondie keeps flapping his gums trying to spin a story, but nobody's buying his garbage. Then the professor cranks up the heat even more. She's like, "Oh, I know Times exactly, Times how you feel about Blair." This whole pointless argument was just spinning its wheels. When it gets cut off by some dude with a glorious beard and stash who just materializes out of thin air, he totally lays into Blondie, pointing out that our dark-haired hero is supposedly knocked out cold on the ground, which pretty much proves the blonde dude was lying through his teeth. The guy then tells Blondie to march his sorry butt straight to his office and get ready to face the music for his little stunt. Then he moseys over to the vice president, basically saying this whole mess is the school's fault and sorry for the drama. The two suits wander off chatting about the whole fiasco while the girl tries to get Blair to wake up. She's genuinely concerned about him, but then out of nowhere she feels this weird vibe. Our protagonist kinda scoots away from her a little, and his face just locks up in this weird combo of "oops, that's awkward" and not bad. The girl sees this and thinks he's actually sick or something, but he's like, "Nah, I was totally fine, right up until you tried to suffocate me with your concern." So naturally, she gives him one of those giant mom-style bear hugs and tells him how worried sick she was. And right at that moment, an old-timer walks up and says, "Don't worry, this whole clown show will be handled," but mentions they're actually here for something else. The girl steps up and decides to make the introductions. The older dude is Arkell and the younger one is Calvin. Our boy gives them a respectful little bow like a perfect gentleman. So 2 Academy suits show up to say hi. Apparently our boy Blair is already getting low-key famous, and they know him as the kid who gave Professor Brittany a hand with the Ruvos Enigma. But the prof totally cuts the old dude off, setting him straight that Blair was the solo genius behind it all. She just handled the paperwork. Because he cracked this puzzle, Blair and the professor just got nominated for the Edwin Award, which is apparently a massive deal for the city's ego, and if they're down, these guys will do literally anything to rig the win for them. But the professor is way more hung up on whether our boy can actually get the award too. The old guy sighs like he saw that question coming from a mile away and gives her a look. He explains that Blair is basically a toddler, and nobody in the math world pulls off a stunt like that at his age. If the professor claims he's the one who solved the Ruvos Enigma, absolutely no one is gonna buy it. She's about to start a fight, but our protagonist calls her name and snags her hand. She gives him the full-on sad puppy dog eyes, looking totally bummed out. To kill the awkward vibe, Arkell suggests they chill out and figure this mess out later. She's cool with it and the 2 suits peace out. Some time goes by, and night starts to hit the academy, bathing the whole place in that cliché orange movie light. The professor and Blair are doing the silent awkward walk down the hall, both stuck in their own heads. Then, out of nowhere, she tells our boy that, yeah, the basic solution was no biggie, but the method he cooked up was a freaking quantum leap in the history of math. That award has to be his. It's completely bogus for anyone else to get the credit for it. This totally stuns Blair, and he's visibly scrambling for words. After a beat, he says the award shouldn't be his. Then he hits her with, "Besides, as far as I'm concerned, Professor Brittany, you stopped being a stranger to me a long, long time ago." That smooth line makes the teacher turn beet red. She's shook, but in a good way. Totally embarrassed by her own reaction, she just tells the kid to beat it and go home, leaving him completely baffled about what he said wrong. A little later, a whole mob is formed around the bulletin board like it's giving away free cash. Everyone was buzzing about the paper Professor Brittany published and, of course, the mystery student who was her secret weapon. People were absolutely losing their minds, saying that legit scientists have wasted centuries trying to solve the Ruvus enigma and totally failed. While the whole school was gossiping about him, our main character decided to go full-on ninja and blend into the crowd, and it worked. Nobody clocked him. But then not too far off, he suddenly hears a ton of shouting and some very colorful language coming from a room. He recognizes the old guy from before and spots someone else in the back. Wouldn't you know it, it was Bod and his dad. The dad was absolutely grilling his son over the fight. The dude's parenting style was seriously off the rails. And to teach him a lesson, he just starts wailing on his own son. Our hero watches this totally enraged but has zero plans to jump into that dumpster fire. After smacking his kid around for everyone to see, the blondie's father starts groveling to Artil for forgiveness, begging him not to give his son the boot from the academy. But what Bod did was way too messed up. He shattered the school's rules in a huge way and apparently didn't even let the old man finish speaking during the whole fiasco. So Blondie's dad just hits the deck full-on groveling and begging the director for mercy, like his life depends on it. He just stays planted there, desperately pleading for them to let his little monster B stay, even after he majorly screwed up. B is just dying of cringe and tells his old man to get up. But Blair, because he apparently loves drama, decides this is his moment to shine. He strolls up to RTL, gives the director a sup, and gets a nod back. Playing dumb like he didn't hear a single thing, our boy asks the director what B got himself into. Instantly, the blonde kid's face goes nuclear with rage when he sees the black-haired dude decided to stick his nose in it. Artil breaks it down. The students started beef shattered a huge rule, and the academy had already decided to give him the boot. Swallowing what little pride he has left, B's dad, still kneeling, snags Blair's sleeve like he's the chosen one who can fix this. He promises he'll teach his son a lesson and begs for a do-over, whining about how hard it was to get his precious boy into this school. If he gets expelled, his life is apparently over. After all this melodrama, our black-haired hero lets out a massive sigh about to drop some truth. He turns to Artil and calmly asks him to maybe not nuke the blonde kid's entire future. The bully, hearing this from the one guy he was just trying to mess with, looks completely bamboozled. After hearing the plea, the director's like, "Alright, fine, we can put the expulsion on ice for a bit." B and his dad look like they just won the lottery. But Artil lays down the law: if B pulls another stunt like this, there are no more second chances. In response, Blondie's dad shoves his son's head down, forcing him to bow. Then he orders B to thank Blair and Artil, and the kid is too terrified of his pops to refuse. The blonde punk mumbles a thanks to the principal and Blair. The old guy accepts this weak apology and tells them both to get lost and go to class. They get to the auditorium door and our boy is just about to make his entrance. But then, plot twist, the blonde kid stops him. He asks why in the world he decided to defend him. With his hand on the doorknob, our protagonist pauses for dramatic effect. He explains he only did it because he didn't want B to be an even bigger disappointment to his own father. Ouch. The kid stares at the floor, probably having his first ever deep thought. After that, he turns around and gives him a legit, actual thank you. He also gives him a heads up to watch out for FaZe, cause that dude holds a grudge. And the kicker, FaZe's uncle is the academy's vice principal. Of course he is. Later after class, Blair makes his usual trek to the library, mulling over the absolute circus his day has become. Out of the blue, the librarian appears at the door, looking like someone just told him the world is ending. It was super obvious this was not going to be a fun chat. Our hero, not expecting him, asks what he's doing there. The librarian doesn't mess around and flat out asks if Blair has been throwing hands with anyone lately. Our boy is stunned and totally lost. He asks if something's up, then the bomb drops. He can't work in the library or even live in his room anymore. And to make it all so much worse, it's a direct order from the vice principal. After getting his life flipped upside down, our protagonist decides to hunt down Professor Brittany, the one who's been dying to take him and Isabella to some math nerd fest from day one. Blair explains he can't go because he just got evicted and now has to figure out where to live. In response, the professor invites him to come live at her place, saying she's got a spare room. A spare room, huh? Our boy gets all flustered by the offer, his mind already racing, with all the possibilities of living with her. Yeah, he's worried. He's like, "Yo, would it be a pain if I just, crashed here?" She's super chill about it, replying, "Not at all now. We can have math cram sessions whenever." Her logic was kinda wonky, but hey, it worked for him and he still ended up wrecking Red anyway. So they shake on it and she tells Blair to hit her up after the ball. Then out of nowhere, Isabella busts into the room and is immediately like, "What is he doing here?" The professor just explains that Blair's tagging along to the seminar and oh yeah, he's her new roomie now. That last little tidbit sends the blonde into a rage spiral and she immediately starts whining. The professor, totally clueless about her student's meltdown, says Blair's a good dude and there's no reason to freak out. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there like a statue, wondering how he got roped into getting yelled at again. To cut the super awkward tension, the professor pretty much yeets the girl out of the room, telling both of them to go get ready for the seminar. Then the professor asks if he even owns clothes for this thing, clarifying that it's a wear a tie, don't be a slob kind of event. Having zero fashion sense, he asks if a magic tunic is formal enough. The professor's like, dude, if you have one, that's perfect. A little time skip later, night falls and the big dance kicks off. People start flooding in and there's our boy strolling down the red carpet with two absolute dimes in stunning dresses. When they pull up, Isabella announces the party has arrived. It's the Howard family's mega mansion, the same swanky joint the Magic Society uses for all their secret club meetings. And this Magic Society is a huge deal in the kingdom, which is why they basically live at the Howard mansion for everything. Turns out this whole palace is their class rep's house. Up ahead, three dudes are in the middle of a pretty spicy argument. Just then, their teacher, Brittany, rolls up to one of them who happens to be Vice President Calvin. Calvin spots the teacher and Blair's crew and gives everyone a super cheerful "What's up?" Our boy immediately hits him with a greeting back. Isabella, standing right next to him, is giving them the side eye, trying to figure out how in the world they know each other. The vice president then asks Blair to introduce his dates, casually mentioning, "Dude, we were just talking about you." Professor Brittany, reading the room, decides to dip out of their little reunion, saying she'll catch them on the flip side. Blair and Isabella step into the mansion, and their jaws just hit the polished marble floor. Taking it all in, our protagonist is completely floored by how bougie this party is and makes a beeline for the food table. Without a single thought, he starts hoarding snacks and drinks like a goblin. He scarfs it all down in 2 seconds flat. But Isabella is absolutely not vibing with this public display of hunger. She's thinking he's making them look like total peasants. Suddenly, something catches Blair's eye and he stares off in one direction like he just saw a unicorn. He spots a massive painting on the wall showing 2 rivers connected by a whole bunch of bridges. The blonde girl explains that this is the Howard family's prized possession, a painting called The 7 Bridges of the Royal Capital. Blair, looking completely lost, asks for the name again, making it painfully obvious he had no earthly idea what she was talking about. Their chat gets overheard by the homeowner's son, a total playboy who decides to start trolling our boy. He starts roasting our protagonist for acting like he's never been to a party before. Isabella can't stand the dude's smug attitude and jumps in to defend Blair. She fires back that he's their guest and deserves some respect. But the rich kid could not care less. He just keeps clowning on Blair for being so clueless he didn't even recognize a super famous painting. Isabella, deciding she's had enough of this clown's nonsense, grabs Blair's hand to make a quick exit. But of course, Mr. Class Rep spots her holding our boy's hand, and you can practically see the steam coming out of his ears. He stomps right over, gets all up in Blair's grill, and accuses him of only knowing how to hide behind girls. Blair, completely unbothered, just cracks a little joke and asks what the painting's times real times deal is. For some reason, this question completely short-circuits Isabella's brain, and she just stares at him totally clueless. Blair then lays it out. If he can figure out the story behind the painting, he can whip up a whole new magical method. Blondie overhears this and just scoffs, sneering, "Professor Brittany only slapped your name on that paper because she felt sorry for you, nothing more." Isabella jumps to his defense again, firing back. Blair cracked that riddle all on his own. In response, the blonde dude decides to go full-on drama queen. He shouts loud enough for everyone to hear that Blair is about to solve the riddle in the painting. Isabella is just floored by his audacity, realizing this chump just turned their little squabble into a public spectacle. Instantly, the rumor mill starts churning, and everyone's whispering smack about Blair. All this racket naturally grabs the attention of Professor Brittany and Calvin, who were chilling further down the hall. The blonde dude then taunts our hero, saying he's got no choice but to solve the riddle in front of everybody. Then out of nowhere, a hand grabs our boy's arm. It's Professor Brittany, looking totally stressed, asking why on earth he decided to pick a fight with FaZe. She lays it on him that the Howard family are major players in this city, and tangling with them is basically begging for a world of hurt. If he keeps this stunt up, he's gonna have beef with not just the Math Society, but the entire freaking academy. And to make things even spicier, this so-called 7 bridges problem is something actual math whizzes have been trying to crack for centuries. FaZe is just baiting him into trying so he can publicly clown him in front of everybody. So then FaZe Mr. Eavesdropper catches their conversation and turns to Professor Brittany with a smug look, ready to taunt her. He's all like, "Hey, didn't you call Blair a genius? Funny how you don't seem to trust him now." The professor gets all flustered and starts trying to explain, but gets cut right off. That's when Blair, oozing confidence, steps in. He says he'll absolutely take on the challenge, calling it a little thank you to the family head for getting him bounced from the library. The girls nearby catch this and are totally shook. They had no clue that was the real reason he got kicked out of the library. They even ask if he's serious, but Blair's already turning his attention back to FaZe. He confirms he's going to solve it and that he's taking the bet. With that, FaZe starts spinning the tale of the so-called 7 Bridges challenge. Turns out some dude from the very first generation of the Howard family dreamed this thing up ages ago. The head of the family was some big-shot official who noticed the capital had a pretty weird layout. Way back then, the city was way smaller. The city was sliced in half by a river with 2 islands plopped in the middle. To connect all the pieces, they built 7 bridges. These bridges let everyone in the city get around and do their thing. Then one day, this old family head is staring at the bridges and has a crazy thought. He wondered, was it even possible to walk across all 7 bridges? Could you hit every single one of these bridges just once and wind up right back where you started? The second he dropped that brainbuster, every math nerd in the kingdom completely lost their minds trying to crack it. All the big shot scientists basically stampeded to the capital just to get a piece of the action. So time dragged on. Dudes were cooking up all sorts of wild theories, but not a single one could figure out how to do the loop-de-loop without backtracking like a total amateur. That is until the OG troll who came up with the whole thing strolls out and announces he's solved his own impossible puzzle. He tells everyone to show up the next day for the big reveal, to watch him flex his massive brain. So obviously, it's all the nerds camp out by the bridges, but they waited all day and the dude totally ghosted them. Then, a few days later, they find his body. The legend says he got so hyped about his own genius that he tripped and took an unscheduled swim with the fishes, permanently. His little oopsie was a major bummer for the math community, obviously. The problem stayed unsolved. And get this, not even his own family has a clue what the answer was. But even though the solution went glub-glub with him, the family slapped a picture of the bridges on the wall to, honor the guy. FaZe wraps up his little story time by saying this whole epic fail is somehow a massive point of pride for his family. Our hero immediately clocks what's going on, because this unsolvable puzzle is basically a knockoff of a famous one from his world. After his dramatic tale, FaZe hits Blair with a smug little grin and asks if he thinks he can solve it. Blair just goes, nah, I won't find a solution. Then he drops the mic with, and if I can't, nobody can. FaZe literally almost chokes, trying not to laugh at that. He's struggling to keep it together and just lets out this super condescending chuckle. Then he just loses it completely and starts cackling like a hyena right in our boy's face. The crowd's just kinda like, okay, and starts to wander off, totally bored by this little nerd fight. Some girl in the crowd mutters that Blair is just another stuck-up punk who needs to learn some respect. But her friend standing right there is still watching our guy and notices he's got this laser-focused look, like he's seeing something they're all missing. She's thinking, maybe this dark-haired dude isn't the moron everyone assumes. Once FaZe finally gets his giggles under control, our protagonist starts to break it down. He says the whole 7 bridges thing is a sham. It has no solution, which is why he or anyone else can't solve it. That little truth bomb makes the entire room go dead silent. You can practically hear the gears grinding in their heads. Teacher Brittany and Isabella start whispering like crazy. Meanwhile, Fizzy totally loses his cool and starts blowing a gasket at our boy, screaming about how the first elder of his clan couldn't have solved it if there was no solution. And in response, our guy just lobs another question right back at him. You got any proof your so-called legendary elder actually solved anything? The blonde dude is absolutely stunned by the nerve and is like, do you have any clue who you're talking about? Then out of the blue, some old guy in the crowd thumps his cane on the floor and yells for everyone to pipe down. Turns out it's Viscount Howard, who immediately tells Faise to quit flexing about his family. The blonde kid shrivels up instantly and mumbles an apology to his dad. Ouch. Then the Viscount strolls over to Blair and says he's heard the name. Our boy, cool as a cucumber, gives a polite little bow and greets the big boss. The Viscount says he caught the whole spat with his son and even apologizes for the kid. But then he pivots real quick, saying he heard Blair claim the puzzle was impossible, which is basically spitting on his family's ancient honor. So our hero just doubles down and starts explaining once again why the 7 bridges of the capital is a total unsolvable scam. The girl who was nearby is like, whoa, I've never seen him look so smugly confident. The Viscount starts sweating, getting all salty, and asking if the kid really wants to die on this hill. Our boy doesn't even flinch, saying he can prove to this whole sorry crowd that the riddle is a complete sham. According to him, a bunch of so-called scholars from back in the day tried to solve it by literally walking the paths, which is a cute but dumb attempt. But if you actually use your brain, the answer is something else entirely. While he's dropping these truth bombs, he's doodling on a piece of paper and then just shoves it in everyone's face for the big reveal. He explains that a super complex problem like this can be dumbed down into a simple drawing where each island is a dot and each bridge is a line connecting them. So the whole map of the 7 bridges basically gets nerfed into that little sketch. If you can bounce from each dot without retracing your steps, that means you can make it back to where you started. The crowd's collective brain just short circuits. A few people start muttering that they never thought of it that way. At that, one of the girls who was trashing Blair before admits he's not a total moron after all, and that her friend was onto something. The other girl just gives her the smuggest I told you so look ever, absolutely basking in being right. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps schooling them. He says, besides the start and finish points, every time you walk over a bridge to get somewhere, you need another bridge to leave. So basically, he simplifies the math for the simpletons. Dots with an odd number of lines are odd points, and dots with an even number of lines are even points. Brittany's brain finally clicks. To start and end at the same place, you have to hit every single point. And for that, all the paths need to be paired up. Our boy confirms her theory and says, that's the secret sauce. Just then, some nerd with glasses totally gets it and starts to open his mouth. But Blair shuts him down instantly. He explains that the 4 points in this puzzle are all singular, or in other words, they're all odd. So no matter what trick you try, you'll never ever make it back to the start. Then he drops the mic. The Seven Bridges puzzle is unsolvable and always has been. The whole room is just frozen, trying to process being lied to for generations. The guy with the glasses admits the logic is flawless, which means the problem is a total fraud. The blonde kid, now completely humiliated, screeches that Blair is wrong. Then it starts clicking for everyone else. The Howard family has been pulling a fast one this whole time. He's yelling for everyone to shut up, still insisting he's not a liar. But after a takedown that clean, nobody doubts for a second that the puzzle is total garbage. The other girl, who was Team Blair from the start, says their ancestor was just a top-tier con artist. Unable to take the heat from the crowd, the blonde kid, Feige, totally panics and starts crying for his daddy. But instead of a rescue, he gets a massive fist to the face. His own father, Viscount Howard, just cold cocks his son, sending the brat flying several feet back. The head of the family starts blaming Feige for not keeping his big mouth shut. He yells that if it wasn't for him, the Howard family's name wouldn't have just gotten dragged through the mud in front of literally everyone. And he swears to himself that the punk who dared to wreck his family's reputation is going to pay big time. Then the Viscount tries to ghost the scene, trying to ghost everyone, but out of nowhere a voice shouts for him to pump the brakes. It's Blair, of course. He's all like, according to the official rules of your little math club, since he gave Feige a hand with that problem, the Viscount is now honor-bound to help him back. The Viscount just freezes. You can see the gears grinding for a second before he caves. He asks what earth-shattering question Blair needs answered. And our boy's question is deceptively simple. He just wants to know if the sides of a square are 1, what's the exact value of the diagonal? The head of the house just stares at him, completely bamboozled, like his brain just hit a 404 error. Brittany jumps in all like, "Excuse me, do you have any idea who this is?" The Howard family literally invented the Howard theorem. According to their times genius logic, if the sides of a square equal 1, then the diagonal's length squared will be 2. And yeah, that's correct. But Blair hits him with the, that's not what I asked. His question was for the diagonal's value itself, not the squared-up answer the Viscount dodged with. The big man's face goes ghost white at this little detail, and you can see the panic setting in. The crowd of eavesdroppers also starts buzzing, wondering what the heck the diagonal's number actually is. They're all staring, waiting for the Viscount to drop some knowledge. After a long, awkward pause, the guy breaks out in a cold sweat, getting all twitchy because plot twist, he has no freaking idea. Our boy then gets it. Just as he figured, the Viscount knew this number existed the whole time and was trying to hide it. Back in Blair's old world, scientists got a polite nod, but nobody really obsessed over them. In this world, however, the science is way behind, but the scientists are treated like A-list celebrities. The guys who stumble upon big discoveries become household names and get mad respect from royals and nobles. So the nerds ganged up, grabbed some economic and political power, and turned into a legit powerhouse. The Howard family is basically the royal family of the entire math community. So whatever they say goes. And this math society is a weird cocktail of scientists, politicians, and even dudes from the church. These guys are convinced that literally everything in the universe can be explained with neat and tidy numbers. Essentially, their whole philosophy is a carbon copy of the Pythagorean school, the one started by that legendary brainiac from ancient Greece. The Pythagorean school was super popular, but they had one massive epic flaw that brought the whole house of cards down. Their big screw-up was thinking everything could be neatly packaged into whole numbers or fractions. They thought with just those numbers you could unlock all the universe's secrets. But then one of Pythagoras' own students, a dude named Hippasus, poked a giant hole in that entire belief system. He proved it was mathematically impossible to figure out a square's diagonal using only fractions. This little discovery didn't just shake things up, it completely shattered the foundation of everything they stood for. The group got so desperate that instead of actually solving the problem, they decided to just delete the guy who found it. They took poor Hippasus, gave him some new stone shoes, and tossed the poor sucker into the sea. But it was pointless because the truth always floats to the top. More and more people started talking about Hippasus's problem, and in the end, the Pythagorean school was totally finished. These numbers that couldn't be wrangled into fractions were given a cool name, irrational numbers. And from there on out, the understanding of numbers totally exploded, sparking a whole new chapter in mathematics. And judging by the Viscount's face, Blair knows the guy has been aware of irrational numbers for a long time, and now our boy is super curious how this world managed to cover the whole thing up. That question totally backed the Viscount into a corner, and the dude started sweating bullets. Suddenly, the whole crowd was hooked, and you could see people whipping out imaginary calculators to figure out that diagonal. Even Brittany was like, "Ooh, what's the big deal? Why can't you just write the number down?" Our boy Blair drops the bomb that it's a whole new flavor of number, and there's a ton more where that came from. He casually mentions that some other genius found one before, but the bigwigs swept it under the rug. And right then, the Viscount gets that "oh crap" look, realizing he's in deep, and it's all thanks to his fail son. He stomps over to his kid, giving him a look that could kill. But Blondie was so not down for another beatdown, so he's frantically scanning for an exit. Then in a brilliant move, Feige decides to blame Blair for making the Howard family look like chumps. With pure rage face, he just charges at our guy, ready to throw down. The little blonde tornado just barrels forward, seeing nothing but red. His fists are balled up like he's about to start something. Blair sees this train wreck coming a mile away and gets ready to block. But then, out of nowhere, just as Feige's haymaker is about to land, a hand snatches his wrist mid-swing, stopping him cold. And who stopped this clown? None other than the girl who's been watching Blair this whole time. Feige just stares at the redhead, his brain completely short-circuiting. He starts screeching at her to let go, but the girl is totally unbothered by his little tantrum. She just politely says, "Sorry, can't let you do that." Feige tries to yank his arm away, but nope, turns out this girl's got a grip of steel. Then he hears it, his father's voice. The kid just freezes on the spot like a deer in the headlights. The Viscount is absolutely fuming over his son's public meltdown, which just tanked the family's rep. Feige braces for the lecture of a lifetime. The blondie tries to cook up an excuse, but his brain just blue screens. That's when his old man clears his throat to address the room. Prepping for some major damage control, he apologizes to everyone for the scene his son just made. He even pulls the "it's all my fault" card. Then, about that little number Blair brought up, he tells the crowd not to sweat it, promising their math squad will totally figure it out. Then he gives Blair a fake polite "thank you" and says he's gotta bounce. But that whole polite shtick was a total sham. He shoots our guy a nasty smirk, wishing him a good night in his own house. Blair, though, is just soaking up this win and wishes the Viscount the best right back at him, as the old man stormed off to deal with his mess. The Viscount was probably thinking he'd never been so publicly owned in his entire life. So our hero turns to thank the girl who saved him from Blondie's rage fest. But she just hits him with, "Seriously, you forgot me, your own lover." And out of nowhere, Isabella just smacks Blair upside the head with everything she's got. He is totally blindsided. Annoyed, she snaps, "What's with you hitting on other girls?" This whole soap opera just makes the redhead crack up. She's like, "Oops, sorry for interrupting your little lover's quarrel." The two of them just stare at her, completely stunned. And she just adds, "Just kidding. But for real, I'm kinda jealous of you two." Isabella turns beet red and stammers that she's got it all wrong. Blair, trying to change the subject, asks Alice, the redhead, what she's even doing here. Alice just shrugs, says she's a regular at these things, but she sure didn't expect to run into the mayor's daughter. Then Brittany jumps in, basically explaining that Alice's family is a huge deal in the city's math scene, and she's been their poster child at these things for years. She slides right up to our boy to introduce herself. She drops her name, sticks out a hand, and says she's a junior at the academy in the same class as Isabella. Blair plays it cool, shakes her hand, and says the pleasure's all his. Then Alice gets all up in his personal space, staring at him like he's a puzzle she's trying to solve. With her that close, our boy's eyes kinda take an unscheduled trip south for a moment. He instantly turns beet red, totally caught. And while Alice is busy analyzing our hero, Isabella is just wilting. She's realizing she's not even in the same league as this girl when it comes to looks. The new girl says she dug Blair's presentation and suggests he take math more seriously, but out of nowhere, Blair just flat out rejects her. He's like, "Yeah, that's gonna be a pass," and suggests she go chat with Professor Brittany since he learned so much from times her asterisk. Alice immediately knew he wasn't gonna fall for her usual tricks and was actually impressed by his nerve. Alice says her goodbyes, telling Blair she wants to have a private chat with him later, which totally makes Isabella's jealousy flare up. She was curious how he'd react if she pushed him to go with Alice, but Blair just gave her a look like she'd grown a second head. He literally asks why on earth he would go with the other girl. In Isabella's head, she's just thinking, typical, all guys are the same. They spot a pretty girl and immediately start acting like lost puppies, not wanting to get into it. Blair just blurts out that Alice can't hold a candle to Isabella. This totally flusters her, and she asks if he's being for real. Our boy, with a completely deadpan face, just says, "Yeah, I genuinely think you're prettier." Our protagonist is mentally wiping his brow for dodging that bullet, while Isabella gets all shy and flustered over the compliment. Out of the blue, some dude in a slick white suit rolls up on them. It's President Calvin, and the crew is like, "What are you doing here?" The president tells them they're the stars of the show tonight, and he just had to come over and say hi. Blair, totally clueless about the massive waves he just made, plays it down, saying he just helped with the problem and threw out a number. But Calvin explains that the problem and that number were a huge freaking deal. The Howard family built their entire reputation on that 7 bridges enigma. Except as of today, it's been proven that the problem is literally impossible to solve. Because of that, the family's reputation is basically toast, and the number Blair mentioned could flip the entire world of mathematics on its head. So what the president really wants to know is, who the hell is this guy? He's wondering where a talent like this popped up from, and what the real endgame is for the kid who just torched everything with a simple explanation. Blair decides to play dumb. He points out that everyone saw Fizzy begging him for help. He just had a random idea and said it. As for the number, that was just pure curiosity. He even tacks on that the Viscount and his math club would have found it eventually anyway. Calvin decides to let it go, admitting that maybe he was reading too much into things. But he gives Blair a warning, watch his step with the Howard family, because picking a fight with them is a seriously bad idea. Meanwhile, somewhere else. The head of the Howard family is in his office with his son, who's sprawled out on the floor having a full-blown tantrum. So Junior got his face rearranged for making the family look bad, and now he's a walking bruise. Next to the big boss, his personal shadow puppet whispers that it's go time. The Vic Count is just itching for Blair to step outside the mansion so he can arrange a little unfortunate accident for him. The creepy shadow person hears the order and does a little yes master bow. But wait for it. The Vic Count hears a voice behind him casually mention sending someone on another one-way trip. When he whips around, he sees some dude with snow-white hair rocking a matching all-white suit. Pops gives him a look that could curdle milk. He's not digging this Abel guy's vibe at all, and the shadow assassin is having a meltdown because, whoops, she personally made sure this guy was pushing up daisies. The ghost boy is all like, "Oh, don't mind me, I know you're surprised seeing as you ordered my permanent deletion last time." The old man practically launches out of his chair screaming about how he's not 6 feet under and demanding to know if Blair is on his payroll. Done with all this talking, Gramps decides to solve the problem the old-fashioned way and just materializes a heater out of thin air. He shoves the piece in Abel's face and tells him to start spilling the bean stat. Meanwhile, his blonde brother finally processes the family drama episode he just walked into. Abel, looking way too calm in his fancy white suit, is like, "Whoa, Dad, so many questions, you're coming on a little strong." I don't even know where to begin this epic tale, but after a dramatic pause, he decides to throw the old man a bone. He says Blair is just a side character, but Abel came back from the great beyond for one hell of a reason. Cool as you like. Even with a firearm aimed at his chest, he announces he's here to give the Howard family a complete and total makeover. The family patriarch just stares completely baffled and is like, "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" But instead of a straight answer, he gets hit with a pop quiz. Abel asks Daddy Dearest what he thinks the glorious Howard family is actually built on. The Vic Count, without even blinking, puffs out his chest and says, "Our reputation, of course." But Abel just laughs that off. Wrong. He says their entire family legacy is built on a mountain of lies. Now the old man's getting seriously ticked off, demanding an explanation. So Abel drops the truth bomb. Pops always knew the Seven Bridges problem was a total dead end. But to keep the family's prestigious name sparkling in the math nerd community, he decided to just sweep that little fact under the rug. For years, anytime some brainiac got a little too close to the truth, his dear old dad would arrange for them to have a little disappearance. And yeah, that included his own flesh and blood. Family discounts don't apply to permanent silencing. The Vic Count screams at him to zip it. He is so over this truth-telling session, he's ready to press the delete button on his son again, all for the good of the family, of course. But Abel's not even flinching. He's like, "Sorry, Pops, that ship has sailed. You can't keep a lid on this dumpster fire forever. And speaking of which, your boy Blair has already spilled all the tea to every single math geek in the city. The group chat is going wild. His dad might be able to handle a few of them, but he's not about to whack an entire city's worth of witnesses." Then, in a total power move, our white-haired boy grabs the gun by the barrel and shoves it right into his own shoulder. He dares him, saying that unless he plans on taking out every last witness by tomorrow, the whole state will know their dirty little secret. Abel then hits him with the final blow. "You really think you can hold this family together when the whole house of cards collapses?" With nothing left in the tank, the Vic Count drops the gun and Abel scoops it up, staring down his completely broken old man. Asks what his next move should be, and his son's brilliant idea is for him to just take over as the new boss and fix this dumpster fire of a family. It's literally the only way the Howard name doesn't get flushed down the toilet. According to him, his dad knows darn well he's the only hero who can save them. The Viscount, feeling the heat, desperately starts to think, hey, maybe the little psycho has a point. And just like that, the words sink in. Fast forward a few days and our boy is waking up at his teacher Brittany's crib. He's seriously digging the new setup, mostly because it has an actual bed and doesn't reek of old socks and despair like the closet he used to call home. He decides to be a good house guest and say good morning, but then bam, he freezes mid-step, his jaw practically on the floor. In Brittany's room, he spots a mountain of papers covered in frantic scribbles. Our little genius immediately connects the dots. She must have pulled an all-nighter hunting for that little number he dropped at the ball. Ever since that seminar, the word about the so-called unsolvable problem went viral, spreading across the entire country. And with that, the Howard family's reputation started circling the drain. That sneaky little number nobody could crack even earned a sick nickname, the Devil's Number. So yeah, basically every math nerd in the nation was trying to be the hero and solve this thing. But no matter how many brain cells they fried, they came up with zilch. The hilarious part is, in this world, math is still on level 1. It's not even advanced enough to explain physics. In fact, physics hasn't even been invented yet, LOL. Even so, scientists are treated like rock stars over there and are constantly chugging coffee on all-nighters. Our boy is just chilling, totally sure they'll crack the code sooner or later. They might faceplant a ton of times, but in the end, the truth is going to come out. While Brittany is still lost in dreamland, our protagonist snags the newspaper for a little light reading. He finds out the Howard family has a new boss. The gossip is, this new guy is probably going to pull the plug on the Mathematics Society. For the Howard family, it's honestly the smartest move they could make. But Blair's just scratching his head like, why go so hardcore? He's trying to get the scoop on this new leader when Brittany materializes behind him like a sleepy ninja mumbling a good morning. Our dark-haired dude gets totally flustered by the sight. She looks so innocent that he actually starts blushing. He just stands there totally mesmerized while the blonde just gives him a blank stare. But then her whole vibe shifts. She gets all ticked off, remembering she specifically told him to wake her up the second he was conscious. Brittany pokes him in the cheek and calls him a naughty boy. Then she starts teasing him about that secret number Blair refuses to spill. The problem is she's all up in his personal space, so close that our boy goes into full-on panic mode and out of nowhere, he springs a classic nosebleed while turning the color of a tomato. That's when Brittany finally looks down and realizes what she's wearing. The light bulb goes off and she gets why he's malfunctioning. Mortified, she lets out a shriek that echoes through the entire house, calling Blair a total perv. After that whole fiasco, we see our boy in the kitchen trying to cook something, rocking a new accessory on his face, the perfect five-fingered imprint of a hand. The girl apologizes, swearing she accidentally slapped him into next week. Blair realizes that just woke up. Brittany is a completely different person. The blonde gets worried, thinking he won't like her chaotic morning mode. But our boy just casually says he likes her no matter what. She's totally stunned to hear that and just looks at him. Looks like his answer was the magic word because she's turning beet red while Blair's over there looking like the cat that ate the canary. Then little Miss Curious pipes up asking why in the world he's mixing eggs with some random red berries. He's like, duh, it's a tomato omelet, and the blonde looks at him like he just grew a second head. Blair schools her, saying that where he's from these red berries are called tomatoes, and literally everyone and their grandma knows how to whip up a tomato omelet. He gets a sudden flashback to his old life, remembering how this was his go-to grub. Anyway, after cheffing it up, he bolts to get ready and jets off to school. But not before telling the girl to give his masterpiece a try. Then bam, out of nowhere, Brittany blocks his path to give him something. She shoves a white cloth into his chest and starts wiping down his hoodie like he's a messy toddler. Our boy is practically melting into a puddle of pure cringe from this ambush. Well, at least his hoodie looks slightly less like a hobo's napkin now. She shoos him off and Blair, still trying to process that whole public cleaning incident, mumbles a goodbye. The girl, now left to her own devices, decides to brave the mysterious food, which, by the way, she still thinks looks like something a cat coughed up. She takes a teeny tiny super skeptical bite and cautiously brings it to her mouth. And kaboom, her taste buds are completely blown away. Brittany's never had anything hit this hard. It's ridiculously good. She's got goosebumps on her goosebumps. That sweet tomato flavor is sending her to another dimension. The stuff is insanely delicious and she's just sitting there completely thunderstruck. Meanwhile, our hero has landed at the academy only to realize his stomach is roaring like a caged beast. Turns out while he was playing Master Chef for Brittany, he totally spaced on feeding himself and dipped out with an empty tank. Back in Blair's classroom, the gossip train is at full steam, all about the new top dog of the Howard family. You know, the one who basically nuked the math society? They're all gushing about how hot this mystery man is, how he cracked the family's biggest cold case and then just poof vanished into thin air. One of the girls even spills that her uncle from the now defunct math society said the dude was like their age. The only catch, the legend himself demanded his name be kept under wraps. The girl's brain is short-circuiting trying to figure that out. Some dude their age dropping a number that shook the whole planet, no way. Blair's only half tuning in when he realizes Isabella is right, in his personal space, grilling him about the devil's number. But our boy goes into full-on denial mode. He's all, nope, no nothing, not a clue. But the blonde's BS detector is going off and she calls him out on it right to his face. Then plot twist, some other third-year student waltzes in and tells Isabella to back off Blair. And who is it? It's Alice. She gives Blair a super bubbly, hey. He says hey back, while Isabella is just shooting laser beams from her eyes at Alice. All the dudes in class are watching this go down with their jaws on the floor. They're absolutely seething with jealousy. One guy is practically getting an aneurysm trying to compute how Blair is such a chick magnet. Right on cue, Alice scoots closer to our main man and whispers, asking if they were just chatting about the devil's number. But instead of getting an answer, her ears are assaulted by a demonic growl that sounds like it came from the depths of his stomach. The two girls just stare at him, completely baffled, while Blair wishes a black hole would open up and swallow him right there. He mumbles an apology, but Alice finds the whole thing so freaking weird she just loses it and starts cackling. Isabella Ever, the charmer, immediately calls the guy a pig, whining that it's not even noon yet. And then all of a sudden, a little bread roll neatly wrapped in a napkin appears right in front of his face. A gift from the laughing girl Alice, claiming she accidentally grabbed an extra one and needed help putting it away. Blair was just staring at that roll, basically power drooling. He gives the girl a genuine thank you, telling her she's a legit good person, but Isabella pinches his cheek and barks at him to not take food from strangers. He tries to explain that he was times going times to refuse, but the roll just smelled way too freaking good to pass up. The blonde glares at him super salty and asks why he didn't just ask times her times for some bread. Blair then hits her with a reminder that she's the one who just called him a pig, which you know is why he kept his mouth shut. Alice chimes in that it's only right to help him out because Blair is a total genius. Isabella practically turns green with jealousy at that line and looking a little embarrassed. She shoves her own food at our MC, telling him to forget about Alice's lame role. Alice, not missing a beat, taunts the blonde right back. She's all like, "You can't decide for him, it's not like you're his girlfriend or anything." Isabella's fuse is officially lit, and she shoots the other girl a look that could kill. The blonde then puts Blair on the spot, her sandwich or Alice's role. He could only choose one. The war between these two was escalating fast, and our boy just wanted to eat his lunch in peace. He finally asks Isabella to pass him the sandwich, giving her a thank you. The blonde actually does a little victory shimmy, thinking she won, but then completely out of left field, he snatches the roll with one hand and the sandwich with the other, and crams both of them into his mouth at the same time. To everyone's shock, he stuffs his cheeks like a chipmunk struggling to swallow. He gives one massive gulp and somehow manages to get it all down. With literal tears in his eyes, he declares it was delicious and thanks both of them. The whole room just stares, jaws drop to the floor in total disbelief. But Isabella is still bragging, saying her sandwich was so bomb that Blair just had to inhale it. Then Alice spots a tiny crumb from her Times roll stuck on his face and decides to make a move. She gives him this flirty look and says, "Looks like you missed a spot and that she'll just eat it herself." The girl licks the crumb clean off her own finger and calls Blair a slob. Just to twist the knife, Alice eats the little piece and Isabella's reaction is a full-on meltdown. Suddenly the bell screeches through the entire building, signaling that class is about to start. Alice waves goodbye to Blair, telling him to study hard. The blonde, looking absolutely furious, then orders him to wait for her in the classroom after class. The third-year girls storm out, slamming the door behind them. Blair can finally take a breath. For him, this whole popularity spike was already getting super stressful. Then out of nowhere, another cheek pinch and someone's calling his name. It was Toby, who immediately demands to know where the heck he even found Alice. Blair says he just met her a few nights ago, and Toby gets this really weird look on his face. Our boy explains that Professor Brittany took him to some math seminar, and that's where they met. Then it clicks for Toby that was the same seminar where everyone started whispering about the so-called devil's number. But his gossip session has to wait because the teacher struts into the classroom and Blair gets summoned to the board. Brittany tells the class to get into groups and try to solve the problem. While nobody's paying attention, the teacher gives Blair a little poke and whispers his name. She sneakily hands him a small bread roll. And our hero's reaction is a little on the freaked out side. The teacher whispers that she noticed he skipped breakfast and brought him something to eat. But Blair, who was already stuffed, stares at this hunk of bread like it's his mortal enemy. He slumps back to his desk where everyone's already buddied up. Toby, being nosy, spots the carb-loaded evidence in Blair's hand and is like, "Yo, where'd you score that?" Blair, who is so not about to explain all that, just brushes him off with, "Dude, I'll tell you later, we've got bigger fish to fry right now." Then Pinkie Pie pops into the conversation out of thin air, asking Blair about the mystery man from the math seminar. Our boy puts on his worst poker face, mumbling something like, yeah, I think I saw a guy there." The girl is clearly not buying his Oscar-worthy performance. She gives Blair times the look, times you know the one that says, "I know you're full of it." So he scrambles and cooks up some lame excuse about how when Mr. Mysterious showed up, he had to, step out for a sec to take care of something. And what do you know, by the time he moseyed on back, the dude had already dropped the whole devil's number bomb. Toby, never one to miss out on drama, jumps in, and they're both just floored that Blair somehow missed the main event. Our hero's brilliant defense, "I ate too much, my tummy hurt." His friend, looking at him sideways, says Blair really fumbled the bag on that one. But the pink-haired girl swoops in to defend our guy, saying that just managing to show up to that nerd fest was a win in itself. She suddenly remembers he's a math whiz and asks if he can make some time to study with her. Toby immediately calls her out like, "Yeah, right, asterisk, study asterisk." The other girl in their group looks like she's about to spontaneously combust from secondhand embarrassment. After what feels like a freaking eternity, the bell of freedom finally rings, signaling class is a wrap. Our protagonist is totally wiped from playing a high-stakes game of "Don't Let Isabella See Me" the entire period. All he wants is some peace and quiet to level up his magic skills, gotta keep him fresh. But of course, out of nowhere, he hears a voice ask, "Since when were you into the hocus-pocus stuff?" He looks over and just sees a spooky silhouette. Can't even make out who it is. Then bam, a cold blade is pressed against his throat and our boy is pretty sure he's about to leak. Blair is bug-eyed staring at his attacker, but their face is a total blank in the shadows. And plot twist, the shadowy figure is a blue-haired girl. It's his classmate and she's telling him not to even breathe. She warns him that her little dagger is super sharp. He instantly recognizes his friend Molly and is just thinking, what in the actual heck, Molly? She's all, "You're the one who solved the riddle at the seminar and yapped about the devil's number." According to her, the Blair she knew couldn't solve a Happy Meal puzzle, so she demands he tell her who this imposter is. Our boy, trying to play it cool, just goes, "Chill, it's me." Blair deciding now is probably not the best time to bring up the whole Freaky Friday body swap thing. Molly lowers the dagger, only to start pinching and yanking on his cheeks like an angry grandma. She's totally convinced he's wearing some Hollywood-level mask and is trying to rip it off. But then the single brain cell fires up and it hits her that it's not a mask. That's just his face, getting real tired of her whole intimidation game. Blair gives her a swift kick to the shin which completely wrecks her balance. Unable to stay upright, she starts to go down. But our protagonist with his new anime-level reflexes snags her by the arms, stopping her from eating dirt. Totally flustered, Molly screeches for him to let her go. He's just like, "You got it." But on one condition, she never tries to give him a surprise neck piercing again. He gives her the death stare waiting for an answer, and the girl just stares back looking like she's seen a ghost. The dude tells her, "Look, you've already seen for yourself, I'm not wearing a mask. This is the real me, Blair." Molly is totally about to short circuit, and with her face redder than a stop sign, she starts begging him again to just let her bounce. Then she hits him with, "Okay, where did you suddenly download these mad skills, and why do you talk all weird now?" Our boy decides to spin her a little tale. He's like, "Yeah, I'm Blair, but also I'm not. I literally just woke up one day and boom, new and improved." He explains that he's from a world with zero magic, but where the science is so advanced, it's basically cheating. The people there wouldn't know a magic spell if it bit them on the butt. To them, it's just stuff you read in fantasy books. In that world, science is so next level, it makes magic look like a cheap party trick. People can pull off stunts that would make the mages here cry. With all that sweet, sweet technology, they've already been joyriding across the universe and even taking vacations on other planets. He tells her that in this other dimension, he was just a simple math teacher. That's why he's got all this big brain knowledge that nobody here could even dream of. Molly is just gobsmacked, asking, "For real, you can just fly across the sky, and other planets are a thing?" Our dude just confirms, 100%. They totally are. He keeps going, saying there are a bazillion other planets just floating around out there, and at the end of the day, he just woke up in this world as some kind of math god and a super powerful mage. But oh no, tragic twist, he conveniently lost some of his memories. The girl's just standing there. You can practically see the loading icon over her head as she tries to process all this. Then all of a sudden, she lets out this huge sigh of relief like she finally solved the puzzle. Molly cracks a smile and says she totally buys it because the Blair she knew was always telling these kinds of bonkers stories. Completely lost. He's like, "Wait, hold up, what are you even talking about?" She explains that he was always way more into science than magic and was constantly whining about wanting to live in a world without powers, probably because he was absolutely terrible at it. The girl figures he must have been crying that day because of his so-called amnesia and promises she'll help him get his memory back, just deciding to roll with it. Our boy takes Molly's hand and thanks her for, caring. She gets all flustered while Blair is gently holding her hand, but then she completely torpedoes the romantic mood. She yanks her hand back and tells him not to get any funny ideas. She's only here for the memory quest and nothing else. Anyway, some time passes at the academy. They squash their beef and they both go do their own thing. Blair's just left standing in the hallway having a full-on existential crisis about his life choices. He's starting to sweat a little, realizing this is the first time he's ever spilled the beans about his whole interdimensional traveler shtick. Then completely out of nowhere, he feels someone behind him and a gigantic meat hook of a hand grabs him. When he looks, it's Toby, who just yeets our boy into the air with zero effort, holding him with both hands. A little lover's spat starts between them, while Feige is just chilling in the distance watching the drama unfold. When they finally notice the blondie lurking over there, Blair is already trying to talk his giant friend down. Toby then stomps over to Feige, demanding to know what the heck he's doing there. But in a total shocker, Feige actually bows in front of them. He starts apologizing his butt off to Blair, saying he was a complete and utter jerk to him. Feige Howard swears up and down the apology is for real and begs for forgiveness one more time. Blair, who was definitely not expecting this from the arrogant blonde pretty boy, just stands there staring at him completely dumbfounded, totally floored. The vibe just nosedives and the looky-loos are all staring, wondering why their boss is acting so bonkers. But our boy just gives Feige the old what in the actual heck, stare not saying a single word. The crowd of randos is completely clueless. Like, why in the world is Mr. Big Shot Howard groveling to some dude named Blair? Then out of left field, Feige whips out this super bougie-looking piece of paper and shoves it at our guy. It was an invite from his big bro, FaZe, who's now the new top dog of the Howard clan. Apparently there's a big brain math nerd convention happening that very night for everyone in the kingdom. FaZe wanted to have a little chat about the Howard family's image. Feige, like he'd rather be anywhere else, basically begs Blair to show up. Toby, smelling something fishy, is like, "Dude, it's a trap." So our hero just stands there big-braining it, trying to decide if he should walk into this obvious ambush. Fast forward, the son takes a nap and the Howard mansion starts crawling with a bunch of so-called important and scholarly types. And of course, Blair, with his terminal case of curiosity, just had to show up to see what kind of circus this conference really was. All of a sudden, someone yanks his ear and he gets this major deja vu. Oh look, it's Isabella, who is majorly ticked off because Blair ghosted her earlier, and trailing right behind them is Professor Brittany, who also decided to crash the party. She says hi to both of them and mentions she was hunting for him back at the academy. Our boy is kinda shook that the prof even got an invite to this nerd fest. She says the gossip about this shindig spread like wildfire across the whole kingdom. Pretty much every number cruncher in the city showed up. Some even trekked in from out of town. But get this, nobody else got a fancy formal invite. Apparently Blair was the only VIP to get an official summons to this so-called conference. Then bam, someone messes with Blair's ear again and my dude totally loses his cool. It's just Alice asking what's the deal with his ear. Next thing you know, the whole squad mobs our hero and starts yapping. It's a total mess. Our guy can already see the future. These two are going to be at each other's throats all night long. Before it turns into a full-on catfight, Brittany herds everyone into the mansion. And there goes Blair, trapped in a girl-pocalypse, trudging up the stairs to the hallway that opens into the main room. Once inside, something immediately snags his attention, and he's just gawking. That super famous painting of the capital's 7 bridges. Yeah, it's gone. Poof. Brittany posted up next to him is all like, can't wait to see how the new family boss, this Abel dude, is gonna clean up this disaster. Blair picks up that she's talking about this Abel guy like they're old pals, so he calls her on it. She's like, yup, we were classmates. Brittany spills that Abel was trying to be a professor at the academy, but then he just vanished into thin air about 3 years ago. She was totally gobsmacked to hear he popped back up as the new head honcho of the Howard family. So Blair, being a nosy pants, asks what this Abel character is all about. The question totally blindsides Brittany, and she's struggling to find the words to describe her old classmate. After a long, awkward pause, she basically says he was a total math geek who lived and breathed numbers. Meanwhile, as the nerd herd packs into the main hall, Abel is holed up in his office staring at some papers. FaZe, his bro, pops in to tell him the whole gang's here and waiting on the new boss man. But Abel hits him back with some random sappy nonsense about love, saying the wait just makes things spicier. Then he cuts to the chase, asking if Blair bothered to show up to the conference. The blonde dude says it's a total madhouse out there and impossible to spot anyone, but swears he did his best. Abel sees his brother is wound up tighter than a drum and tells him to take a chill pill, reminding him he's not their dad and has no reason to be scared. Finally, he tells his bro it's showtime, declaring this is the dawn of a new age for the Howard family dynasty. Back in the hall, the crowd's been waiting so long they've basically started to redecorate the place. Bader is just lost in the sea of people when suddenly the back doors dramatically swing open and out walk Abel and his brother. The guy with the scar struts down the red carpet looking like he owns the whole joint. Some people in the room are kinda shook seeing how young the new top dog is. He strolls up to a spot where everyone can get a good look, gives a wave, and thanks them all for coming. He introduces himself as Abel Howard, the new face of the family. Brittany's staring at him thinking this guy had a major glow-up. He's not the same dweeb from 3 years ago. His clothes, the way he talks, everything's been upgraded. Turning to the audience, he says he knows they're all itching for the main event. But first, he whips out a book and asks if he can tell them a little bedtime story about the family's shady past. Our boy Blair is squinting at the book, super confused, trying to figure out what it is. Abel then explains it's the diary of the clan's first ever ancestor. He proclaims, this book holds all the dirty laundry the family has been hiding for centuries. The story goes that like a bunch of other brainiacs, his ancestor went to the 7 bridges to solve that infamous problem. He spent forever there frying his brain, but he just couldn't crack the code. Even so, the stubborn old guy refused to tap out. And then one day the ancestor thought he finally times found the right path. He got so psyched he sprinted off to brag to everyone. The very next day he was showing off the path he supposedly discovered. The old dude was so giddy, he didn't even bother to double check if his theory was, correct. He just ran his mouth all over town. But later that night, he decided to actually give it a test run, and that's when he realized he'd made a massive epic fail. He hadn't found the right solution at all. In fact, he'd just goofed up and taken a wrong turn in his research. The guy realized the gigantic screw-up he'd made, and that by morning, he was about to get totally roasted in front of a bajillion people. In the end, unable to handle the epic cringe, the old man decided to take a long walk off a short pier. He wanted to pay for his oopsie with his own life. He left behind a notebook explaining the whole mess, and begged his descendants in his notes to tell everyone the truth, but he clearly never guessed his own family would just leave his last request on read. Instead, they hid the book and cooked up a new story claiming their ancestor totally solved it, but the proof tragically sank with him. All that just to save the family's reputation, and that lie has been their greatest hit until now. But you can't ghost the truth forever, and now the family has to face the music. After that whole dramatic speech, Abel took a ridiculously deep bow in front of everyone. He said he wanted to issue a formal my bad to everyone for keeping the truth under wraps for so many years. Then the whole crowd just lost it, screaming at him like, how did your family have the balls to hide this for so long? Blair's sizing up Abel, thinking, man, this dude is not backing down. The second it dropped that the 7 bridges problem was a total fake-out, it was painfully obvious the Howard family had been capping this whole time. Now that he's aired all their dirty laundry, all the future kids are going to have an even bigger mess to deal with, and to their original ancestor. The Howard name is basically going to be a joke. Then out of nowhere, some girl in the crowd asks if that's the real reason. Abel 86, the Math Society. Without even looking up, the new family boss man says that saying sorry was one of the reasons, but not the main event. The real tea for shutting down the society was this so-called devil's number. The same girl shot back asking if they even managed to find the number. Abel finally sits up and goes, "Nah, we couldn't find the devil's number. But it's not because we're not smart enough." He then hits him with the claim that the number doesn't even exist, which totally knocked Blair for a loop. Some old guy in the audience then asks why he's so sure the number is fake. Abel broke it down, saying the number is impossible with the math they know now. And that's the real reason he torpedoed the math society. Some dude in glasses asked if that means they'll never find the devil's number, but the answer was a hard no. The white-haired guy declares that the devil's number can absolutely be solved and one day they're gonna nail it. But for now, this is a whole new playground of research. And the one guy who can lead them all into this new territory is none other than Mr. Blair from Shenden Academy, the absolute madman who invented the devil's number. The whole room starts whispering, cause literally no one knows who our main character is. Abel, reading the room, said that most people probably don't know Blair because he's a super low-key guy. So when he dropped this number, he begged them to keep his name secret. But now to get over this hump and dive into this new field, he's basically begging for Mr. Blair's help. At that exact second, Professor Brittany whips around to ask our boy for the game plan. But then, poof, she and everybody else realize the dude just did a vanishing act. Yup, he completely bounced. The blonde dude walks up to his brother and whispers that Blair totally ghosted them. Abel's just like, "I really thought his curiosity would make him stick around, but I guess I was dead wrong." He says the kid will have to show his face sooner or later and then they can grill him on everything in person. Some time goes by after that train wreck of a conference. The next day, the gossip is absolutely raging through the second-year class. The big rumor is that the guy who cooked up the devil's number was Blair. Abel managed to pin the whole thing on him. And just like that, nobody gives a single thought to the Howard family's drama anymore. Over in our boy's classroom, he's literally the only thing they're talking about. Out of the blue, Toby comes over, pokes Blair, and says his name. But before he can even hear what his buddy wants, Blair just cuts him off. He's like, "I saw nothing at the conference, I got out of there at the perfect moment. And you need to leave me alone." But Toby just blows him off and tells him to look where he's pointing. Our hero turns around and is suddenly face to face with the person looming over him. It's the history teacher, a dude named Hank, and he's parked right in front of Blair's desk. The teacher says, "I know you're some kind of math god," but the dude's never actually passed his class. Blair tries to play defense, saying his history facts are just scrambled eggs in his brain, but the teacher wasn't buying that garbage and slammed his fist on the desk like a toddler. He's all like, "I don't care if you're hot stuff now, you're still my student, so hit the books." Meanwhile, Toby, looking like he's seen a ghost, decides to butt in and blurts out that someone's looking for Blair. Hank gets totally ticked off about being interrupted and is about to tear the kid a new one, but Toby just jabs a thumb over his shoulder. Without even glancing, the teacher keeps puffing his chest out, barking that he doesn't give a rat's behind who it is, not even if it's the vice principal. And then what do you know, the actual vice principal slaps a hand on his shoulder and goes, "Yeah, I'm here for Blair." The teacher's tough guy act just melts into a puddle of pure terror. Hank practically shoves Blair out of his seat, telling him to scram with the guy. Our boy doesn't need to be told twice and zips out of there, walking down the academy's hallway, and who's there with the VP? None other than President Calvin. He sticks out a hand, but Blair, looking totally unimpressed, just asks what they want. The VP starts whining about how the whole world is basically begging him to crack this devil's number thingy, and how the city's math nerds are having a full-blown meltdown. Blair totally gets the picture, and you can just see the troll gears start turning in his head. He's about to open his mouth, but Calvin cuts him off. "The prez is all. We really need you, kid, and this could be huge for you." Too. But our hero with this epic little smirk just hits him with a "nah, don't feel like it." Cut to Brittany's classroom. She's in the middle of teaching when the door flies open like it's been kicked in. It's Toby barging in without even a "how do you do." He's panting like he just ran a marathon, gasping for the teacher to book it. He's yelling that they snatched Blair and she's gotta help. Next thing you know, a whole mob is camped outside the conference room where they've got our boy cornered. He was in there surrounded by the academy's biggest brainiacs in suits. They had 4 VPs in there trying to give him the 3rd degree, plus another 10 or so managers blocking the door. Blair just looks at President Calvin and asks how exactly he plans on getting him to play along. The president fires back that since the kid cooked up this so-called devil's number, he can't just ghost the entire math community. So Blair, completely changing the topic, hits Calvin with, "So you always call the truth diabolical, or is that just a new hobby?" That comment definitely ruffled some feathers in the room. Calvin, trying to get back on track, just asks, "So is it true, this devil's number can't be a whole number?" Our boy's just like, "Yup." And then he adds that it's not just his number. You can't express a square with the number 2 or 3 either. He lays it out for them that kind of value can't be a neat little integer, and there are tons of other numbers just like it. And here's the kicker, you can actually prove it with math. Calvin, looking like his brain just short-circuited, asks the kid if they've basically been dead wrong for hundreds of years. But Blair just shrugs, explaining that's just how math rolls. It's a science where you're constantly messing up and then fixing it. So Calvin begs him, "Can you please help the math community out? Show them the method to prove and formulate a number like that." Our hero gives a fake little apology and says, "Sorry, can't help you there." From what they're saying, he finally gets why they're all freaking out. They're totally wigging out that the truth they've been clinging to for centuries might be a total lie. And according to our boy Blair, getting spooked is like the most basic human thing ever, so no need to get their undies in a twist. Back where he's from, people literally went to war over finding the real deal. He's basically telling them to grow a pair, face their fears, and then they can get to the good stuff. They gotta take down this devil, one baby step at a time. Because if he just spills the beans, he'll totally wreck the entire math universe. He's got faith they can nut up and face this thing head on. I mean, who doesn't love a little bravery, right? The old president's jaw is practically on the floor after that little speech. The dude's feeling the existential dread of it all. Then, out of nowhere, every single person around Blair just does this crazy, deep, respectful bow. They're thanking him for schooling them. The president is all like, "Yeah, Blair's right, we totally jumped the gun on this one." They thank our hero for his wise guidance and swear the math nerds will never ever forget his legendary contribution. Blair, terrified of his own skyrocketing fame, tries to get the president to take it all back. But then bam, the room's door gets absolutely obliterated off its hinges and some dude in white comes sailing through the air with it. That door yeets itself across the room, followed by a couple of chairs for good measure. Everybody, even our boy Blair, is just gawking at whatever monster just Kool-Aid manned their door. And who do they see in the hallway? Teacher Brittany. She's staring daggers at the suits with pure, unadulterated rage in her eyes. She just lets her power rip into the air, basically getting ready to vaporize anyone who so much as looked at her student funny. Her face was locked in this look of absolute fury, and she slowly growls, asking why they snatched her Blair. Our guy, meanwhile, is just waving and grinning at his teacher like a goofball, calling out to her. He's all, "Hey, it's cool, these old dudes just wanted to chat." Realizing what she just did, Brittany is instantly mortified and yanks back all the crazy magic she was about to unleash. She starts stammering apologies to the president and everyone else, trying to cook up some lame excuse, but the old man couldn't care less. He's like, "Nah, our bad. We went overboard and should have told you we were borrowing your student." A little while later, it's noon, and the whole Blair napping situation is finally over. He and his teacher are just walking down the hall, totally quiet, both off in their own little worlds. She finally breaks the awkward silence, trying to explain that she was freaked out those guys were gonna do something to him. But our hero just tells her to chill out because with so many kids at the academy, nobody's gonna mess with him. Then totally out of the blue, she's like, "Hey, I gotta ask you something," and he, playing it super cool, tells her to shoot. So she asks why in the world he made such a massive deal about the devil's number. He explains that like all the cool math kids do, he just hit him with a question of his own. But she was not buying that BS for a second. With this super embarrassed look on her face, she gets right to the point and asks if he's into Isabella. Our boy did times not times see that coming and just completely freezes up. See, in Brittany's head, Blair's caught in some epic love triangle with Isabella and Feige. According to her fan fiction, he dissed Feige because she's also crushing on him. So the teacher promises to keep it on the down low that Blair supposedly trashed poor Howard over Isabella. He tried to set the record straight, but yeah, that was a total lost cause. The teacher totally ghosts him, just booking it down the hall all giddy to fix the mess. Our dude screams for her to hit the brakes one last time, but it's like he's talking to a brick wall. He's left there totally defeated already, feeling the migraine from the future bureaucratic nightmare. A little time skip. It's night, and our main character drags himself home. Cut to him in the kitchen playing chef for himself and Isabella. He's just thinking about how teacher Brittany's imagination is a runaway train, and how he's got to schedule an intervention to explain reality to her. And speak of the devil, Isabella just materializes in front of him, giving his cooking the old suspicious side-eye. Teacher Brittany pops in too, explaining she was the one who summoned the student so they could go full-on conspiracy theorist about the devil's number together. Dodging that weirdness like a pro Bouye, asks if the rumors are true that Brittany's main power is wind-based. He spills that he wanted to build a refrigerator to keep his snacks from spoiling, but that job calls for some seriously pro-level water magic. The teacher, hearing a word that's not in her medieval dictionary, is like, "A refry, what now?" He shoves a drawing at her and explains it's basically a magic cold box for food. She and Isabella immediately huddle up to critique the guy's so-called art. Brittany looks at the doodle completely baffled while her student flashes a smug little smirk. Isabella, on the other hand, thinks it's a masterpiece of comedy and just dies laughing. Our boy predictably gets super salty about her reaction and snatches the paper back and starts whining. But the teacher actually takes his crayon masterpiece seriously and whips out a water spell, and poof, she creates an exact replica of his drawing. Our protagonist's jaw hits the floor as he asks how the heck she did that. She then casually explains she hasn't just maxed out her air magic stats, but her water magic too. No big deal. Isabella is absolutely shook because mages who can juggle two elements are basically unicorns. You can count them on one hand. After seeing this epic flex, our guy gets nosy and asks why a powerhouse like her is still stuck teaching at the academy. The question totally short-circuits her brain, and she just stands there buffering. While she's off in La La Land, her eyes drift over to the pot of food. To dodge the question, she pulls a classic switcheroo and announces that dinner is served. And what do you know, our protagonist had cooked a whole feast for the three of them with the table set and everything. Isabella is staring at the plate like it's some alien specimen. The protagonist has to explain that it's all secret recipes from his homeland, which is why it looks so foreign. Isabella even throws some shade, doubting he can cook, but you can tell she's dying for a bite. A little while later, it's a culinary crime scene. The plates are wiped clean with only a few sad crumbs left behind. Isabella is over there licking her lips, trying to savor every last molecule of flavor. She's in absolute food heaven over our boy's cooking, looking totally blissed out. He's stunned because Isabella usually has the emotional range of a rock. So naturally, he takes this golden opportunity to troll her. He reminds her how she said she'd rather starve than eat his cooking. Out of nowhere, the blonde goes nuclear red with embarrassment and yanks on his ear. She starts complaining that the food was just times 2 times good. Seeing this whole drama unfold, the teacher just starts cracking up, totally loving the show. Her laughter finally gets their attention, and they both turn and ask what's so hilarious. That's when the teacher just blurts out that she thinks they make an adorable couple and are totally perfect for each other. This comment makes both students go beet red and crash. He's staring at the teacher, wondering where on earth he could possibly teleport to. To slice through the awkward silence, Isabella finally lets go of our hero's ear, announcing she's not into weirdos. That little dig definitely landed, and he claps back that he's not exactly hunting for stuck-up girls like her either. To stop the train wreck, the teacher jumps in. She reminds Isabella she's leveling up to magic for beginners and asks which element she's planning to main. The girl shoots back that she wants to be an airbender just like her teacher. But the master explains that while wind is flashy, it's pretty much useless in a fight when you're a total noob. She says the most important thing for Isabella right now is learning not to get flattened, and for that she suggests the earth element. But Isabella's having none of it, whining that earth mage attacks are just super ugly. Hearing this, our guy sarcastically thinks, "Oh yeah, what a rock-solid reason." But then out of nowhere, she yanks his ear again hard. He practically jumps out of his skin and starts yelling at her, demanding to know how she read his mind. She just deadpans that she didn't have to because his dumb thoughts were written all over his face. Then the teacher asks Blair which element he wants to try. Our boy strikes a super serious thinking pose, finger on his chin, and after a dramatic pause, says that ever since he was a little dude, he decided he wanted to collect them all. Isabella immediately shoots that idea out of the sky, telling him to keep dreaming, cause in her opinion there's no way in heck he has the talent to master all 4. But as she looks at Blair, Professor Brittany feels something different and suddenly gets a case of the goosebumps. She says that he not only can, but he's totally gonna pull an avatar and master all the elements. Isabella looks like she just heard the world's worst joke, but the teacher lays it all out. She says that when Blair uses magic, this crazy chaotic aura just erupts around him, so he might actually have the secret sauce for controlling all 4 elements. To get back on track, she says they'll shelf that topic for later, and now it's time to start the actual magic lesson. The whole class erupts in cheers. Their teacher is a total top-tier mage, but she warns them that to be legendary, they can't just be magical one-trick ponies. She explains that even with god-tier magic, chanting spells and waving your hands around takes way too long. To cover that weakness, mages need to learn how to throw down for those moments when there's no time to cook up a spell. While the teacher is dropping all this wisdom, our boy is busy calculating the practicality of using water magic to wash the dishes. The teacher hammers the point home that sometimes a good old-fashioned fistfight is way more useful than any hocus-pocus. That's why before she teaches them any spells, she's going to show them some close-quarters combat. That's when the light bulb finally flickers on in Blair's head. His teacher is a brawler too. Right on cue, Isabella volunteers to beat the snot out of him, claiming she's already a martial arts pro from home. Brittany just gives him a look that says, "Try not to die." Isabella promises she won't go all out, then immediately starts trash-talking Blair, saying that since he sucks at math and magic, she'll at least prove she can kick his butt in a fight. So the two of them get geared up and head to an empty room for the throwdown. To mess with his head a little, Isabella tells him he's going to leave this room bawling his eyes out from the beatdown he's about to receive. With that lovely intro, she goes full-on berserker mode, blitzing in for the first hit. Seriously, this girl moves like a blur. In like a matter of seconds, she's all up in our boy's grill, launching a haymaker right at his face. This whole throwdown just keeps on dragging. Next thing you know, it's pitch black outside. The stars are out, but the epic smackdown between Blair and Isabella is still tearing up the living room. But plot twist, Blair was totally ready for it. He times it like a pro, and instead of eating that punch, he just plucks her fist right out of the air. The blonde is absolutely shook, completely frozen. Our boy, seeing his chance, yanks her in, slams her on the floor, and instantly has her pinned, twisting her left arm into a pretzel behind her back. Yeah, she's stuck. So the girl pulls out the old waterworks, acting like she's totally beaten and begging him to let her go with this sob story voice. And Blair, the absolute simp, falls for it, hook, line, and sinker. He loosens his grip, all relieved, and is like, okay, I'll let you go. He barely gets the words out before a boot comes flying at his dome. Turns out, the blonde's crocodile tears were just a setup to break free and launch a counterattack. But my man saw that coming a mile away. Blair hits her with a slick little sidestep, and she completely whiffs it, losing her balance and tumbling again. This time, there's no saving it. She's going down for the count, and it's gonna be a rough landing. She's freaking out because a drop like that at that speed is gonna leave a mark. But then, poof, she just stops falling. When she cracks open her eyes, there's Blair holding her bridal style just a few inches off the floor. He looks down at her and is all like, my bad. This just completely short-circuits her brain. Meanwhile, the teacher Brittany is over there looking like her jaw unhinged and hit the floor. Like, how in the world did this random dude just school the mayor's daughter, a girl who's basically been a ninja since she was in diapers? Blair's like, nah, I never took any fancy classes, but back home he was super into this thing he calls sand. The teacher's like, never heard of it, and mutters something about his hometown being a total mystery box. Meanwhile, Isabella, still chilling in his arms, starts pinching our boy's cheek, which is girl code for, dude, put me down already. Not about to take the L, she blames the floor, claiming it was too slippery. After witnessing this whole soap opera, Brittany, the teacher, is suddenly all fired up and basically yells, you get over here, you're sparring with me now. He's kinda hesitant though, explaining that with his sand style it's tough to pull your punches and he's worried he might accidentally send her into orbit. But the teacher just brushes it off, telling him to chill out and not sweat it. So Blair's like, alright, bet, and squares up with a serious game face. He revs up, builds some serious speed, and unleashes a kick aimed right at Brittany's noggin. She goes into full-on Matrix mode, tracking the kick and dodging at the very last second with insane reflexes. Except, the kick never even connects. Why? 'Cause halfway through the swing, our boy got completely sidetracked by the teacher's prominent assets. He suddenly remembered his old master's advice. Against a true master, you won't even see the attack coming. For years, Blair just thought the old man was spouting a bunch of fortune cookie nonsense. But now he was getting a first-hand lesson that his master was 100% right. With his guard dropped completely, Brittany laid him out cold without even messing up her hair. She even catches the dude mid-fall and gently sets him on the floor. Isabella sprints over, totally panicked, yelling and asking if he's still breathing. The teacher's like, he just took a quick nap, he'll be up in a sec. The blonde snaps back that for all she cares that Peeping Tom can stay asleep forever. Seeing that Blair is out cold and won't hear anything, Brittany takes the chance to drop a bombshell. She says she knows Isabella has a crush on him. The girl is shocked by what she just heard and starts yelling bright red with embarrassment. She tries to deny it, saying the teacher is crazy and that she would never like a creep like him. But Brittany insists, saying it's not just a hunch, she's positive about the girl's feelings. Isabella was about to say something back, but right at that moment she's interrupted. Still a bit groggy, Blair yells the teacher's name and without even looking grabs the first thing his hand finds. Isabella gets even more mortified when she sees the guy still unconscious squeezing the teacher's boobs. Then his eyes start to open. He's coming to trying to figure out what's going on. The next day our boy is already at the academy, sitting in class and rubbing his bruises. Toby looks at him with a mischievous grin and asks what went down at Brittany's house, already implying something. Blair just angrily remembers everything that happened after he passed out. After that scene of him accidentally grabbing the teacher, Isabella totally lost it and went after the pervert. Blair, and all beaten up, tried to get away, yelling that she was going to break his arm. The teacher had to step in, telling Isabella to let the guy go and explaining he didn't do it on purpose since he was unconscious. Thinking about the student, our protagonist is pissed. The girl has zero technique, but she's got absurd strength enough to break his arm. He never imagined she was so skilled in martial arts. She definitely had a good master and must have trained like crazy. In this world, common folks don't get a chance to learn martial arts from a young age, let alone magic. So, Blair figures she must be from some noble family. Out of nowhere, Toby calls out to him all excited, saying he's already mastered the spirit summoning technique Blair taught him. Our boy is floored by his friend's talent, who learned such a complex technique so fast. Toby, all pumped up, immediately offers to show him what he can do. He concentrates, gathers the power in his hands, and summons the fire element. The magic starts to form right there, and he yells out the name of the fireball technique, trying to cast the spell. Blair just watches, curious and surprised. He wonders why nothing happened. Where's the so-called fireball? But Toby tells him to look closer. When they both focus on his hands, they see two tiny little fireballs floating between his palms. Blair starts messing with his friend, saying that at this rate he'll never surpass him in magic. But inwardly he thinks it doesn't even look like a fireball. It's more like two sparks. Suddenly something catches his attention. When he turns, he comes face to face with a hand holding a huge cake in front of him. It was Alice. She'd heard that Blair had broken his arm and brought him a snack, figuring he'd come without anything to eat again. She even comments that Toby had probably already scarfed down his own food. The protagonist replies that he feels a little weird accepting her food, But at the same time, he can't stop staring at the cake. With a smile on her face, the girl asks if it's good. As soon as Blair starts eating, he admits her food is the best ever and asks what she's doing there. She says she has a question for him. Blair's like, all right, lay it on me, I can take it. So Alice, wasting zero time, just drops the bomb. She hits him with the ultimate question. You got the hots for Isabella, don't you? Our boy just about short-circuited. Instead of answering, he tries the old switcheroo, asking why she's so nosy. But homegirl wasn't having it and demanded the deets. Blair, doing his best impression of a cool guy, claims he's only got eyes for one thing, magic. Yeah, real smooth. She looked at him like he just said the sky was green, but in the end, she seemed to buy it. But before my man could even process that interrogation, Alice swoops in and plants one right on his cheek. Blair's brain officially blue-screened. As she's bouncing, she tosses over her shoulder, "Get used to seeing me around." At this point, the entire class, who were totally tuned into the Blair show, were all collectively shook, wondering how this dude is such a chick magnet. Classes finally wrap up and Blair makes a beeline for the library, still trying to decode whatever the heck just happened with Alice, but then he's like, nah, not my problem. He remembers he's already blazed through every single magic book on this level. After slamming the cover on the final one, he does a big ol' stretch and yawn, totally wiped. So next stop, floor number 2, where they keep the big boy books. He strolls up to the main desk and sees this purple-haired girl completely lost in some book with a hot pink cover. I'm guessing it ain't a spell book, know what I mean? Anyway, our hero walks up, gives her a howdy, and asks for the secret passage to the next floor. The girl gives his ID a 1-second look, sees he's just a student peon, and immediately hits him with a hard nope. She's all like, the second floor is for beginner mages, and up, sweetie. Next. He tries explaining he's not quite juiced up on spiritual power yet, and asks if there's a back door. The girl hits him with another no, and then throws in a little insult for fun, asking how his tiny brain could possibly handle the advanced stuff. Our boy is officially triggered by her snooty vibe and is winding up to drop a savage comeback, but then plot twist, Molly pops up at the desk out of nowhere. She spots our dude and is like, hey, you need a hand. Purple Hair could not care less. She literally just turns her back and tells Molly, you deal with this, and goes back to her book. So, Molly breaks it down for him to level up. You need a mage ID, even the noob version. She suggests he could try to get certified, but his chances are basically zero since his power levels are so pathetic. Even so, the guy decides to roll the dice. He hits her with this bombshell that he's figured out how to upgrade water element magic. Molly's like, whoa dude, this is for real. If you fail, you'll get permabanned from this library forever. But Blair's got his game face on. He ain't playing. Molly chews on that for a sec, figures what the heck, and agrees to his crazy plan. She politely tells him to follow her and points to a room nearby. Molly walks into the lion's den, the examiner's room, and lays out Blair's situation. One of the dudes is just flabbergasted, muttering that he can't believe some kid thinks he can just improve water magic. The other examiner is straight up calling bull, saying it's just a lame excuse to trick them because the water ball spell is like centuries old and already maxed out. The dude in the blue robes gives him one last warning. Kid, think long and hard, because if this is a prank, your academic life is over. But Molly ain't backing down. She vouches for the kid and tells them to just let him take the shot. Seeing her go to bat for him like that, the examiners finally cave. The guy in blue size gives in and tells our hero to get in there. So Blair waltzes into this total dump of a room, fixes his mask like he owns the place, and gets ready to talk. But the two mages couldn't care less. They're just kicking back, sipping on some red mystery juice, and basically talking about nothing. Our boy decides to interrupt their little kiki and says hi. He pulls a fast one, calling himself Chenlu, just some humble magic student. Then he lays on the sales pitch, saying he's here to show them how to level up their dinky water ball spell. A technique that'll supposedly crank its power up to 11. Hearing this, the dude in red just dead stares at the kid. He looks totally shook, like his brain just blue-screened. Then, completely out of left field, the red-robed guy rockets out of his chair, pointing and screaming that he knows this black-haired punk. He's all, that's Blair, the kid who magically busted into our office. He spins around to his buddy and is like, we gotta take this to the testing room now. Last time this kid was here, he almost leveled the joint. But the other mage, Mr. Mustache, is totally clueless about this freakout and starts pushing back. He's like, dude, chill, he's just a student. What's he gonna do? Then the stage man turns to the kid and basically says, all right, hotshot, show me what you got. Hit me with this so-called improved water ball. So Blair's like, okay, you asked for it, and starts powering up, drawing all this crazy energy into himself. You can practically feel the mana flowing. Dude's literally juggling fire and water at the same damn time. And then poof, a massive fireball just pops into his left hand. Meanwhile, in his right hand, a water ball starts swirling into existence. The water mage sees this and his jaw just hits the floor, completely stunned. He's just waiting for the punchline, but then immediately starts freaking out to his buddy like he's using two elements TWO and starts prepping a defensive spell just in case. Blair, having juiced up his hands with enough mana, he begins to smush the two opposing elements together. Under all that pressure, the fire and water start to violently merge, and as the two spells get all mixed up, a gnarly wave of water just explodes outwards. The fire mage, who was smart enough to already have a shield up, immediately gets that, oh crap, here we go again feeling. And just like that, a massive pressure bomb detonates right in the room. Everything that isn't nailed down goes flying. Thick steam fills the air, and as it finally starts to fade, Blair's silhouette just stands there in the middle of the chaos. Dusting himself off, the seriously ticked-off water mage starts yelling at the kid. He's shooting daggers at him, totally losing his cool and demanding to know how the heck he pulled that off. But for our boy, it's like, it's easy. Step 1, make a water ball. Step 2, make a fire one. After that, you just, mash them together. You just gotta squish them real good with your hands until they become one. And when they finally fuse, K-boom, way more juice than either one had by itself. The dude in the blue robe is still trying to catch his breath, his mind just reeling over how this kid can juggle 2 elements. He's clearly impressed by the, results, and tells him to hang tight for a minute. So Molly decides to play hostess to the guy who just blew up their room, making him a cup of tea. He thanks her, then gets all awkward with her just standing there hovering and asks her to take a seat. Trying to break the silence, our hero asks Molly if she's into the whole magic thing too. She's like, yeah, but I'm nowhere near your level, still replaying that insane explosion Blair just caused in her head. But our guy plays it cool, all humble-like, saying he's not that big of a deal since he hasn't even hit the first level yet. He claims the big boom was all thanks to the technique, not him. Sure, I can use 2 elements, he says. But that's got nothing to do with my actual skill level promise. He claims it's way easier than it looks. It's basically like patting your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. You know, if your hands were on fire and made of water? To flex his skills, he busts out a piece of paper and starts doodling with both hands at once, sliding the masterpiece over to the girl. And he reveals he somehow managed to sketch 2 different animals at the same time. The girl's like, "Aw, the puppy and kitty are so cute." And our dude's just like, that's a wolf and a tiger actually. Totally flustered. Molly blurts out that she can totally do 2 things at once too. Meanwhile, the 2 wizards who just tested him sprint over to the vice president's office to spill the tea about this kid. The VP is having none of it, basically calling them liars and saying there's no way some rookie could juggle 2 elements at the same time. But the dude in the blue robes, Brady, is adamant, swearing that he and Andre saw the whole freaking show with their own 2 eyes. A little light bulb goes off in the VP's head. What if this kid just unlocked a whole new level of magic? But then comes the big question. How many people could actually pull this off? Because if it's not a technique for the masses, then what's even the point? So on the VP's command, every single manager and staff member gets herded into one room. A bunch of them are super ticked off because this sudden summons totally wrecked their schedules. And then out of nowhere, the big boss himself shows up with the 2 mages. They announce that someone's cooked up a brand new technique, but of course there's a catch. You gotta conjure a ball of water and a ball of fire simultaneously. That guy, Brady, explains he rounded everyone up to see if this is a practical skill for everyday life and tells the whole room to give it a whirl. Immediately, some of the mages start side-eyeing each other, muttering about whether this is even physically possible. The purple-haired girl glances over at our boy, wondering if he's the genius behind this. But she's like, nah, no way. After all, he's just some random student. So the whole room of wizards gets their focus on and starts trying to summon both elements at once. One dude looks like he's about to nail it. Fire starts to crackle and water begins to pool in his hands. But then, bam, the water goes totally haywire and the spell just fizzles out. No matter how hard the guy tries, he just can't get the fire and water to play nice at the same time. The entire crowd starts grumbling that it's a total bust that nobody's ever been able to pull this off before. So while they're hoofing it to Blair's room, Brady tries to get a word in with the president but gets straight up ignored. The old geezer starts spouting off about how he thinks only Chenlu has the magic touch, sounding all bummed out that maybe no one else on the whole planet can pull it off. It was really looking like our boy was about to get a big fat F on this test. But then bam, Molly crashes the party, having already mastered the trick. And there she is flexing with a perfect orb of water in one hand and a literal fireball in the other. The 3 old-timers just go dead silent, staring at her with their jaws hitting the floor. Molly finally clocks the 3 statues and is like, "Oh, hey, Vice President Elton," all surprised. Our main man greets him too, seizing the moment to hype up Molly, saying she's a total genius who's already got it down. Then he's like, "So, do I pass now?" But the old dude explains that the rulebook says they need at least 3 people who can do the new magic. They literally dragged in everyone from the Magic Society, and not a single soul besides Molly could juggle both elements. Molly pipes up looking a little down and asks if he's really not going to pass the test. But the prez claps back, saying he's making a one-time exception for Blair, cause his little trick could seriously rewrite the future of magic. And get this, the old guy doesn't stop there. He even invites our hero to join the cool kids table as an honorary member of the Magic Society. Our dude plays it cool, saying it's a massive honor and all, but plot twist, he's got one tiny condition. The president's like, "All right, spill it," so Blair lays out his master plan. The big demand. He wants Molly promoted to assistant manager. Molly's jaw hits the floor and she's just staring with eyes the size of dinner plates, not processing a single thing. A little later, the purple-haired hater storms into the secretary's office, Absolutely livid that Molly snagged the assistant gig. She's now on a full-blown warpath against the blue-haired girl, convinced that job was supposed to be hers. She gets all up in a secretary's face, demanding to know where Molly and that student are hiding. Her patience meter hits 0, so she gives the poor girl a hard shove and calls her an idiot. But then, completely out of left field, as a light bulb goes off in her crazy head, she remembers our hero asking about the library's second floor. Meanwhile, Blair is stuck in the president's office doing boring paperwork. He slaps his signature on a document to patent his slick new technique, and the old dude makes it official. The copyright for his soup-it-up water ball technique is now all his. Our guy's mind is totally blown. This fantasy world has freaking copyrights. The president of the Magic Society breaks down the hustle for him. They're gonna hype up his new technique like it's the next big thing, and anybody who wants to learn it has to pay up. The cash gets split 50-50, one slice for our protagonist, the genius inventor, and the other for the society. And if some cheapskate tries to pirate the technique without paying the society's magic DRM, sniffs him out instantly. The offender gets immediately slapped onto a blacklist, and depending on how bad it is, could even get a free trip to magic jail. Blair's just thinking to himself how wild it is that their science is basically in the Stone Age, but their intellectual property laws are from the year 3000. Then the old geezer drops the price tag for the technique, a cool 100 gold coins. Our hero nearly keels over because that's a king's ransom to him, but the president totally misreads the room. He thinks Blair is insulted by how low the price is and starts scrambling to explain that the technique is for super skilled mages, and if the price is too steep, all the noobs who buy it and can't use it will throw a fit. Our guy's like, nah, the price is good, but he's got the perfect fix for that little problem. He suggests tacking on a special little disclaimer at the end of the instructions. You know, some classic fine print. The disclaimer would basically say that the technique requires some serious skill, so people should probably think twice before buying, and oh yeah, absolutely no refunds. He even adds a slick clause stating that the final say on the rules belongs to the Magic Society and him. The old man's like, in English please, and our boy explains it's their ultimate get-out-of-any-lawsuit-free card. The president is seriously impressed by Blair's galaxy brain move, realizing this kid has thought of every single loophole. Blair just smirks and fires back a sarcastic, hey, you're no dummy either, old man, basically saying that great sneaky minds think alike. A bit later, Molly leads our protagonist up to the VIP section, the second floor of the library. He's shocked to see the place is way bigger than the first floor. She explains that this is the exclusive lounge only for high-tier mages, which is why it's always a ghost town. Up there, he's got a treasure trove of books on god-tier magic and new techniques he can geek out on for days. Molly catches him gawking and asks what he's staring at. Our protagonist, having zero filter, he slides in with a slick compliment about her new getup. The poor girl practically short-circuits from the unexpected praise and stammers out a thank you. And just like that, mission accomplished, he pivots faster than a pro gamer and asks where he can find the cheat codes for leveling up his magic mojo. Molly, still blushing, admits the selection is kinda slim, but she scurries off and like magic nabs the exact book he wanted. The book's got a snoozer of a title, Theory and Practice for Increasing Spiritual Power. But just as she's making her way down the ladder, things get spicy. Molly totally whiffs a step and goes timber plummeting towards the ground. She clenches her eyes shut, ready to become a pancake on the library floor. But the big splat never comes. She cracks an eye open to find our hero caught her mid-fall and is now cradling her like a princess in some cheesy romance novel. The air gets all thick with romantic tension for a hot second before Blair, ever the smooth operator, breaks the silence by asking if she's, not broken. She goes full-on tomato face, getting a weird case of deja vu like this has happened before. Little did they know they had an audience. Because of course some redhead lurker on the second floor was peeping on the whole scene from behind a bookshelf, just soaking in the drama. And naturally, her brain jumps to the absolute worst conclusion, cooking up a whole soap opera plot where Molly's using her charms to climb the corporate ladder. So she struts over to Blair, tries to get under his skin by calling him Chenlu, but he just claps back, not having any of her nonsense. She lays it on thick, congratulating him on the exam with a voice dripping in fake honey, swearing she totally believed in him the whole time. Reite. Then she hits him with some over-the-top thirsty pose, offering to do anything for him, but Blair's just standing there completely unbothered, and just tells her to bounce. Her master plan goes up in flames, and she's just frozen, realizing her dollar store seduction routine was a massive fail. Blair feels a tiny bit bad, so he's like, my bad. But then he immediately follows it up with a verbal smackdown. He tells her to scram because he's about to dive into some big-brain books that her tiny mind just wouldn't be able to handle. Oof, roasted. The redhead, switching tactics, apologizes for being a witch earlier, and then immediately tries to slander Molly, telling him not to trust a word she says. She claims Molly is the town gossip, but our boy's brain is working. He realizes Molly's been mum, so the one slinging mud is probably the one covered in it. Yep, she's the real drama queen. To shut her up for good, he threatens to narc on her to President Elton if she doesn't make like a tree and get out of there. That finally gets her to take the hint, and she yeets herself out of the library. At last, peace and quiet. Now Blair can finally get his nerd on. Alright, Magic 101, your power level is basically a lottery based on how you were born. It's all about that natural talent, baby. The more talent you've got, the faster you grind those levels. So far, mages only have two boring ways to get swole with magic. You can either sit around and ohm all day or just spam your spells. But the guy who wrote this book found a secret exploit. Apparently, when a mage learns a new move, it completely empties their mana bar. But here's the kicker, after they take a nap, the power doesn't just come back. Their max MP gets a permanent buff. The logic is so simple, even that Redhead could get it. Blair just has to go Super Saiyan, drain his battery to 0, let it recharge and repeat. It's like hitting the magic gym to get absolutely ripped. This is his ticket to shattering his talent ceiling and becoming totally OP. Our boy is so hyped, he decides he's gonna test this glitch out today. This is it, his big chance to stop being a noob and become a real mage. He doesn't waste a single second bolting to his super secret, totally not lame spot by the academy fence. But then out of nowhere, his brain hits the emergency brake. A random thought just pops in and he freezes mid-sprint. He gets that, "Did I leave the oven on" face. A nagging feeling tells him he forgot something major, so he spins around and sprints back home. And when he gets there, he strolls in to find two hangry princesses giving him the evil eye. The crime, he forgot to play personal chef for them. Blair is absolutely baffled by how helpless they are. He's literally thinking they're a couple of useless house pets who'd starve without him. Isabella shoots up from her chair and immediately starts her whining routine, demanding to know where the heck he's been and why their royal stomachs are empty. Without a word, he just grabs an apron like a defeated servant. He mumbles some lame excuse about magic society business and how he totally figured the professor would be on kitchen duty. Our boy then squints at the blonde and asks what she's doing there, and she, looking like she just won the lottery, scrambles to spill the tea. She drops the bomb, starting today she's his new freaking roomie. Blair's brain just completely short-circuited. The news is so wild he literally drops the frying pan on the floor. His totally unenthusiastic reaction really grinds the girl's gears, who just can't fathom why he isn't jumping for joy to live with someone as amazing as her. So Brittany, the teacher, steps in to explain. She says Isabella is moving in to make it easier to have study groups for magic and math. Yeah, right. Our MC isn't buying that garbage for a second and turns back to the stove grumbling like a madman. The blonde Isabella overhears him muttering and instantly starts making threats. Blair just decides to mentally peace out from the drama for a sec. He figures no matter what, he's getting his magic experiments done tonight. Finally, dinner's ready and the whole chaotic crew sits down. Isabella scarfs down her plate in record time. She lets out a big, satisfied sigh, feeling all full and happy. And our guy immediately nukes the vibe by telling her she's on dish duty. After dinner, the gang heads off to wash up. Then, Blair, with zero sense of timing, just waltzes into the bathroom to nag Isabella about forgetting to tie up her hair again. The only problem is he walked in on their private changing party and got a free ticket to the gun show. Our boy turns the color of a ripe tomato, and all he gets for his trouble is a slipper yeeted directly at his face. Later that night, everyone's getting ready for bed. Blair's in his room trying to read, but mostly just stewing about how he's now a full-time babysitter for these two. But then all of a sudden, he's just had enough of feeling sorry for himself. He leaps out of his chair and smacks the desk. He was supposed to be learning cool new spells, not being a glorified maid. And the time for action was now. Peering at his book, he decides he's going to master the Firebird technique, which is laid out for him in perfect detail. Right on cue, there's a knock on the door, and our already ticked-off protagonist growls. Who is it? It was Isabella, of course, who thought a pre-bedtime visit to his room was a fantastic idea. Our guy swallows his rage and tells her to come in. She starts with this whole act about how she felt bad for pegging him with the slipper and wanted to see if he was okay. But Blair can see right through her. He knows this is just a lame excuse to talk about something else. So he just cuts her off and asks what she really wants. The girl, totally busted, gets all embarrassed. She mumbles that she couldn't sleep and then asks him what he plans to do with his life. Our hero just stares at her like, what kind of question is that? She explains that she only has 1 year of school left and he has 2, and she's just super curious about his post-graduation game plan. He just replies that he hasn't thought about it at all and will probably just end up being the academy's resident teaching assistant forever. Totally losing her cool, the girl zips over to him and clamps onto his arm with a two-handed death grip. The blonde, basically begging at this point, whines about whether he even wants to hit up the capital after they ditch this magic school. Her eyes are practically shooting sparkles as she mentions how her daddy could totally pull some strings to get our boy in, and then they could be study buddies. The girl's already daydreaming that he'd be her personal chef, whipping up meals every single day, and honestly, she just digs his vibe. Our hero starts totally bugging out with this girl, invading his personal bubble, stammering that more school would be a colossal waste of time. Right now, he just wants to hang at the academy and work on his magic. Isabella's face totally drops, asking if he can really learn anything decent just sticking around here. The dude points out that they've got Professor Brittany, and her skills and smarts are more than enough to get him where he needs to be. The girl turns beet red hearing the teacher's name because her brain immediately flags the professor as the competition. And that's when her whole vibe does a complete 180. She starts accusing him of wanting to stay just to be near Brittany, not her. She doesn't even let him talk before she starts laying on the guilt trip. And right on cue, guess who waltzes in to see what all the racket is about? The teacher, of course. Brittany strolls in asking why they're not asleep yet. Then it's like her brain suddenly kicks into gear. Her eyes pop wide open when she spots the girl and our dude in a super compromising "wait, what is happening here" position. Anyway, night's over, sun's up. Brittany whipped up breakfast for the crew and they all sat down for a super duper awkward meal. Our guy's mind drifts back to last night when he tried to totally drain his mana battery learning new spells. By morning, he could feel he'd gotten a power-up, which means his wacky training method is the real deal. Suddenly, the teacher yanks him out of his internal monologue. She starts going on about how it's way too soon for them to be getting into the kind of activities she saw in his room, but our hero immediately jumps in to set the record straight. He insists they were just talking about post-graduation plans and that she's got the completely wrong idea. Brittany doesn't fight it and just apologizes for jumping to conclusions. But just then, Isabella slams her cup down on the table with the force of a tiny, angry god. Isabella is clearly fuming over this whole chat and her death glare is making everyone nervous. She snaps that she's got a class and storms off, changing the subject real quick. The teacher, clearly not wanting to add fuel to the fire, just gives a quick nod. Then, as Isabella shoves her chair back, she strolls past our boy and accidentally on purpose drills him in the face with her elbow. Brittany is completely baffled and asks if Blair got into some beef with the blonde yesterday, but he's just like, nope. After that awkwardness, the teacher switches gears and asks if he's got a minute that morning. She needs him to run an article about the devil's number over to the Mathematics Society. Blair agrees, and as he's heading over, he's just thinking what a total brainiac Brittany is. He barely helped her and she already figured out the whole thing on her own. Finally, he gets to this beat-up brick building and starts wondering if he's even in the right spot since the place looks completely deserted. And spoiler alert, the inside is even worse. The place is an absolute disaster zone, with random people milling about and mountains of paper piled up all over the floor. Some guy with a killer mustache at the counter tells him if he's got a manuscript just to toss it on the shelf over there, and if he's trying to collect some cash, he's got to talk to the manager. Blair just says he's there to drop off a paper, and the guy staring at him has a full-on system meltdown. He totally recognizes our boy, but his brain is buffering, struggling to remember Blair's name. Then it finally clicks and he screams the name loud enough for the entire building to hear. Our hero is completely floored that he's a celebrity now, and some nearby secretary chimes in that she saw him at the seminar. Then out of left field, a whole mob starts begging for his autograph and hitting him with a million questions. Totally not ready for this, our boy tries to make a run for it, claiming he was just dropping off an article for his teacher. As he's bailing, the secretary shouts that he can come back for his reward anytime. The moment he hears reward, Blair whips around instantly, looking like a kid on Christmas morning asking what reward she's talking about. Mustache guy even apologizes, thinking Blair was just there for a quick buck. Trying way too hard to act casual, Blair asks again about this supposed reward they have for him. The man with the mustache is shocked. Blair is so clueless. He explains that the Mathematics Society throws cash at anyone who can solve their ridiculously hard math problems. And the more brain-busting the problem, the bigger the pile of cash. Our boy's eyes light up with dollar signs at the thought of getting paid and says he wants a crack at these problems. The guy tells him to come along, leading him to the ancient riddles that nobody has ever figured out. They walk up to a wall that looks like a most wanted board covered in papers with weird figures and equations like criminal profiles. The guy says these problems have been there since before he was hired, and that he'll probably be 6 feet under before anyone solves them. Blair decides it's showtime and tells the crowd to give him some space so he can get in the zone. He then strikes a dramatic pose, leaning against the wall and pretending to power up like a video game character. A dude from the society, completely bewildered, asks Andre's rep what in the world is wrong with Blair. The other guy plays it up saying you can't interrupt a genius because inspiration could hit him like lightning. While the guy is just standing there praying for a miracle, the dude next to him tells him to look up, pointing at the wall. He says it seems like Blair already bounced. The man starts to panic, looking all over the place, totally confused and wondering where the so-called genius he was betting on disappeared to. Meanwhile, our black-haired hero had already vanished, daydreaming about how he could score about 500 gold coins for solving problems that were basically child's play. He was dead broke and couldn't afford any new tricks. He had no clue a gold mine was just sitting there inside the Math Society building. The truth is, he couldn't care less about advancing the world of mathematics. He's all about the Benjamins. Our protagonist literally skips down the street, scaring a few kids in the process. He figures the ultimate troll move is to solve everything in secret, then just stroll in to collect his loot. A day goes by and it's dead silent over at the Mathematical Society. The brown-haired guy even asks Andre why this Blair dude gets called a genius when all he did was run away the day before. Andre just assumes that maybe even a brainiac like Blair couldn't handle problems that had been stumping people for years. Then out of the blue, the door gets kicked open and a massive stack of papers is slammed onto their desk. It was our boy deciding to drop off all the answers at once. He's all like, look, I ain't got all day, so fork over the reward already. The guy, looking completely baffled, asks which one of the problems he actually solved, and our hero's just like, dude, all of them. Try to keep up. Right then, Mustache Man's brain just short-circuits, staring at the dark-haired dude like he's seen a ghost. Our boy, still rocking his Chenlu disguise, confirms he absolutely bodied all 23 problems from the Yabo City Math Club. Vice President Andre and his crew burned the entire day just fact-checking the guy's homework. Then, out of nowhere, someone yells that Mustache Man finished his review, and holy smokes, every single solution was perfect. All the nerds at the Math Society are completely losing their minds, jaws on the floor, realizing some kind of miracle just went down and this random dude just solved every problem they had. Meanwhile, our dark-haired legend was so over all the praise he just flopped onto a pile of books and passed out from sheer boredom. The people around him were going nuts. Some even wanted to start calling him the god of mathematics. Finally, Andre shuffles over with tears in his eyes and starts waking Blair up, who just groggily asks if they're done checking his work yet. Once they say yes, everyone just bows down to him and Andre asks for the legend's name. He just casually introduces himself as Chenluo, and when they go to pay up, he politely turns down a chunk of the money just to flex that this was only the beginning of their little arrangement. Blair, still in Chenluo mode, doesn't waste a second and bolts straight to the Magicians Association to make it rain. He slams a fat stack of cash in front of Molly and says he's there to buy some new tricks. Miles away, a knight is flooring it on his horse through a downpour. He's whipping the poor animal like he's desperately late for something, terrified he's not gonna make it. Up ahead, he can finally spot the palace of Yabo City's big boss tucked between a bunch of mountains. The knight finally makes it to the gate, but the guards block him. The messenger then flashes his credentials, saying he's got an order from the capital and has to see the city leader like now. Storming into the Lord's office, the knight hands the letter to some fancy dude with gray hair. This guy is Ozdam Clavios, the Lord of Yabo City. As he scans the letter, his face scrunches up and he asks if the intel is legit. The messenger confirms that some dude named Blair is already hanging out in Yabo City. The capital's 100% sure, but nobody has a clue where he's hiding. The mayor's wife hears the name Baird and pipes up, "You mean that traitor? The top-tier mage who ghosted us 3 years ago?" Clavios has no idea why this guy is back and starts freaking out that if he unleashes his power, it's game over for Yabo City. While all this drama is unfolding, our protagonist is just chilling in a classroom when his pen just slips and clatters to the floor. He dropped it because he was running on fumes, having burned through all his energy the day before learning that new magic he bought. The 500 gold coins weren't nearly enough, and he's already cooking up a new scheme to get more cash. Toby, just to be a jerk, points out that Blair's been looking totally exhausted ever since he started crashing with Brittany. Meanwhile, most of the girls in class are huddled up fangirling over a sketch. One of them drew of the so-called math god, and on the paper you can see Blair as Chenlu striking a ridiculously epic pose. Totally over this whole scene, Toby starts dissing the girls for being ridiculous and muttering under his breath. Noticing his saltiness, our boy chimes in like, "Who's this god you guys are fangirling over?" Toby spills the tea, explaining how some dude named Chenluo just waltzed in and crushed 23 of the gnarliest problems from the math nerd society. Apparently, he's the only thing anyone in the whole kingdom of Lon can even talk about anymore. Blair's totally loving this low-key fame, but at the same exact time, he's kinda ticked that his alias is being worshipped like some kind of god. Toby just scoffs, saying a math whiz like that has gotta be some dusty old geezer, not some young stud. Then he totally switches gears and asks Blair who he's planning to squad up with for the magic training session later. Our main man is caught off guard like, "Wait, why aren't you rolling with me?" His buddy's like, "Nah man, I'm not in because my power level is still in the noob zone." He also gives him a heads up that the second and third year big shots are gonna be there too. And Blair gets this super weird look on his face. Just then, Knight shows up and it's officially go time for the training. The instructors drone on about how the whole point is to buff up the students' magic skills by letting them actually use their powers for once. But they really times hammer home the point that even though practice is great and all, safety is like a super big deal. That's why they've basically bubble-wrapped the mountains and cleared out most of the scary stuff. Still, the students gotta watch their backs and not wander off the path like a bunch of toddlers. Now they gotta break into teams of 3 or 4. The mission, should they choose to accept it, is to camp out for a night and be back by noon tomorrow. The second the teachers shut up, Isabella and Alice make a beeline straight for Blair. Isabella, playing it smooth, asks who he's teaming with so he doesn't have to, pick a favorite and make it super awkward. He just throws out the idea that they should all just be one big happy team. Alice just cracks up, thinking it's adorable, and says he's got a big heart for not wanting to leave anyone out. She's totally on board. Isabella, though, is visibly salty because her plan for some one-on-one time with Blair just went up in smoke. Seeing the death glare she's shooting, Alice basically calls her out, asking if she's in or not. Backed into a corner, the blonde has no choice but to agree. Our boy is just happy he didn't start a catfight. Then out of nowhere, the scene zaps to some faraway spot behind a mountain. Some dude with gray hair shows up, staring off into the distance. He turns and tells some guy named Mr. Baird that the sun has officially clocked out. Baird just stands there for a beat, probably figuring out the most epic way to give orders to his crew. Finally, he announces they've arrived. Staring at the foggy mountaintops, he declares that the city of Yabo is about to have a very, very bad morning. Meanwhile, back in the mountains where the test is happening, it's gotten dark and spooky, with all the night critters making a racket. A cute little white bunny is just vibing in the grass when it suddenly senses someone creeping up on it. Not missing a beat, this little fluffball starts charging up a Kamehameha in its mouth and blasts a fireball at the trespassers. But then out of thin air, right before impact, the fireball just poofs out of existence. Turns out the party pooper was Isabella, who killed the attack with a literal flick of the wrist. The girl is totally geeking out that she just shut down magic from a wild critter. Blair, who was right there, starts going full-on nerd, explaining that if the bunny had messed up that fireball, it would have been totally paralyzed. Then, bam, our boy yelps as someone yanks his ear out of nowhere. It was Isabella, of course. She decides to school Blair, telling him, "You don't just go yanking bunnies by their ears." She snatches the little fuzzball from him, cuddles it against her chest, and starts petting it. Next thing you know, someone's grabbing Blair's ear again, but this time it was a super gentle tug that didn't hurt at all. The culprit, Alice. She gets all up in his face, super excited, and asks, "Did it hurt?" Our boy, being a smooth operator, uses this to ask Alice if other animals can sling magic too. She's like, duh, and starts dropping lore about the Divine Grace continent. Apparently people and most critters have magic, but they're usually one-trick ponies with a single element and can't do anything too fancy. For example, the rabbits are supposed to be fire types, but the best they can do is cough up some lame little water bubbles. She also adds that nobody has a clue about the answer to that brainbuster, Blair asked Professor Anthony. Elsewhere, some guy is just zoning out by a boulder in the middle of the woods. Turns out it's Professor Anthony, and some shady-looking figure is creeping up on him. Akel rolls up on the professor and asks him why he's slacking off instead of patrolling the mountains. Anthony admits he's still having an existential crisis over the question Blair asked. The vice president's ears perk up and he's got to know what the question was. He explains that our hero found out rabbits can spit fireballs and wanted to know why humans can't just do that without all the fancy spells and hand-waving. Akel just freezes and you can practically see the gears in his head start grinding. Now he's getting all worked up too, totally obsessing over it. So now you've got two grown men standing in a forest completely short-circuiting over this one question. The silver-haired dude, Akel, finally snaps out of his trance and tells Anthony to get his butt in gear and protect the students. The professor, though, is still totally stuck on the puzzle, pointing out that Akel never actually answered him. But the VP is so over it and starts raising his voice and just barks at Anthony to go protect the students already. Meanwhile, Blair's crew decided it was time for a little campfire break. Isabella, holding her shirt in a way that's definitely not subtle, mentions our boys already had a feel and asks, "So who's got more, me or Alice?" Blair just sits there practically dying from the cringe and mutters that it's a really tough call. But Alice, the little devil, suggests he feel hers up again, for scientific comparison. Isabella immediately blows a gasket, screaming that her rabbit is clearly bigger and our boy better admit it. She shoves her fluffy prize at him and tells him to cop another feel. But the rabbit is having none of this nonsense and starts freaking out trying to make a break for it. The girl totally loses her grip on the critter and just stands there looking dumbfounded as it zips off into the forest. She saw it dive toward a hollow stump with only its little cotton tail sticking out. Peeking into the hole, she realizes the little fuzzball has gone way deeper. While Isabella is squinting into the abyss trying to spot her runaway rabbit, Alice starts creeping up on her. But out of nowhere, a freaky sound erupts from the hole and the whole area starts to vibrate. Blair's entire crew immediately knows this is bad news and something gnarly is about to go down. The ground beneath them cracks open and the chasm just keeps getting wider. A massive sinkhole forms right under the girls, sucking them down. They tumble into some bizarre room and get a face full of dust and dirt. Then, like a zombie clawing its way out of a grave, Isabella's hand shoots out of the dirt pile and she starts to pull herself free. With the grace of a beached whale, she yanks her top half out, followed by the rest. And just like that, she spots Alice and hauls her to her feet, giving her a half-hearted dust-off. They just kind of stand there, propping each other up like a couple of wobbly mannequins, trying to figure out what the heck just went down. I mean, they just took a 26-foot nosedive and somehow didn't turn into pancakes. Now they're just gawking up at the hole that tried to eat them. Isabella's playing detective, trying to get her bearings. You can see some janky wooden beams barely keeping the whole place from caving in. It looks kind of like a sketchy tunnel. But Alice, ever the drama queen, completely forgets about herself and just flops onto the chilly floor, gritting her teeth through the ouchies and starts wailing for Blair. Isabella looks over and sees her buddy is basically a sack of potatoes barely hanging on, and tries to reboot her. She does the classic finger under the nose trick and starts freaking out because Red's breathing is getting all faint and spooky. So not even pausing for a commercial break, Isabella goes full-on lifeguard and starts swapping spit to save her pal. And what do you know, it actually works. Alice jolts awake like she just got zapped. She's hacking and sputtering, desperately trying to get some air. Then comes the mega coughing, fit her face turning the color of a ripe tomato. But hey, at least she's not a goner anymore. Isabella's totally relieved she didn't just unalive her friend and asks if she's good. Alice is just like, where the heck are we? And Isabella's like, beats me, we fell through a random hole in the mountain. Maybe it's some creepy old mine. Alice shoots that down, saying she's never heard of any mines around the academy. Then Isabella's like, ooh, look, a door pointing to one she conveniently spotted. After a moment of awkward silence, Alice actually thanks Isabella for the whole life-saving thing, but Isabella's reaction is just super weird. She just gives her this blank, confused stare. Alice is like, dude, what's with the face? You look like you're buffering. And Isabella admits, I just literally never thought I'd hear you say thank you. Meanwhile, back on the surface, everyone felt the ground do the cha-cha slide and started losing their minds. The students were panicking about failing their test because the tremor spooked all the bunnies they were supposed to be hunting. But then Archie rolls up and tells everyone to chill out. Right on cue, Anthony sprints over all out of breath and announces that all the other students have been yeeted out of the area. He's like, the earthquake totally blindsided us. The teachers did their best, but we haven't found any other stragglers. And Professor Cook is doing a head count to see who we lost. Then out of nowhere, they hear the thump 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 of horse hooves, a seriously ominous sound charging straight at them. A whole squad of dudes in tin cans shows up, screaming for everyone to move it or lose it. They're closing in fast on the students who are just standing there like deer in headlights, totally clueless. Professor Anthony is muttering, what in the world are these goons doing here? And Archie's just staring at them, with a look of pure oh crap on his face. The gears in his head start turning and he's like, maybe that earthquake wasn't a coincidence. So while all that drama is unfolding topside, let's zip back to our girls in the creepy underground clubhouse. Isabella yanks open that door she found, and the room behind it is massive. Naturally, they wander right in to go exploring. Once they're in, they find themselves staring at this super bizarre pillar pulsing with a purple glow. And get this, there are these glowy purple symbols just floating around it. Isabella, who clearly never learned don't touch strange glowing things, lifts her hand to try and read the floaty symbols. But it's all gibberish to her and she says the writing is way too complicated. So since her brain can't figure it out, she decides her fingers should give it a try and just pokes the pillar to see what'll happen. And then bam, out of absolutely nowhere, this freaking laser beam zaps out of the pillar and homes in on her. This energy stuff completely engulfs Isabella and yeets her about 10 meters back. Alice, seeing her friend get launched, scrambles over to help. But Isabella just pops back up like she tripped on a pebble, all like, I'm cool, I'm cool. Then she points out the obvious, that pillar's probably juiced up with some serious magic. Alice, our resident redhead nerd, is like, oh yeah, I read about this in some dusty old spellbook. Apparently, according to some ancient bedtime story, some old-school civilization built this massive copper pole with glowy scribbles on it. By hooking up some copper wires, they could whip up a supercharged magic field. So Isabella's like, cool, but what's it for? And Alice just shrugs, totally clueless. She pulls a guess out of thin air like, maybe for healing or making plants grow super fast. And just then, surprise, a shower of metal arrows starts raining down on their little party. The arrows are plummeting from the sky, picking up speed like tiny missiles. But whoever's shooting has the aim of a stormtrooper. These pointy projectiles, which somehow got an icy makeover on the trip down, just thud into the ground a few meters away from them. They look up to find the source of this epic fail of an attack. And there he is, some blonde pretty boy leaning on the wall up on the stairs holding a ridiculously huge arrow. He comments that the girls have some decent moves. The dude's just leaning against the railing, trying to look all deep and mysterious, still clutching that oversized toothpick. Alice finally pipes up and asks who this armored cosplayer is. He just shoots back, I think that's my line. And then, with all the subtlety of a train wreck, he tells them they're about to get unalived. Hearing this, the girls give each other that classic oh crap look, scrambling to think of an exit strategy. Not wasting any time, they both start cooking up a fire spell to roast this dude. But he just smirks like he's watching a couple of toddlers try to fight. He doesn't even flinch, just stands there like a statue, as a giant flaming meatball soars right for his face. Then poof. The fireball smacks into an ice shield that just materialized out of thin air. Yeah, that attack did a whole lot of nothing. The guy effortlessly shut down their magic like it was a pop-up ad. The girls' jaws are practically on the floor, completely stunned at how easily he swatted their attack away. So Mr. Cool Guy decides it's time to get up close and personal and just leaps right over their heads. He sticks the landing, sends Isabella flying with a totally unnecessary kick, and then swivels his focus to Alice. So while one is eating dirt and trying to remember her own name, the other one squares up for a brawl, but she's way too slow on the uptake. The dude slams his spear into the wall like an inch from Alice's face just to show off. She goes full deer in the headlights, completely frozen, and this silver-haired punk gives her the smuggest grin imaginable. The giant metal pointy stick is practically kissing her temple, and she's just staring at it, totally bugging out. Then he grabs Alice by the throat with his left hand and starts giving it a good old squeeze, like a really, really hard squeeze, making her do this attractive cough and gag routine. This white-haired jerk then just lifts her clean off the floor with one hand, still playing necklace with her throat while she tries to squeak something out, but he's clearly not interested. With a super serious face, he apologizes for something. He's all like, sorry, gotta end your subscription to Life, right? As Alice is about to take a nap. And right then, the dude whips out the sword from his belt. He lunges at the girl, aiming that pointy end right at her dome. The blade connects and a nice little fountain of the red stuff sprays onto the floor. Except, whoops, wrong target. The sword is now sticking out of our main character's shoulder. The attacker is totally freaking out, because he did times not times expect a guest star for this scene. Alice is staring in horror at Blair, watching the ketchup pour out of his shoulder. Just then, Isabella finally reboots and starts screaming Blair's name. Absolutely losing her mind that her knight in shining armor showed up, she immediately starts screaming, "Watch out," right when some random fire just decides to crash the party, scaring the bad guy. This fire goes totally feral, lunging at the blonde dude like a rabid chihuahua. The flames start toasting him up, and the dude's completely shook that Blair pulled off some magic without even mumbling the magic words. Next thing you know, a giant fireball goes K-boom with Mr. Bad Guy as the main ingredient. Once the dramatic smoke screen starts to fade, we spot Blair's crew totally unscratched. Alice and Isabella are perfectly fine, and now our main man is there to play bodyguard. Meanwhile, Blondie is having a full-on meltdown about his boo-boo shoulder. But Blair's like, dude, I just used the same entrance and basically stalked you guys while keeping an eye on the enemy. We'll patch you up later, quit whining. By this point, the villain is already shaking off that explosion like it was nothing. Turns out he's just one of Bar's lackeys. And he's totally bug-eyed that Blair can sling spells faster than his own boss can. The silver-haired goon decides it's time for a total party wipe since they peeked at what was in the basement. He frosts his big metal pokey stick with a thick layer of ice. He rushes our boy looking to deliver a world of hurt. Naturally, the girls start screaming for him to watch out like that helps. But Blair just chills, waiting for his opponent to close the distance. The dude is absolutely bewildered by this, his face just a loading screen of pure confusion. That's when he finally notices the giant "you're screwed" orb just floating over his head. Leaning in for a better look, he realizes it's a water ball spell, and his jaw hits the floor because Blair literally cast it without even flinching. He also clocks that the water ball is shaped super weirdly. Then the whole thing comes crashing down on him, totally swallowing him whole. All of a sudden, he starts leaking from everywhere and Blondie starts hacking up a lung. His eyes are pure rage quit mode, and any skin showing looks like it's been left on the grill too long. That metal spear of his, now all slippery, just slides right out of his gory hand. He makes a pathetic attempt to stand up, but all he can manage is a screech. Totally wrecked by the sheer get-wrecked power of that hit, he just face plants out cold. At the exact same moment, way up on the surface, we see Baird perched on a giant rock doing his best deep thinker impression with a super serious pout. One of his goons spots him and asks what's got his panties in a twist. Hopping off his thinking rock, Baird looks off into the distance like he's in a movie and says some rats have snuck into their little club. The night squad that blew past the students is now miles away, booking it towards the forest. Their commander yells for everyone to hit the brakes, announcing there's a secret manhole cover just up ahead. He tells the boys to get off their horses and get ready to dive in. Plot twist: the head honcho of this bandit crew is a super skilled fighter named Baird, a top-shelf mage and basically a walking "you will die" sign. Then one of the grunts taps the captain on the shoulder and just points. And there, not too far off, was a single mage with a stick just standing in the middle of the road like a traffic cone. It was Baird himself. He turns to the knights like they're all old poker buddies and casually tells them the secret entrance is closed for business. Without even blinking, the knights decide to just go full Leroy Jenkins on him, launching a head-on attack. They get all lined up in formation, one after another, just waiting for their boss to give the signal. One of the knights actually turns to the dude behind him and tells him to back off and respect his personal space. Feeling extra spicy, they finally YOLO charge the mage and the whole clearing just explodes with their screaming. And cutscene to our black-haired knight face down in the dirt, rocking a brand new, very wet red hairdo. He's ditched his sword and is just chilling in the mud trying to remember how lungs work, surrounded by his now very dead buddies while the sky cries its eyes out. Great time to wake up. To a lovely landscape of expired friends and horses. Naturally, he grabs his head like he's got the world's worst hangover. And in a shocking plot twist, Ethan figures out he's the last man standing in this little oopsie-daisy. But wait, there's more. He hears someone whispering his name from a nearby pile of "not quite dead yet." Oh look, it's his uncle doing a fantastic impression of someone who refuses to just die already. The kid scrambles over to his uncle and just stares, getting all misty-eyed like he's watching the end of a sad movie. Turns out Uncle's missing his legs, which, tends to make people a bit miffed. Ethan immediately goes into full-on rage mode, but the old-timer's like, "Nah, it's cool," and shoves something at him, rambling about finishing the mission. Ethan predictably starts freaking out, whining that he can't do it. He starts listing excuses like how the mage soloed their entire squad like it was nothing, and how Baird one-shotted their boss and could probably squish him with a pinky. The kid then tries to play hero, clinging to his legless uncle. But the guy's a total one-track mind, still nagging his nephew to just get on with the quest already. Right in the middle of his Save the City of Yabo speech, the uncle's hands go all floppy, and he does a dramatic faceplant into the mud. Our boy finally gets the memo that his uncle has officially unsubscribed from life and he just loses it. We're talking full-on emotional breakdown. Ethan starts screaming his head off like a total psycho. Meanwhile, way down in the same sketchy dungeon, Blair's crew was exploring. Other shenanigans were afoot. After decking Bard's henchmen, the girls finally get around to playing nurse for our main man. Isabella was getting all nosy about how the dude could pull off magic without the fancy words, but he was playing dumb, not getting the tea she wanted. The girl just mashes down on his boo-boo. Blair, who was already having a bad day, lets out a totally manly shriek and starts flopping around on the floor like a fish. Afterwards, Alice is like, "Hey, maybe don't do that." But the blonde claps back that he shouldn't have been flexing so hard then. Anyway, they turn their attention to a big weird pillar just vibing in the room's center. The redhead pipes up that she read in some dusty old book that the pillar is part of some hocus-pocus circle. They had no clue what it actually did, but they were pretty sure the room-shaking party from earlier was its fault. Alice also chimes in about the goon who jumped them, and apparently this whole operation has more layers than an onion. Blair's like, "We gotta bounce and snitch on these guys like yesterday." He makes it clear he is not about that solo hero life. But just then a sword magically appears at his throat. The girls look over, see some rando standing behind Blair, and immediately start freaking out. Some knight in shining armor managed to sneak up on them, which says a lot about their situational awareness. And now our boy is getting a very close shave. The Tin Can then asks the crew for their names and what they're doing crashing his party. Spotting the knight having a total brain fart for a hot second, Blair decides it's go time. He yeets a hand out, snags the dude's arm, and pulls a slick little Matrix-style dodge from under the blade. The knight's face is a perfect surprised Pikachu meme at our boy's slick moves, capitalizing on the dude's lag. Blair wastes zero time going full-on WWE. He snatches the knight's arm, pretzel twists it behind his back, and slaps him into a nasty arm lock. While this dude's getting a surprise chiropractic adjustment, Blair shouts a heads up to the girls that this knight brought a buddy. Isabella just gawks at the brown-haired knight. She's got this, "Ooh, what's this?" look plastered all over her face, not even trying to play it cool. The knight, whose name is apparently Ethan, starts squawking for Blair to let him go, screaming that if he doesn't, the whole city of Yabo is going to get turned into a parking lot. Hearing this, Blair just blue screens. He's staring at the tin can man with the loading circle spinning in his eyes, totally clueless. Our hero's crew is like, "Hold up, rewind that," and they all want to know what he's yapping about. After Blair finally lets Ethan breathe, he starts spilling the tea, and Isabella, ever the gossip, leans in for the juicy details. The knight reveals the capital knew for a few days that some dude named Bird had waltzed into the city, but finding him was like playing hide-and-seek with a ghost. The real kicker, they had no clue how much of a boss-level threat this Bird guy actually was. Blair, bless. His simple heart hears all this and is like, "So, who's this Bird person?" Everyone's wetting their pants over. The whole squad just busts out laughing. It's actually insane that our main character is living under a rock this big. Alice then decides to start the lecture. She's like, "Okay, Dummy Bird is basically the #1 most wanted and most dangerous baddie in the entire kingdom of Lonan. We're talking toddlers know his name. And get this, the plot thickens he used to be a freaking general in the Royal Army, so the dude isn't just some brawler. He's also a top-tier magic slinger with an insane amount of juice. This guy was basically the kingdom's poster boy. But nobody saw the ultimate plot twist coming when mid-battle, he and his whole army just pulled an "I'm with the other team now" and backstabbed everybody. Since that epic rage quit, he's been a total ghost. The king even put a fat stack of cash on his head. But to this day, nobody's even managed to sniff his trail. Then Isabella pivots back to the knight and asks for more intel on this Bird character. She wants to know if he really came to Yabo City just for that weird structure, and you know what the heck that thing even does. Ethan, looking like he's about to poop his armor, squeaks out that the magical doodad can literally unalive the entire city. Blair's squad is like, "You for real," and asks him to repeat the part where the whole city gets deleted from existence. The knight lays it all out. The formation is made of 118 pillars, just chilling inside the mountain, and nobody has a clue who built them or why. All they know is this thing's been around for over 1,000 years. About 10 years back, the city's big cheese found out about it and called in a nerd squad of mages to go poke it with a stick. The mages figured out that this ancient setup packs way more punch than any of their modern-day hocus-pocus. If you crank it up to max power, it'll spit out enough energy to completely vaporize all of Yabo, and since there wasn't a safe disassembly for dummies manual, they just locked the whole area down and slapped a big top-secret "Do Not Touch" sign on it. The knight has no clue how this Bird dude managed to flip the on switch, but the bottom line is that Doomsday Machine is officially humming. Blair starts scratching his head, wondering how in the world they're supposed to turn this thing off. That's when Ethan whips out a shiny magic rock from his pocket and is like, "This little guy should help." Our MC's crew just gawks at the stone, totally bamboozled, so Ethan has to connect the dots for them. The formation has a ton of pillars, but there's one main one, the big kahuna that links them all. And this pet rock he's holding, yeah, they found it sitting right next to that master pillar. The mages did their science thing and found out that just getting the stone near the main pillar seriously nerfs the whole system's power. And if you smack the stone directly onto the pillar, it goes completely dead. Blair connects the dots instantly. Their new mission, find that main pillar. Ethan's down for it, but he's got to be a buzzkill and warn them that this bird thing is way more jacked than they think. Our hero suggests that maybe the knight should, I don't know, call in a few dozen soldiers to help them out. But he claims it's way too late to call for backup and they need to hustle. Apparently in 1 hour, the whole setup hits maximum power. He puffs out his chest like a hero, saying he's the only one who can locate the pillar and all the civilians need to go hide in a bunker. But right in the middle of his big brave speech, Blair, trying his best not to bust out laughing, points at the guy's pants and says he really didn't want to ruin his heroic moment. Ethan, who was feeling like a total badass, glances down and is completely horrified. There was a giant, unmistakable wet spot right on his crotch. The guy's face turns a shade of red you only see in cartoons as he stammers out a lame excuse about how the rain must have soaked him. Out of nowhere, Isabella jumps up from her chair looking seriously ticked off like she's about to lay down the law. She proclaims that her family, the Kleos, has been protecting the city of Yabo for generations, so it's her sworn duty to help out. Then she declares that she's coming with them to shut down the system. Just then, Blair overhears that the bounty for Bird is a cool 100 million gold coins and his jaw just about unhinges. That's when the gears in Ethan's head finally start to turn and he realizes the girl bossing them around is Isabella, the freaking mayor's daughter. Hearing about that fat stack of cash, our boy gets a sudden surge of civic duty, claps the knight on the shoulder, and announces that protecting Yabu is also his responsibility. Seeing her friend's sudden change of heart, Alice decides she's not about to be left out and agrees to join the suicide squad. The knight gets all choked up seeing their bravery completely fooled into thinking they actually care about the city. To completely kill the vibe, one of them suggests that the knight should probably go change his pants first. Ethan, of course, gets absolutely livid at the roast. Meanwhile, a bunch of robed weirdos are huddled around some kind of freaky magic shield. They're chucking every spell in the book at it, trying to poke a hole, but are failing miserably. The giant dome is just shrugging off all their attacks. One of the magic nerds turns to a dude named Elton, whining that their hocus pocus isn't doing jack. Some other guy named Andre chimes in, saying they should just chill and wait for the president to save the day. But the vice president, Mr. Buzzkill himself, swoops in to rain on their parade, telling them the president is off to the capital and won't be back till morning. Then poof, the mayor of Yabu just materializes in front of them asking, "So how we doing?" Elton has to break it to him that even with their entire Dungeons and Dragons club gathered, they haven't managed to put a single scratch on the barrier. The group's leader explains that the A-team already snuck past the barrier and found a little plaque with some inspirational words on it. So now their master plan is to just sit there and hope for the best. Meanwhile, our heroes are taking a scenic stroll through some sketchy underground tunnels. Ethan suddenly has a brilliant realization and blurts out that this mission of theirs is like way too dangerous. But then, plot twist. Blair just whips around and smacks him upside the head. The knight gets all huffy about it, asking why he got bopped right next to the spooky spiderweb. And right on cue, he feels a little something crawling on his neck and starts flailing for it. He glances down at his hand and spots a gnarly yellow spider with a creepy white head. The dude completely loses it, can't even look at the eight-legged freak and just bolts, screaming his lungs out like a banshee. While he's flailing around in a total meltdown, his foot smacks right onto a pressure plate that gives way under him. Just in the nick of time, Blair snags Ethan by the collar and yanks him back, saving his noggin from an arrow that zips past inches from giving him a new piercing. It finally hits him that he was times close to becoming a human pincushion, and the knight stammers out a thank you to our hero. Our boy Blair is like, "Yo, this whole place is a death trap, you guys sure about this?" But Ethan, full of unearned confidence, puffs out his chest and says he knows a super secret shortcut he learned from Core. According to Mr. Big Brain over here, there are a bunch of different ways to get to the main pillar room. The catch. They all funnel through the main gate where Captain Beardface is totally waiting to wreck their day. He's smart enough to know a head-on fight with that dude is a one-way ticket to getting clapped. So his genius plan is to lead them through a sneaky little shortcut that goes right around the big scary gate. The mission: tiptoe into the room, slap the thingy on the pillar, and then book it out of there. Blair's like, "Hold up, how in the world do you know about this secret tunnel?" Ethan gets all smug, explaining he's got a history degree, you know, the super useful kind, and can read old-timey squiggles. Says he stumbled upon a map in the palace one day. And times now he's a walking GPS for dungeons. Our black-haired dude raises an eyebrow and asks why a bookworm historian is playing soldier. The knight admits that shocker, a history degree doesn't exactly pay the bills, and his uncle, who was in the Royal Army, pulled some strings. He landed him this sweet gig, and oh yeah, this is his first time in the field. Blair's just thinking, frustrated, "Are you kidding me? Even in this fantasy world? You need connections to get a job, just like back home." Anyway, Ethan finally spots a part of the wall that looks a little sus. He gives a brick a little push, it clicks inward, and the walls next to it dramatically slide open. Boom, a brand new hallway for Team Blair. Ethan's all like, "See, from here it's a straight shot to the main room. Mission accomplished, baby." Meanwhile, on the other side, Bear is just chilling in that very room. One of his goons reports that the magical "keep out" sign is holding up great, and the good guys are still stuck outside. Bear remarks that the defense system is pretty solid, and then completely out of left field asks about some dude named Sid. His minion is like, he went to check out the West Wing, and then just ghosted us. Never came back. Baird squints at the main pillar and all the fancy writing on it, thinking to himself, great, another pest managed to sneak in. And speak of the devil, at that exact moment, Blair and his crew are creeping through that secret tunnel. They get to a staircase that pops up right in the main room, so our black-haired hero decides to play spy and take a little peek to see what they're walking into. Once he confirms there are no bad guys lurking, he pops open the secret hatch, which was cleverly disguised as just another boring floor tile. The whole squad finally squeezes out of that cramped hallway, and their jaws collectively hit the floor when they see how massive the room is. Isabella's like, whoa, this place is huge. But all I see is a glowy energy ball, not the giant pillar we were promised. Turns out the pillar went all power-up mode and turned into this orb. Then Ethan, our resident nerd, spots a plaque on the floor with the IKEA instructions on how to put the pillar back together. He starts reciting the ancient script out loud, and suddenly some weird magical mumbo-jumbo starts happening. Poof, a mini pillar materializes out of nowhere, bathed in a spooky purple light. Ethan pipes up that it'll take a few minutes for it to reach its final form. Alice is over here cheering all like, see, I told you bringing the knight was a good idea. She's kinda shocked that for a total coward, he's actually taking this seriously. Of course, Ethan hears this and, wanting to impress the ladies, immediately puffs up his chest and starts running his mouth. He starts spouting some heroic nonsense about being a soldier from Yabo City and how citizen safety is like his whole deal. Blair just bonks him on the noggin, telling him to cut the act. With a dead serious look, the knight gets all emo, saying this is all for his uncle. He spills the whole sob story about his dad kicking the bucket when he was a kid and how his uncle raised him, turning into a second dad, but then Bar went and offed the uncle and the whole squad. Now his entire life's mission is to protect his uncle's only daughter, who's just chilling in Yabo City. Trying to kill the super heavy mood, Blair jokes that he figured Ethan was just doing all this to get with his cousin. The dude turns redder than a tomato at the idea and stammers that he's not worthy. All of a sudden, the two girls grab the guy by his family jewels, teasing him for getting a little too fired up. But then they spot a photo in Ethan's hand with some chick in it. He explains it's his uncle's daughter, a girl named Lena, and claims that the second this mission is over, he's gonna dash off to meet her. Blair, completely ignoring the picture, suddenly snatches Ethan by the arms and pulls him in close, telling him, dude, don't say stuff like that. He warns that if he does, he's basically putting a curse on himself. Ethan is totally clueless about the phrase, so Blair explains it's a saying from his hometown. You're not supposed to pop the champagne before the job is actually finished. The girls also chime in that they've never heard that word, knocker caught. At last, the pillar stops rising and everybody finally shuts up. Ethan declares he's about to activate the seal and tells Blair's crew to just hang tight. Blair, looking baffled, asks about the seal again. The knight explains it's just a dinky little spell slapped on the fragment to keep Baird from sniffing it out. He funnels some of his juice into the stone and it floats into the air, shimmering with a purple glow. Ethan holds the fragment up and yells for everyone to book it the instant the stone hits the pillar. Suddenly his face switches to pure, unadulterated panic. Right on the spot where he was working his magic, a giant fireball just blinks into existence. His whole body gets flash-fried in orange flames as he tries like hell to shield himself. The magic poofs away after a sec, but by then, the knight was already out cold. The seal he was about to use tumbles from his grasp, landing right near his head. Turns out Baird wasn't the total idiot Blair's crew thought he was. He'd already spotted the little rats that jumped him, and even though he was hurt, Baird bounced back from that magic assault way too fast. The girls exchange a look and instantly their telepathic plan is a go. Seeing Baird and his posse up ahead, they start secretly cooking up a spell. The moment they're done, they yeet a fireball at each of the enemy leaders. The white-haired dude doesn't even bother to react. The fire magic just fizzles into thin air before it even gets close to him. The two girls are left with their jaws on the floor because this guy's power level is so busted he can just delete their magic without breaking a sweat. But then out of the blue, something makes Baird tense up and focus his full attention. A whole shower of fireballs is zipping right for him. And this time he can't just wave it away. The magic slams into the mage's body, and the attack came from none other than Blair, who's totally shocked he actually managed to tag the guy. Since the big boss never takes a single scratch, his henchman starts to lose his mind, freaking out about Bear. Bear, on the other hand, is looking seriously impressed. Baird's brain just short-circuited. He's like, wait, no magic words, no jazz hands. Our boy's mojo is seriously weirding him out. And seeing the bad guy buffering, Blair goes full-on hero mode, yelling at the girls to snatch the shiny thing and book it while he plays decoy. Then he just yeets a whole volley of fireballs straight at Baird, who's just standing there looking bored, probably thinking about what's for dinner. Then, at the very last second, poof, the pretty boy pops up a magic shield like it's no big deal. Now he's shook, totally baffled that our emo-haired hero can just spit out high-level magic without even warming up. But plot twist, the girl's great escape hits a snag. Turns out the room is crawling with Baird's beefy henchmen. Still, Isabella's not about to call it quits. Even with some goon holding her, she's trying to use her spidey sense to find that seal. And Blair, seeing his plan go up in smoke, figures the only way out is to take out the final boss. Baird, on the other hand, is just chilling, critiquing our boy's form like a magic school professor, and wondering why the heck he's mixing two elements that hate each other. Our protagonist just whipped up some fire and water and is now smushing them together. The two elements get all cozy right in Baird's face and K-boom. A massive explosion just rocks the entire room. The pretty boys' goon squad sees the light show and starts freaking out about their boss. Meanwhile, Blair's puffing out his chest, totally convinced he just landed a one-hit KO on Baird. But surprise, before the smoke even has a chance to settle, the silver-haired pretty boy comes sailing right out of it. Fists cocked and ready to rearrange our hero's face. Blair is completely flabbergasted. He really thought the mage would just, melt from his awesome attack. While absolutely pummeling our boy, Baird even starts schooling him, saying that before you pick a fight, you gotta do your homework and find their weak spots, and that Blair clearly skipped the chapter on how not to get your butt kicked. After a few more well-placed love taps to vital areas, Baird just knocks his opponent clean out. He's like, the kid's got potential for sure, but he knows jack about a real scrap. If this was an actual war, he'd be a spooky ghost by now. And right on cue, Ethan finally reboots and screams that Baird is the one who's completely clueless. The mage, for his part, is totally shocked the knight got back up after eating a face full of magic. Ethan's face looks like a dropped pizza, but he's running on pure guts, totally ready to check out if he has to. And get this, in all that mess, he somehow managed to snag the seal that was near Isabella. His body is basically held together with spit and willpower, and he can barely stand up. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, he lifts his hand holding the little rock. Before anyone can even blink, he winds up like a pro pitcher ready to yeet that seal right at the big pillar. Trying to stop this Hail Mary play, Baird screams at some random blonde dude named Oslo to chuck his spear. So Blair, seeing the pointy stick of doom about to fly, tries to save his new buddy, screaming for him to hit the deck. But when Ethan hears his name in all the chaos, his brain just hits the pause button and he gets sucked into a flashback. Because of course he does. Suddenly, he's a little kid again, standing at his uncle's grave with his other uncle and cousin, way back when. He was dying to know if his uncle Jason, the one in the ground, was a hero because he was super strong. The living uncle was like, nah kid. Jason wasn't strong physically or mentally. To be honest, he was kind of a chicken. The little guy was totally confused why everyone called him a hero then. The answer was super simple though. He took one for the team to save other people. Snapping back to reality, the whole scene has Blair and his crew turning on the waterworks. Isabella is just screaming the knight's name like a fangirl. Ethan, who doesn't even flinch, just takes a spear straight to the chest like a champ. But hey, at least he got the job done. And here we have Exhibit A, proof that even some random dude can yeet a rock and accidentally become a hero for 5 minutes. The pebble he chucked somehow nails its mark and gets vacuumed into the weirdo glowing pole. One of Baird's lackeys starts to whine, already having a meltdown that the whole setup fizzled out, while the blonde spear tosser Oslo just casually points out that Ethan didn't even try to play dodgeball. Meanwhile, Baird strolls up to Ethan, who's doing a great impression of a garden gnome, and does the classic finger under the nose trick to see if he's still breathing. After a dramatic pause, he's like, yep, he's taking a dirt nap. The second our boy Blair gets the news, he totally loses his cool cause they were besties for like 5 whole minutes. Baird's fan club starts freaking out, asking what's next now that their genius plan went down the toilet. Baird, on the other hand, is staring all dramatically at a cheesy drawing. Ethan had probably some chick he was trying to impress. His team of cosplayers starts getting all concerned for their fearless leader, but he just deadpans. Well, we blew it. He lays it out for them. The kid didn't bail on purpose. He just decided to face tank his own expiration date. Dude chose to become a human off switch for the machine. Looking super emo, Baird admits they took the L this round and it was time to bounce. Blondie, clearly shocked, is like, why can't we just cook up another half-baked scheme? Baird explains that they're all clueless about how this thing works and would probably just end up as pavement pizza for zero reason. Immediately, his entire posse of yes-men hits the deck, groveling for another go, swearing they're totally ready to kick the bucket for him. They're all fired up for some good old-fashioned revenge. If there was even a 1% chance they were gonna YOLO it. But right as they're about to launch Plan B, another crew of tin cans rolls up and starts playing cowboys, tying up our main character and his little squad. The ladies get the 5-star treatment tied to chairs, while Blair gets hog-tied and unceremoniously dumped on the floor like a sack of potatoes. Isabella and Alice start fussing over him because the dude looks like he lost a fight with a lawnmower. But he puts on his brave face and is all, nah, I'm good just walking it off. Just then, the new knights tell their boss that everything's set up for the next big brain move. After a moment of intense brooding, Baird thumps his chest like a gorilla and full of pep asks his boys to help him out just one more time. And his crew, being the absolute simps they are, don't even hesitate. They're instantly on board with whatever their leader says. So they all shuffle over to the big purple glow stick, slap their hands on it, and start chanting some hocus pocus. All the sparkly magic juice from these nights starts mashing together into a giant fog. Blair, who's clearly never been to a rave, asks his pals what the heck is happening. Alice, the resident expert, immediately chimes in that it looks like a one-way ticket spell. Apparently they're trying to reboot the shield, but the catch is they're basically frying their own magic batteries for good. And as they dump all their mana into the pillar, it starts to rumble. Meanwhile, topside, the normies also feel the vibes shift. Elton tells the mayor that the big bubble got a little flimsy, but hey, it's all good now. The big cheese up there just shrugs it off, but has a gut feeling that some serious shenanigans are going down in the basement. Back in the man cave, one of Baird's goons is cheering his head off, yelling, "We did it!" But then plot twist. He notices he and his buddies are starting to do the Thanos snap. With a creepy smile plastered on his face, the dude waves bye-bye to his boss. In return for this little group, unaliving Baird swears he's gonna totally wreck the city of Yabu. Hearing that sweet little lie, the fading soldier totally buys it and thanks his boss before poofing out of existence. Meanwhile, Alice and the B-team notice the magic bubble is back online. Isabella, queen of drama, just loses it and starts wailing, "Baird, why are you doing this?" Like she genuinely can't wrap her head around why someone would want to, vaporize a whole city and its hundreds of thousands of residents. Baird, who's still emo about his dead buddies, is like, "Yeah, I know, I messed up. We're all a bunch of crazies, so what?" Not getting a straight answer, Isabella decides to poke the bear some more, asking again why he's gotta blow up the city times right now, asterisk. And this time Baird actually stops to use his brain for a second. Seeing as they had a solid 30 minutes before the big kaboom, he figures, why not? Story time. He gets all misty-eyed and cue the wavy flashback. We're zapped to him and his pals stuck on some tower. One of them, this dude Oslo, is whining that they're out of pointy sticks and only have like half a day's worth of snacks. Suddenly, the commander gets all heroic, declaring they gotta bust out cause getting zeroed here is not on the agenda. Apparently they had some super secret enemy gossip to deliver, but Oslo's feeling all boohoo about it, muttering that the kingdom already slapped a traitor sticker on them. I mean, they fought for 10 whole days and got ghosted by backup. And the hot goss was that help wasn't just late, it was never even on the way. To stop everyone from crying into their helmets, the commander jumps up and smacks his wizard stick on the floor. He tells Oslo to zip it, claiming the whole treason thing is just enemy propaganda. Oslo tried to argue, but nope, got shut down instantly. Commander Baird decides he's had enough of this whiny debate club and basically tells him to knock it off. He gives the whole for the homeland speech and says he doesn't care if they want to quit. Then some random hype man yells that he's Team Baird all the way to the bitter end. And just like that, Oslo flips, pledging his life to the commander too. So much for conviction. The magic man worked his mojo, got everyone's spirits up, and soon they're all chanting like a cult, looking super smug about it. He tells them not to sweat being abandoned by the kingdom, LOL, and then yells, "Cha." Fast forward 3 days at the walls of Yabo City. Some bored guard spots a sorry-looking crew stumbling down the road. And who is it but Baird and the last few sad sacks from his squad? Old white hair himself. Baird even musters the energy for a weak woohoo we're home, right before face-planting from sheer exhaustion. But when he comes to, let's just say, the welcome party isn't what he expected. He's chilling in a jail cell. He starts pulling the "do you know who I am" card, claiming he's a big-shot commander with a super urgent message for the king. Then the warden strolls in and just drops the bomb on him. Surprise, you're officially a traitor. And to really rub salt in the wound, he casually mentions that Baird's wife and kid have already faced justice, and that tomorrow, it's his turn to get permanently cancelled. Baird completely loses it and grabs the dude by his shirt, screaming his head off about how he's a patriot and demanding they let him and his family go. The warden just shoves him off and is like, "Dude, chill. Everybody knows you're not a traitor." The real issue is, some bigwig upstairs wants you gone, so you and your family had to take one for the team. After dropping that little truth nugget, the guy just turns around and walks off, basically saying discussion over. Baird is, to put it mildly, completely wrecked. So he goes all out for his country, and what's his reward? A big fat betrayal. Classic. A little while later, some poor schmuck of a guard doing his rounds hears a weird noise. Next thing you know, he's got a new ventilation slit in his neck and face plants the floor. Right after that, Baird's cell door just swings open. And look who it is. His boys fresh from their own prison break here to rescue their boss man. But uh-oh, the guy's gone full emo mode and totally checked out. He doesn't even blink when they show up, just keeps sulking in the corner. Some loudmouth screams down the hall, "Busted." And just like that, the party's over. While some of the dudes play bouncer with the guards, the others have to literally scoop up their commander and start dragging his sorry butt out of there. To not get totally wrecked, they've got to throw down and fight their way out of this dump. The next day, it's showtime at the gallows. The official story is a steaming pile of garbage. They're spinning this yarn about how Baird was a traitor leaking info to the enemy, and that the day before he tried to start a whole revolution with his army. But of course they were stopped by the oh-so-brave local rent-a-cops. The fairy tale continues, saying Baird even threw a fit, offed some guards and made a run for it. Then they trot out the 3 poor saps from his squad they managed to snag and announce they're getting the rope for being rebels. Hiding in the crowd looking like a character from a video game is one of Baird's ride-or-die homies in a hood. He's totally disgusted watching all these brain-dead sheeple cheering for a lie. He's there with his commander, who's still in zombie mode, showing zero signs of life. The soldier's like, yo, we gotta bounce from this city like yesterday. That's when Baird finally decides to use his mouth, but only to tell his crew to ditch him and let him wallow in his own misery. That night, Barrett and the guys who refuse to peace out on him roll up to his family's super creepy tomb. The dudes have no clue what to do now that their own country basically told them to get lost. Bear then tells them to quit calling him commander because that chapter's closed. He straight up declares that the government that backstabbed them is now enemy number one, and they're gonna pay big time for all this drama. And then bam, total scene change out of the blue. The girls all snap awake like someone just unplugged them from the Matrix. Turns out the whole soap opera was just a spell Baird cast on him. Alice is bugging out over how legit it all felt, asking if it was just some crazy illusion. The white-haired dude Baird, he explains it was basically his memory's highlight reel, and he used some sync magic so they all watched the same mental movie. The redhead is floored, and asking where the heck he learned a cheat code for magic that old. Just then Blair starts to fidget and make sleepy noises, and the girls immediately notice. Isabella, going full mom mode, starts calling his name. Finally, our boy decides to log back in. She lets out a huge sigh of relief and says he totally freaked her out because he was away from keyboard in Dreamland way longer than everyone else. Not getting any of it, Blair with a single dramatic tear just glares at the white-haired guy. Looks like our main character got the VIP all-access pass to Baird's trauma dump. Then Bear gets up and says, "My bad, didn't mean to invade your headspace. But this is all about to be over anyway." He lays it all out, saying that before he joined the Royal Army of Chumps, he was on guard duty for a while in the city of Yabo. That's where he found this so-called system. And that's when the light bulb went off. After he gets his epic revenge on the kingdom, he's taking his whole crew there. They found a ton of ancient scrolls in some dusty basement and spent ages studying them. In those records, they stumbled upon ancient magic, a history lesson, and even a how to use the system for dummies manual. Turns out, way back when, there was a big ol' war between their ancestors and the Yabo city folks, and let's just say their ancestors got totally wrecked. That's why they built this magic system. The catch is this thing's been collecting dust since it was made. But the second it gets activated, it's gonna unleash a ridiculous amount of magical energy, like enough to wipe everyone and everything in Yabo City off the face of the planet. With his hand shaking like a leaf, Bear says that in a flash, everyone would just get deleted from existence. Before anyone can even process that, Alice tries to talk him off the ledge, giving him the whole "I understand your pain" speech. But she says he can't get his revenge by taking out a bunch of innocent people. The white-haired edgelord just smirks and tells her she doesn't get it at all. He claims that sometimes he's just too deep and mysterious even for himself. Then Blair, our resident psychologist, chimes in. He points out that all the "please don't do this" talk is a waste of breath. After all, Bear isn't just mad at the kingdom. He's also holding a grudge against the common folk who were laughing it up while his pals were getting executed. Bear basically confirms that our boy peeked into his super secret sad memories. The system's finally at max charge, and Bear decides it's showtime. He raises his hand and casually shoves it into a freaky-looking pillar of energy. Up on the surface, things get weird. A bizarre energy starts seeping from the ground with a vibe that gives everyone a major case of the heebie-jeebies. Up top, Elton and his mage crew instantly realize the doomsday machine has been switched on. Even Professor Brittany, just chilling in her office, just feels the funky energy. A purple disco light starts flashing outside her window, and at first she just thinks it's an earthquake. But on second thought, feeling the magical bad vibes, she figures it's definitely not the earth shaking. Something seriously sinister is cooking down in the basement. Meanwhile, the students are just standing there watching a giant energy ball that refuses to stop growing. Thinking this was curtains for them all, Isabella starts her "my bad for getting us all killed" apology speech. She was about to drop a last-minute love confession on our boy, but he just straight up cuts her off. Ouch. He's like, "Hey, let's table this chat for after we, don't die." Isabella's jaw just hit the floor, totally gobsmacked by our boy's epic timing. Meanwhile, the mage casually leans on some rubble and yells a big ol' "see ya later" to his ex-buddies, swearing the whole kingdom's gonna get a massive invoice for this stunt. Sporting a super evil grin, he's all activate system, but then bam, out of nowhere, Blair's fist introduces itself to his face. Our hero figured it was time to shut this clown down. The punch was a straight-up haymaker, sending the mage on a scenic flight for a few meters before he face-planted hard. Yeah, Blair was pretty sure stopping the crazy white-haired dude was a top priority. Anyway, back topside. Pretty much every knight and mage just flopped to the ground like a bunch of puppets with their strings cut. Andre being the genius, he has immediately put 2 and 2 together. The magic gizmo must have been shut off. One of the knights, totally relieved, is like, "Dude, I thought we were toast." So the mayor dusts himself off and is staring at the barrier when Elton spots something moving right behind him. Dun dun dun. And surprise, it's Brittany popping up, demanding the full scoop. They try to play it cool, like, "Oh, all the students went home, you should totally bounce too." But she ain't buying that load of crap for a second, pointing out that Blair and Isabella are still MIA. She lays it on them thick. There are at least 2 students still down there. And that's when the light bulb finally flickers on in Elton's head about who the professor was yapping about. Oh look, it's the city chief's kid. Odin, who's totally not eavesdropping, suddenly realizes his little girl is smack dab in the middle of this dumpster fire. And boom, cue the sappy flashback. We're talking little kiddo Odin spawn dreaming of joining the city's glorified neighborhood watch. Back then, he was all what and demanded a reason. Her answer hilariously straightforward. The tiny tyke declared she was a Klavos and was going to protect the city and her old man. Odin, getting all misty-eyed over this hallmark moment, squished her in a tight hug and just busted out laughing. Fast forward to now and he's like, dang, she actually grew up and is fighting for real. Anyway, back to the action. Meanwhile, Baird, still eating dirt, is like, how in the actual heck did you Houdini your way out of those ropes? Blair, with zero chill, tells him to go ask the ghost of the soldier they just unalived. Our hero then has a eureka moment, remembering Ethan slipping him a shiv in the hallway, muttering something about it being a city guard tradition or whatever. Blair was shook, asking how the guard was supposed to, guard without his pointy stick. But Ethan was all mysterious, like, trust me, you'll need it more. Baird just cackles, saying he totally forgot about that little tradition, even calling Ethan a respectable soldier, which is rich. Then he turns to Blair and is all, so you really want to throw down? Even after I gave you the grand tour of my tragic backstory, our protagonist's response is basically, yep, still gonna punch you. He's gotta save his buddies and stop some wacko from turning the city into a crater. Baird's like, agree to disagree, and decides chat time is over. He immediately starts doing his magic jazz hands and cooks up a freaking massive fireball. Redhead yells a warning that the wizard is totally OP, but our dude is unfazed, claiming he's already got Baird's number. The mage finishes his incantation and just yeets a whole meteor shower at Blair. These things are coming in hot with full-on malicious intent. They're totally ready to BBQ our hero. But at the last second, Blair throws up a nope shield to save his skin. The flames smash into the barrier, trying their hardest to get through, but it's a total waste of effort. The fireballs just fizzle out as they phase through the shield. The girls are absolutely gobsmacked because Baird's attack went times through times the shield, but didn't even singe a hair on our boy. Turns out Blair's shield had a secret ingredient. He straight up vacuum sealed the inside to snuff out the flames. Seeing this big brain move, Baird starts to freak out, thinking, this dude is hacking my element and is way out of my league. Then out of nowhere, he snaps his head right and spots another fireball coming for his face. The fireball is booking it toward the white-haired wannabe ready for a fiery hug, and right at that moment, that little voice in Blair's head is like, told ya so. The enemy can cast spells without doing the whole magic finger-waggling thing. Our hero uses this tiny distraction to close the gap on Baird, even trash-talking him like, looks like you skipped arm day, buddy. Then he delivers a 5-knuckle sandwich right to the guy's kisser, and the hit is so gnarly it sends a tooth flying. Baird gets launched several feet back, eats the floor, and drops his fancy stick. Seeing his opening, Blair makes a mad dash for the dropped loot. He's thinking Baird is too slow on the uptake, and our dude snags the staff right out of the air. Now he's holding this huge blue-tipped wizard stick, but plot twist, he feels some leftover magic juju in it. Baird grins like a Cheshire cat, calling our hero predictable for falling for the old sword hidden in the staff trick. Realizing he's been bamboozled, Blair's brain goes into overdrive as the enemy comes charging in for the kill, sword in hand, ready for a comeback. But psych, he's too slow, and Bair lands a nasty slice right on his pre-existing boo-boo. Screaming like a baby, Blair hits the deck, clutching his arm that's now been double-tapped. To add insult to injury, B goes full-on savage and stomps right on it, which makes our hero flop around like a fish. The mage is all, not gonna lie, I'm impressed with your moves, kid. But then he's like, you've got zero killer instinct, though. You had a free shot at me earlier and you totally choked. So the mage decides it's time to wrap this up and unalive his foe, spouting some nonsense about how offing a worthy opponent is a huge honor. But plot twist, Blair snaps his head around and screams that it's not over yet, and right on cue, Baird realizes a bunch of fireballs are coming in hot right for his face. They nail him dead on, blowing up and turning the room into a freaking light show. And who saved our main character's bacon? None other than Isabella and Alice, who finally got their act together and zapped the silver-haired dude. Baird's a little crispy from that blast, and Blair uses this perfect moment of distraction to literally suck the air right out from around his enemy. He points a bloody hand at Baird and does his magic thing. At first, the dude feels nothing and just looks totally baffled, like he has no clue what that little light show was for. Then whoops, he can't hold his sword anymore, and it clatters to the floor. And then the light bulb goes off. He can't talk or, breathe. He starts gasping for air like a fish out of water. Baird starts hacking and grabbing his throat while Blair casually gets back on his feet. Our boy then has the nerve to apologize, saying the guy was right all along. It really is an honor to take out a strong opponent. Meanwhile, the white-haired dude is doing the funky chicken, desperate for just a tiny puff of air. He starts fading out, probably thinking about how he's let his buddies down yet again. And finally, his lights go out for good, and he face plants onto the stone floor. Seeing the whole soap opera unfold, the girls sprint over to Blair, all relieved, and are all like, are you okay? At the same time, the glowy energy in the big pillar starts to fizzle out. Apparently, This ridiculously convenient trap just shuts itself off if you ignore it long enough. Isabella, totally hyped, asks if they actually for real saved the city. When she realizes they did, she tackles Blair with a massive hug, completely ignoring the fact that he's basically a walking bruise. Then, because things were going too well, giant chunks of the ceiling decide it's time to join the party. Alice, the walking encyclopedia, explains that these old ruins love to self-destruct after you use them, to be petty. Isabella's brain short-circuits, so she asks for a repeat. So Alice dumbs it down for her. The whole place is collapsing on our heads. And just then, a massive chunk of rock decides to break free from the ceiling and make a beeline for them. Blair, thinking on his feet, he snags them both by the hand and just bolts, trying not to become a human pancake. Right in the middle of this mad dash, he totally lays into Alice for not giving them a heads up that the exit was about to expire. The main pillar starts looking real crumbly, and looks like it's about to turn them into a group sandwich. On the way out, our hero spots his dead buddy just chilling in front of one of the collapsing pillars. He decides he's got to honor his memory or whatever, so he spins around for a quick dramatic goodbye to the two of them. Meanwhile, outside, the knights and mages watching the big magic bubble see it just pop. The whole crowd goes wild. 'Cause hey, the barrier's gone. But Professor Brittany ain't got time for celebrations. She immediately launches herself into the air to go find her kids. She pops a flight spell and zooms over to the dungeon entrance. Watching her go, Elton just smirks and mutters that she has like zero chill. At this point, the big boss of the city finally tells his tin can knights to waddle over to the busted barrier and do something. With a face full of panic, he's just praying his precious daughter Isabella isn't monster food. Meanwhile, back inside the death trap, the students are still doing the panicked shuffle to escape the crumbling dump as rocks rain down on them. Finally, our genius trio makes it to the dungeon entrance, the very same one they strolled into earlier. Isabella spots the ceiling in front of them, getting ready to quit its job, and screams for everyone to back up. And what do you know, giant rocks come crashing down, totally sealing the exit like a forgotten Tupperware. The girls are hacking up a lung from the dust cloud and yelling for Blair, who totally ghosted them in the chaos. A second later, they spot him a little ways away, looking like he just got into a fight with a boulder and lost. Isabella, all worried, asks if he got smushed in the collapse. He's all like, nah, I'm good, but you can tell his shoulder is screaming for mercy. Alice finally connects the dots and realizes the exit is now a rock wall, and they're totally screwed. The gang is now trapped in a dark, narrow hallway that's basically a pile of rubble. That's when Blair notices a path that's slightly less impassable wall of rock, and suggests they just, blow it up. Isabella points out that doing that would take a bajillion fireballs and her mana bar is basically on empty. That's when our boy asks if they know how to pop a fire shield because he's got a 5 to 100 IQ plan. This time, instead of pumping oxygen in, he starts sucking all the oxygen out of the air with his bare hands like a human vacuum. He goes full nerd, explaining that with the perfect oxygen mix, the kaboom gets way bigger. So he whips up a little sphere of pure oxygen, lights the fuse, and just yeets it at the rock pile. The explosion is insane, sending rock shrapnel flying absolutely everywhere. By then, the girls had already thrown up a fire shield to keep them from getting turned into Swiss cheese by the flying debris. The path is finally clear, and a super hyped Blair is cheering like they just won the lottery. Meanwhile, outside the sun is starting to creep up, painting the mountains in some cheesy golden light. A single hand claws its way out of their brand new custom-made exit, desperately trying to get a grip. It's Alice, the first one out, struggling to haul herself up. Isabella reaches down and yanks her friend to her feet. Blair is the last one to crawl out, looking completely wrecked. Both girls offer him a hand and Isabella asks how he's doing. He tells them he's fine, but in his head he's basically screaming that he can't go on. That his social battery and his actual battery have hit zero. Out of nowhere, his legs just give up, and he stumbles on the way up. The girls totally whiff the catch, and he starts plummeting back into the hole. In what he's pretty sure are his final moments, he's convinced he's about to become a splat on the floor. Suddenly, some mystery person snags his hand, saving him from his grim yet kinda lame fate. It's Brittany's teacher, who just casually flew in with magic like a superhero right in the nick of time. Sometime later, our boy wakes up in a hospital room with his whole fan club gathered around. He finally cracks his eyes open, trying to figure out what the heck just happened. He's totally lost, has no clue where he is, and everything hurts. Isabella, who was snoozing nearby, wakes up and tells him not to even think about moving. All the girls are super psyched that the main character has decided to rejoin the living, especially Isabella. She gets so excited she grabs him by the shoulders and starts shaking him like a Polaroid picture. Brittany has to explain that the wound wasn't a game ender. He just lost a whole lot of his life juice. Changing the subject, our boy tries to tell them some juicy gossip about Blair. But she shuts him down flat like, nope, Isabella and Alice already ratted you out so we can skip the paperwork. He's like, fair enough, cause what else is he gonna do? Then bam, the door swings open and in walks a mystery guest. The girls and Blair whip their heads around totally bug-eyed, wondering who the heck just crashed their party. And would you look at that? It's the big cheese of Yabo City himself gracing our boy with his presence. Blair, being nosy, is immediately like, why is a VIP like you slumming it in here? The guy actually bows to Blair and thanks him for saving his little girl. Our hero was not ready for that and turns into a total tomato. Dude doesn't even make eye contact, just keeps going and invites him to dinner over at the Clavius mansion. Hearing this, Blair's jaw hits the floor. Isabella, who totally eavesdropped on the whole thing, instantly jumps to the conclusion that it's a meet the parents dinner. She gets the completely wrong idea and her face goes 50 shades of red. So the next night, Blair gets all gussied up for the big event, ready to roll with Isabella. She drops the bomb that a ton of other families and big shot VIPs will be there, which immediately gets our boy's social anxiety kicking in. Isabella's just like, oh yeah, our family dinners are always this extra. And that's when it clicks for Blair. The whole city chief gig is a family business passed down like a fancy heirloom. So of course, their family dinners are actually just high society schmooze fests. Then, out of left field, Blair starts thinking, hey, Isabella's gonna be the next chief. And if I marry her, I could basically own Yabo. Plus, our son would be the next chief in training. Only catch, he'd have to become Mr. Clavius. Ouch, right in the ego. He keeps spacing out, picturing a whole Little League team with Isabella, but suddenly she yanks him back to reality by grabbing his left ear and giving it a solid twist. She's like, you're thinking something pervy again, aren't you? And demands to know what's on his mind. But our boy ain't got the guts to spill the beans, so he pulls a lie out of thin air, saying it'd be possible to have 2 kids. Then he pivots so fast he could get whiplash, blurting out that some friend's wife is having twins and they needed help picking out names. Smooth, dude. Real smooth. Joke's on him because Isabella totally thought he was daydreaming about their future kids, but she was too chicken to say anything. Instead, she just plays along and asks if he's come up with any names. Our guy says nah and explains the couple wants one kid to take the mom's name and the other to take the dad's. Her ears perk up at that and she asks if he'd actually be cool with his own kid taking the mom's last name. He's like, yeah, if I had 2 kids, I wouldn't care one bit. After some more awkward chit-chat, they finally start getting close to the main party zone. On the way, Isabella spots her mom, who Blair is about to meet for the first time. Mama Clavius, a blonde, just like her daughter, greets them both. Our boy does the whole polite bow thing and greets Mrs. Clavius. The mom cuts right to the chase, thanking him for the rescue and mentioning Isabella's been running her mouth about him. The second she says that, every single girl within earshot starts giving Blair the ol' up and down. All of a sudden, attention totally freaks Isabella out, so she just grabs his hand and yells to her mom that she's dragging him off to see her dad. One of the girls is like, yo, why is she bugging out? But Isabella doesn't even answer, totally ditching the scene with our guy in tow. With a whole audience watching, they make a beeline straight for the head honcho. Meanwhile, some serious tea was being spilled over at the big boss's office. This dude, Abel Howard, just rolled into Oz. The Silver Fox starts snitching, saying the finance minister, some chump named Walter, is plotting something shady. But the old-timer's just like, yeah, right, a pencil pusher like you thinks he can take on the big leagues. Abel claps back, saying, that was the old playbook, Gramps. Lately, the Capitol's been yanking the leash on you city bigwigs. Now, the mayors don't even control their own piggy banks or their toy soldiers. The king's sending his own babysitters to run the show. And get this, the cherry on top of this disaster sundae, the finance minister is the queen's little bro. Every year, like clockwork, the Capitol sends in its bean-counting stormtroopers. These guys have a ton of power, and if they find so much as a misplaced paperclip, they can slap the cuffs on the city's top dog. And Abel's crystal ball already told him this. Marcus Walter Clown is headed for Iabo. He drops that he and the guy had a little chit-chat a couple of days back. And it's a sure bet they're about to pull some shenanigans on Ozdown. The mayor's like, thanks for the intel, I'll keep my peepers peeled. So after dropping that bomb of a gossip session, Abel's like, I'm out, and heads for the door. But the mayor's spidey senses are tingling and he's like, hold up, why the free info? Abel says it's basically an insurance policy for his family since the Howards are a bit down on their luck. The big cheese immediately catches his drift and shoots him a major side-eye. And speak of the devils just then, Blair and Isabella waltz into the family office hunting for Abel. He spots the dark-haired kid and thinks to himself, of course, wherever there's drama, the main character has to make an entrance. He silently wishes him a sarcastic, good luck. The lovebirds finally rock up to Isabella's dad's lair. After the whole hello sir routine, they plop down. Isabella, looking a bit weirded out, asks her pops why he's been giving her the silent treatment. He then tells her to scram so he can have a private chat with Blair. She doesn't even argue, just bounces, and our boy tells her he'll be out in a jiffy. She's like, cool, I'll be loitering in the hallway. The second that door clicks shut, the old dude gets up looking like he's about to pass a kidney stone, and thanks Blair for saving his little girl. Blair, cool as a cucumber, is all like, hey, a gentleman's gotta do what a gentleman's gotta do. Then Ozdown grabs a frickin' sword and mentions Isabella said he was her guardian angel at the academy. While he's talking, the old guy starts pulling the sword out of its sheath. Our boy starts to sweat a little. Blair's like, whoa, we were both in Professor Brittany's class. We were just study buddies, that's all. The family patriarch then shoves the half-drawn blade right up to Blair's face and asks, "So you're saying my daughter's a liar?" Blair squeaks out a yes, and bam, the old man whips the sword all the way out, yelling that his daughter was sleep-talking about him planting one on her, hugging her, and even getting a little hands-on. Our hero is totally baffled, like, wait, when did I ever kiss her? The dad ignores him and doubles down, "So you admit you hugged her, and then you copped a feel." Blair, completely lost on what this guy's deal is, just decides to rip the band-aid off and asks if this is the real reason he got summoned. Oz is actually shook by the kid's nerve. He's like, "You're the first punk who's ever talked to me like that, and congrats, you passed my psycho dad test." Then the old man sticks out his hand and asks him to keep being his daughter's bodyguard, and maybe more. Our boy sticks his hand out too, and they lock in a super serious handshake. Then on the old guy's advice, they make a pact to keep their little chat on the down low. A bit later, the whole fam finally plops down for dinner near the mansion. Isabella, being nosy, is practically dying to know what her dad and Blair were gossiping about in the office. While messing with his fork, our dude gets all dramatic and says he's sworn to secrecy, claiming it's a top-secret man thing. The girl, who clearly has major FOMO, gets all pouty that he's keeping stuff from her. She even gives Blair a little revenge punch for not spilling the beans. Then, out of nowhere, some gopher yells for old man Ozdem, telling him the finance minister and the tax man have crashed the party. The minister, rocking a blue suit, stomps right up to the city boss and asks why he didn't get an invite to the fancy shindig. In reply, Ozdem's like, "Hey, it's a family thing, didn't want to bother you." The minister says, "Oh, no worries, because the tax collector already snitched about the problem." And speak of the devil, the collector himself struts up to the table. He announces he thinks the Clavio family is pulling a fast one on their taxes and wants to start digging around. Ozdem's face just curdles. He politely asks if they can at least finish their food first. But the tax dude ain't having it. He's like, "This ain't a discussion," and pulls the "I represent the capital" card. All the dinner guests immediately start whispering like they're watching a reality TV show meltdown. Everyone is visibly shook. Isabella starts shaking like a leaf and clutches Blair's knee for dear life. You could see the pure, "my dad is so busted" panic written all over her face. Then the minister chimes in. He basically tells Ozdem it would look really bad to throw a tantrum in front of everyone, and that he should just go along with it peacefully. The old man gets totally cheesed off that they're trying to punk him and starts raising his voice. His wife decides it's time to play damage control. She announces to the crowd that dinner's canceled, and Ozdem has some adulting to do. Blair also tries to get Isabella to calm down, suggesting they bounce. That's when he clocks Calvin and Brad, who apparently showed up late to the drama and are just lurking in the back. The blonde grabs Blair's hand and drags him away from the scene, trying not to have a full-blown meltdown. She looks like an absolute mess. Our boy decides to check in, asking how she's doing, and points out that the city's big cheese is in some seriously deep doo-doo. If those guys find anything, he'll be stripped of his title and shipped off to the slammer. And according to him, since this Walter character is the queen's little brother, he pretty much gets to do whatever the heck he wants in town. As the two of them pass a clique of girls from the dinner, they overhear them dishing the hot goss about the mayor. One of the girls sneers that she never thought the Clavia family would go down so easy. Hearing this, Isabella death grips Blair's hand, making him look at her instantly. His whole vibe darkens, totally consumed with worry for her. In front of him, the beautiful girl is now a crying mess. This totally gets to Blair. He starts to panic a little, asking why she's crying, but Isabella is just radio silent. She just full-on launches herself into our boy's arms and starts sobbing her eyes out, totally terrified of what's going to happen to her dad. And totally lost it. Our hero figured he should probably chill her out. He was all smooth, like, "Hey, don't sweat it," but inside his head, Blair was making a pinky promise to himself that her dad would be totally fine. A few minutes later, our dude actually managed to get Isabella to stop freaking out and went to have a chat with Calvin and Brad. He rolled up like, "What's up?" and they were like, "Dude, what are times you times doing here?" Blair just dropped the bomb that the big boss man was his friend's old man. Anyway, they totally switched gears and started gushing about how our boy saved the whole city. Being nosy, our main character hits him with, "So what's your deal? You guys roll in with the money-grubbing tax dude." Calvin's like, "Well, funny story, the tax guy is actually the vice president of our super nerdy math club, which is why we got dragged into this mess. And Brad here, he's playing muscle for the numbers nerd." So our guy's like, "Hold up, why's this bean counter shaking down the city chief? Isn't that the finance minister's job?" Calvin lays it out. The minister is basically the chief's puppet, so when the dust settles, it all lands on the big guy's shoulders. Our hero calls his bluff, like, "Do you actually buy that load of crap you're selling?" The dude gets all squirmy and mumbles something about them just being science geeks. "We're not government goons shaking people down for cash. We can't get our hands dirty with this stuff," he whined. So our boy pivots again. He's like, "Hey, you guys remember that absolute legend who solved all your math club's problems and even cooked up a new magic trick for the wizards?" They're like, "Oh yeah, how could we forget that genius?" Then out of the blue, a light bulb goes off over Brad's head and he blurts out, "Wait a sec, we kept that whole magic community thing on the down low." And that's when our main man drops the mic. "Yeah, that was me. The name's Chenlu." The two Prez dorks are absolutely floored, totally unable to process that some kid was the brainiac behind it all. They think he's yanking their chain and are like, okay, funny guy, quit messing with us. To prove he's the real deal, our hero spills the tea on how much cash he raked in from the riddles, and even reveals the secret sauce behind the new magic technique. The gears finally start turning in their nerdy heads. They start groveling and apologizing like their lives depend on it. Brad instantly turns into a total suck-up, saying, "Oh, now it all makes sense. No wonder you totally wrecked Baird." Calvin drops to his knees, promising he'd do anything, even take a dirt nap if our boy asked, begging for help with the tax collector. With faces straight out of a gangster movie, the two presidents say their job is to play bodyguard for the ministers. But you know accidents happen, maybe even tonight. Our boy suddenly gets it. These two usually stuffy dudes are now acting like a couple of fanboy teens. It looks like the whole math god Chenlu thing really went straight to their heads. The two of them decide that for Chenlu, they'd totally off this Walter dude. Playing along with their crazy train, our boy agrees the tax collector is the big issue and needs to be handled. But the presidents read the room completely wrong. They immediately go, "Say no more, we'll unalive his entire family." This psycho-level devotion to their idol leaves our hero just speechless. But he quickly jumps in like, whoa, nobody's getting whacked. He's just trying to get the dude to bounce from Yabo City, that's it. The two presidents get super red-faced about their little murder plot and finally get what our boy was actually asking for. He also makes them swear to keep his whole Chenluo identity on the down low because that would just be a massive headache for him. And just like that, the powwow's over and the two big shots split to do their thing. Calvin strolls into the mob and yanks Chief Caesar aside for a little tete-a-tete. Blondie tells the Odon chief to hang tight for a sec. He's all like, "I got this, be right back," real hero-like. Then taking a dramatic step back, Calvin just drops the bomb. Walter is totally unfit to be the money man for Yabo City, period. Hearing this, Caesar's face goes from chill to stone cold real quick. He hits the president back with a, "That's not your decision to make, buddy." Then Brad, who's just lurking nearby, busts out a grin and goes, "So the gossip is true after all." The blonde dude is over there looking completely lost, peeking at the president trying to connect the dots. Then, completely out of left field, Brad throws an arm around his shoulder, leans in with this troll-face grin, and asks if Caesar's got a little crush on this Walter dude. Blondie is not amused by the gag, shoves Brad's hand away and snaps that he's just trying to do the right thing. But that's when the president jumps in. He's like, "Actually, Caesar, this decision is way above your pay grade. We got some heavy hitters, you know, the upstairs crew who want Walter gone. And if that little detail doesn't get handled well, he can't exactly promise Caesar will stay safe and sound." Calvin also rubs it in that before he was shaking people down for taxes, he was the VP of their nerd club. All this heat finally makes Blondie pause and use his brain. He glances over at Walter, who's just living his best life, vibing at the party, totally oblivious to the storm brewing. And boom, just like that, Caesar caves and gives the signal to the guards. Nab the dude in the blue suit. Homeboy starts losing his mind, screaming that they're supposed to be cuffing the Ozdam family boss, not him. Totally over the screaming, Caesar tells the guards to put a sock in it. Then he saunters over to Ozdam and explains they've got solid proof Walter was skimming off the top from the king. And with that mic drop, he pieces out. The head of the family is just left standing there, being completely floored by this insane plot twist. As he watches the portly minister get hauled off, his wife spots Blair lurking nearby. At that exact moment, our hero was just trying to ghost the scene and track down Isabella. The wife, watching this whole circus go down, just starts laughing. Her hubby's like, "What's so hilarious?" She pours them both a glass of vino. As they clink glasses, she comments that Blair kid is actually a pretty solid dude. With all the drama finally over, they could finally chill out and enjoy the rest of their night in peace. Meanwhile, Isabella was parked on a bench nearby, totally daydreaming about Blair. Before she even knew it, he'd snuck up and gently put a hand on her head. Still all teary-eyed, she asks if it's really him and what happened with her dad. Our main character, cool as a cucumber, just says, "Oh it's all handled." He tells her his buddies gave him a hand, Walter's already been yeeted out of there, and Yabo City is about to get a new money guy. The girl is shook and asks how that's even possible since Walter was basically in cahoots with the tax collector. With a little smirk, Blair explains that his friends pull a bit more weight than some wannabe tax man. Finally chilling out, she gets all excited and asks who these mystery friends are. But he leans in, does the whole cute shh thing with a finger to her lips and tells her she's asking way too many questions. Caught up in the moment, Isabella plants one on his cheek, which totally short-circuits our hero's brain. Unable to handle her own embarrassment, she bolts yelling that the dinner's not even done yet. So before the real party even kicks off, the courtroom peanut gallery is already bickering over cash, laying down bets on who's gonna win this mess. Right in the middle of all the chaos, a shiny gold coin pops out of some dude's pocket and goes skittering across the floor. And just like that, Isabella makes a break for the table with Blair scrambling to stop her. Paying zero attention, the girl totally faceplants over the exact coin that was making its grand escape. She completely loses her footing and starts to timber, heading straight for our hero, Blair. Even with his busted arm, goes for a full-on hero dive to catch her. He lunges in, ready to use his own body as a human airbag. But as he reaches for her, his hand somehow snags the shawl covering her assets. And of course, this is all happening right in front of her parents. Blair accidentally gives the whole room a free show of the blonde's upper deck. Isabella instantly starts bawling her eyes out, and our boy in full-blown panic mode tries to play peacemaker. While covering herself up, she starts calling him a perv and swearing he did it on purpose. The girl starts throwing haymakers at him while he's trying to explain he was just playing hero and stopping her from a faceplant. Realizing her pity-pat punches aren't doing squat, the blonde decides to crank things up to 11. She shuts her eyes and starts whipping up a freaking fireball. Our guy just slowly turns to her parents with a look that screams, "Y'all want to get your girl." Then it hits her, maybe just maybe, flinging a fireball in a courtroom is a bit extra. She drops the magic words and switches to some very times, not times magic words instead. He tries to apologize again, swearing he saw Zilch playing the total innocent, which of course just makes her turn 50 shades of red. Meanwhile, Odom's wife just enjoying the show, it just lets out a little chuckle and says something about kids these days. The head honcho seizes the brief moment of quiet to pull Blair aside for a chat. Meanwhile, mom is trying to tell her daughter that the dude has already done a ton for their family and judging by the whole situation, he's probably into her, but Isabella's not having it snapping back that she never asked for his help anyway. At last, Blair and the old man slip into the office to talk shop. Ozdem starts by saying our boy's got more going on upstairs than he lets on. He says our hero seems to have the whole situation figured out, but things are seriously complicated. Turns out a couple of jokers named Calvin and Brad owed the old guy a boatload of cash, and thanks to today's win, that debt is officially wiped clean. Our boy says it was an honor to defend Isabella, but then he smoothly changes the subject. The finance minister has been going wild with the taxes for the last 3 months, and the price of bacon has already skyrocketed 4 times. The old man's like, "So that's the real reason you helped me, huh?" Blair lays it out: if the price of pork is going to the moon, then the price of everything else in town is about to follow. These taxes are messing with the economy and everyone's wallets. And if they let this minister keep doing whatever he wants, the common folk are going to start hurting. And if people can't even afford to eat, the whole city's morale is going to tank. The old man admits he's 100% right and that the buck stops with him, but our guy tells him not to take all the blame. While the guys are having this deep, important chat, the ladies decide to do a little recon through a crack in the door. Inside, Ozdem and Blair are all buddy-buddy talking about how they need to find a competent person for the new minister gig. But then out of nowhere, a mysterious hand gives Isabella a shove right into the door. Totally caught off guard. She totally faceplants her way into the room. Homegirl trips and goes flying right at Blair, who's just minding his business with a glass of wine. In a desperate attempt to save herself, she flings her hands out and just smashes right into him. Thanks to that little collision, the glass goes airborne. The wine soaks both of their outfits before the cup even has a chance to shatter on the floor. Isabella's mom pops up with perfect timing, basically telling her daughter to watch where she's going. She orders the girl to grab some clean clothes for Blair, and while she's at it, help him set up his room. The two of them try to protest, but the lady just steamrolls right over them. She just thanks the young fella for his help from before and basically says, "Have a good night, kids." A little while later, now rocking some dry clothes, Isabella and Blair are hanging in the hallway. He tries to ask if he's actually crashing at her place, but she completely ignores the question, just grabs his hand and tells him to come with her. And who's playing spy behind the door? None other than Ozdem and his wifey. The second the kids are gone, she turns to her hubby like, "Okay, spill it." Ozdem says the tax collector only did a 180 because of Blair. He's betting Calvin pulled some strings, but he's got a hunch there's way more to this story. His wife just shrugs, saying everyone has their secrets, and the main thing is that Isabella keeps getting treated like a princess. Then Ozdem asks how she can be so sure their daughter is actually into the guy. The mom hits him with the "duh, it's obvious." Isabella was always dead set on going to the capital, but then out of the blue she didn't even apply this year. Her theory: the girl is holding off a whole year just so she can enter the academy with Blair. Dad still tries to fight it, saying maybe she just doesn't want to leave the nest. Meanwhile, our boy is already posted up in the guest room bed trying to process this chaotic night. He's just lying there thinking about how he used to play pretend as other people just to dodge any trouble. But now he's realizing that this whole being Chenluo thing has its benefits. As Walter, the queen's little brother, he can put the squeeze on dudes like Ozdem and bend the rules. And as Chenluo, he's basically a math god. Calvin thinks he's the greatest thing ever and believes every single word he says. All it took was one word from this so-called god to make the real Walter back the heck down. The rules of the game have totally changed, and now they're even messing with people's lives. Our hero realizes he's got to protect himself and his squad. The conclusion is simple. To get anywhere in this world, you need status and power. Then out of nowhere, he hears a knock on the door. He jumps up to open it, but when he looks, there's nobody there. Then all of a sudden, The person who knocked just vaults in through the window like it's a totally normal Tuesday. While our boy is trying to process this, asking why she couldn't just use the door like a normal person, the girl is already bouncing on his bed. She claims she didn't want anyone to see her. Our boy asks if she's completely lost her mind, because if anyone saw her sneaking in through the window, they'd get the totally wrong idea. But she just rolls with it and asks why he can't sleep. Then she teases that he must be all giddy about such a big bed. Blair decides to play her game and says it'd be even better if she, ditched the clothes. Instantly, the girl gets all red in the face, calls him a perv, and insists she came to talk about something serious. She was dying to know what he and her dad talked about in the study earlier. A little awkwardly, our hero asks if she's times positive, times she wants to know, and she's all, yes, 100%. So Blair spills the tea. This dude deadass stares at the girl's rack and tells her that her old man is worried she's not exactly packing. And because of that, Pops apparently hired Blair to be her personal growth consultant. The girl gets totally triggered, like, why the heck would my own dad say I'm flat as a board? But then the gears in her head finally grind into place and she realizes our boy is just pulling her leg. She absolutely loses it, lets out a banshee shriek, and yeets herself out of bed. Blair tries to backpedal, but it's way too late. The girl just introduces his face to the bottom of her foot and screams that she's not listening to a single word from some low-life creep. She mutters about what a terrible mistake this was and makes a beeline for the window like she's escaping a burning building. Just then, Blair, blushing harder than a baboon's butt, scrambles after her, desperate to get a word in. He's like, look, I know why you're really here, and tells her to chill because her old man is going to be totally fine. But then she just blurts out that he's got it all wrong. Turns out she actually came over to say something completely different. Our boy's face instantly goes dead serious. He holds up a hand and tells her not to say it, insisting he already knows what's up. The girl immediately realizes what giant egotistical conclusion he just jumped to and panics, waving her hands like, no, not that. After that super awkward mind-reading moment, and she lets out a huge sigh of relief. She clarifies she just wanted to say thanks and that she's actually rooting for Blair. Instantly cringing from her own sincerity, she doesn't even hang around for a response and just dives out the window. As the blonde makes her grand exit, her boy is just left standing there, processing everything. Little did they know the head honcho himself was parked right outside the window, catching every single juicy word of their little chat. So the next morning, Blair's at the front door of the mansion doing the whole farewell tour. Osden's wife comes up all smiles, asking if he had a good night's sleep and if the breakfast was up to snuff. He lies through his teeth that he slept like a baby and the food was divine, but now he's really gotta bounce. The lady then puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, pretending to cry and asking why he won't stay for dinner, whining about whether she was a bad hostess. Blair, totally flustered, tries to calm her down and explain that she's reading the room completely wrong. Then Osden cuts his wife Anna off, telling her if the guy wants to leave, let him leave. Then he just stares Blair down and asks him straight up if he had any visitors last night. Our boy, obviously not having a death wish, swears he didn't see a single soul and that he really needs to get going. Feeling the heat crank up, he basically power walks out of there as fast as his legs can carry him. He leaves Isabella's parents there to stew in their suspicions. A little time jump, and now we see Osden in his office poring over some paperwork. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. It's the taxman and Colino who shuffle in, apologizing for interrupting his day. Caesar chimes in with his own apology, admitting they were super sloppy the day before and made a huge mess of things for him. But Osden, playing the gracious host, says it was his bad too, since the whole money situation is technically his problem. After some more schmoozing, Colino and Caesar finally dip from the city lord's crib. Meanwhile, in another part of town, some dude named Abel gets a letter and starts staring into space. The hamster wheel in his brain starts turning, and he realizes Caesar actually helped Ozune, and this Blair character is way more than meets the eye. After scanning the note, he smirks that this whole drama is getting spicier by the second, and then just casually torches the evidence. And in a totally random scene change, we're now watching a mom and her kid taking a stroll through the city of Yabo. The mom points out a big building and goes, "Look, son, that's the headquarters for the math nerds, where all the kingdom's biggest brains do their number crunching." But this little dude could not care less about that. He's all like, "I'm into magic, and when I grow up, I'm gonna be a wizard because magic totally dunks on math." Then, out of thin air, Colino pops up behind them and just dives into their conversation. He starts lecturing them that math is the granddaddy of all sciences, and without it you ain't researching squat. Then he does this super dramatic hand point at the kid's head and asks again if magic can really times beat math. The mom naturally jumps in to defend her little angel, saying he's just a kid who's talking nonsense. But the boy stands his ground and claps back. There's always going to be a mage powerful enough to do it. Colino doesn't even bother to look at him, and just replies that someone stronger can always show up, but it's impossible to beat math because it's always leveling up. After completely schooling, the kid Colino bounces to take care of his business at the Mathematical Society building. The second he turns his back, the little brat starts making faces at him. Anyway, once he gets there, the guard at the door gives a polite "what's up" to Vice President Colino. A moment later, his assistants come tearing over to warn him that everyone inside is totally freaking out. People are acting like it's the end of the world over this so-called devil's number, Kalino mentioned. Another assistant chimes in. Actually, it's called in times irrational, times number. Apparently, everyone's already swallowed this as gospel and is desperately clinging to a tiny shred of hope they can find some kind of pattern in these numbers. But Calvino just casually reading a paper tells everyone to take a chill pill. He says finding this number just proves science is getting better and that they need to chase the truth. It reminds him of when Blair first dropped this whole irrational number bombshell, and suddenly the other scientists didn't even have to throw hands over the Edwin Award anymore. The scene flips and we see two math nerds bickering over whose theory deserved the prize. Calvino was at this awards show with all the big-brain mathletes gathered. Right in the middle of it all, he decides he's had enough and tries to pull a Houdini and sneak out. But the crowd instantly mobs him, begging him to vote for their theories. So everyone with these huge fake smiles just ends up voting for the Veep. Meanwhile, the judges are off in their corner gossiping, talking about how this year's ceremony was so much more chill with way less drama. And then, one of the old-timers announces on behalf of the society that Brittany and her student Blair from Yabo City are the big winners. At this point, Calvino is already back in his seat, literally crying all emotional because his little math club finally hit the big time. Next, they call him up on stage to present the award. One of the judges hands him a shiny golden statue grinning from ear to ear and gives Kalino a huge congrats on his mathematical society's victory. Without missing a beat, the guy just snatches the award, his eyes still misty, a total emotional wreck, thinking that with this so-called God Chen on their side, his math society was finally going places. Then one of the ancient judges explained to the crowd that this year, Blair discovered an irrational number, and God Chen absolutely crushed 23 problems. Another judge added that if Chenlu had bothered to show up, the award would have been a shoo-in for him. But Calvino couldn't give a single heck if that guy ever got on stage because he was on cloud 9. Meanwhile, a massive mob was throwing a tantrum right outside the Magic Society's headquarters. So our little hero decided to play detective because he heard some folks were getting totally ripped off, losing 100 gold coins for some bogus magic. The wizard wannabes were absolutely fuming, screaming they got sold a dud of a technique, and to top it all off, they got called talentless hacks. Our dude tried to squeeze through the mob, but naturally he totally ate it. But then a genius idea struck, he'd just crawl underneath everyone. So while the angry mob was chanting for a refund, our little ginger ninja started weaving his way through a forest of legs, a super normal way to travel for sure. He was just hoping he wasn't about to pop up somewhere awkward. Then bam, some rent-a-cop guarding the joint spotted him and snatched him up by the collar. And wouldn't you know it, right at that moment the main doors swing open and some suit steps out to face the music. This chump was apparently one of the association's bigwigs. The guard was like, "Yo, where's President Angus? He's the only one who supposedly saw this magic work." The slick-haired manager replied that the Prez was busy schmoozing with VIPs and that he was sent as the official chill-out guy. He strolled up to the mob and started his spiel, trying to calm the storm, but this crowd was way too salty to even hear him out. They were just screaming from all sides that the water trick was total garbage, a complete and utter scam. And of course our boy just had to throw in his 2 cents, yelling that his mama always said liars get what's coming to him. The guard holding him just yeeted the kid to the side, basically telling him to stay out of grown-up talk. With a smile faker than a $3 bill, the manager insisted the technique was legit and that a couple of gifted individuals had already pulled it off. Some wizard in the crowd did not appreciate that and went ballistic for basically being called a scrub. He grabbed the manager by the lapels, demanding a refund like right now. The professional people calmer just repeated his script, saying the technique was real and that some people could totally do it. Then some other redhead in the mob screamed, "Fine, trot out just one person who can actually do this thing, and we'll all shut our traps." All of a sudden, everyone whipped their heads around at the sound of a lady's voice, asking what all the ruckus was about. It was some high and mighty noble lady. The second she appeared, all those angry mages immediately bent the knee. She asked why everyone was mobbing the Magic Society. The ginger mage piped up and explained that the association was pulling some seriously illegal stunts, peddling a phony technique for a totally insane price. The blonde noble was all gasp. "I can't believe the Magic Society would stoop so low." The manager dude immediately went on the defensive, claiming it was a super advanced technique that only the truly skilled could master. But the crowd wasn't buying that load of crap and just kept screaming that Chenlu was a giant fraud. The noble lady decided to play judge and jury, announcing they were going to settle this thing the easy way. The Magic Society was going to have to put their money where their mouth is and demonstrate the technique. The manager whipped out a scroll with the spell's instructions, promising they'd show it off no sweat. He even threw in that the magic needed you to mix fire and water elements like some kind of fantasy bartender. The lady snatched the scroll and was like, "Oh, really? You got anyone in this whole joint who can actually juggle 2 elements at once?" The slick-haired manager shot back, "You bet we do. We've got a guy." And added that President Angus himself even gave the technique a whirl. But before he could finish, the red-headed loudmouth jumped back in, telling the fancy lady to just ignore all that garbage. Then Blondie over here gives the technique a once-over, And bam, just like that, she's slinging fire and water like it's a 2-for-1 special. The whole crowd's jaws hit the floor, watching her make it look like child's play. All the other magic nerds started gossiping, totally losing their minds that someone could actually juggle 2 elements at once. Even the girl was shook, like, why didn't I think of this magic hack before? Mr. Dark and Brooding chimes in, saying some dude named Chenlu calls it combination magic, and the Bigwig Magic Society is still arguing about whether it's legit. And that's when it clicked for Blondie. She'd totally heard that famous name before. Meanwhile, this little brat won't shut up, just roasting the heck out of the ginger mage. He's all up in his face like, yo, you promised to say sorry if someone pulled off the trick, remember? The kid keeps pressing, dude, she did the thing, where's the apology? And that's when Redhead completely snaps. Instead of saying sorry, he winds up to smack the kid. The little guy flinches, bracing for impact, but Blondie's got quicker reflexes. She shuts that nonsense down and just yeets him into the air with her magic. The dude starts whimpering for her to put him down and she's like, fine. The second his feet touch the ground, he's begging for her forgiveness. She just tells him to go have a long, hard think about how he threw a tantrum just cause his magic skills are trash. With a perfect little smirk, she warns him that she's not usually the second chances type. Right on cue, the kid's mom storms onto the scene, absolutely fuming cause he ditched her. The woman snags him by the ear and starts hauling him home. On the way, the kid is just babbling nonstop, totally geeking out about the awesome magic and the genius mage, who came up with a whole new way to fight. Miles away, Blair's ears must be burning cause he suddenly can't stop sneezing his head off. He mentions it to the girls who get all worried and ask what's up, but really our boy had just strolled into Professor Brittany's office. She's like, what do you want? Blair says he's got something super important to talk to her about. Isabella, who's also hanging around immediately, jumps to the conclusion that he's about to confess his undying love to the professor. Isabella gets all red-faced just thinking about it, totally freaking out and wondering if she should butt in. To make sure no one eavesdrops, our main man and the professor decide to take it to the roof. As soon as they get up there, Brittany asks what this big secret is all about. Blair's all mysterious, saying he can't just tell her, and asks her to whip up a fireball first. The professor's like, okay, weird, and cooks up a fireball in her hand, but then poof, her magic just fizzles out, leaving nothing but a tiny puff of smoke. She stares at her hand, completely baffled, and asks Blair if he's the one who just pulled that stunt. He's like, yup, that was me, and asks if she remembers their little chat about additional elements. Then he drops the science on her. He figured out that fire needs another element to get its burn on oxygen. You take away the oxygen and the fire just pieces out. The professor is blown away and asks if he can snuff out a fireball just by messing with the oxygen. He's like, you bet I can. He even points out that without oxygen, everyone on the planet would stop breathing. And that's the exact dirty trick he used to own Baird last time, by just yoinking all the air from around him. It finally clicks for Brittany that Blair can totally control these bonus elements. The crazy part is normal elements need all those fancy spells and hand-waving, but this is a whole different ballgame. But see, these bonuses elements, ever since they were found, they were basically on the untamable list. Nobody could handle them, until now that is. Blair just dropped the ultimate mic, proving it could be done. The logic is, if a whole squad can pull something off, they're all geniuses. But if only one dude can do it, he's a glitch in the matrix, a total freak. Yeah, people can be real jerks to anyone who breaks the mold. Brittany, looking super stressed, is like, have you told anyone else about your little elemental cheat codes? Blair's just like, nope. She's the only one in on the secret. Then she makes him pinky promise to keep it locked down. Not even Isabella or Alice can know unless one of them puts a ring on it. Our boy's brain just blue-screened at the mention of marriage, but he manages to promise he'll keep his lips sealed for everyone but her. The girl gets this super intense look and demands he swear on it. He's a bit taken aback, like, whoa, okay, we're going full-on serious mode now. But he puts his hand on hers and does the whole solemn oath thing. They have a little hand-holding moment, and she even lets a tiny smile slip out. But just as fast, bam, the smile vanishes and it's back to her serious face. She warns him to burn her words into his brain, cause this little secret could get him a one-way ticket to the afterlife, and honestly, he probably shouldn't have even told her. But Blair's totally confident, saying he trusts her completely. The blonde's like, why so trusting? And he hits her with the logic, you wouldn't be this freaked out for me if you wanted me gone. Her face goes into full-on stone mode to the point where Blair's brain is screaming, abort, abort, you said something dumb. But then plot twist, she just pulls our boy into a hug and genuinely thanks him for something. Our hero also casually mentions he's been chatting up the Magic Society on the down low, talking about combo magic theories and trying to level up his spirit juice. The girl instantly panics, thinking he's way too much of a noob to be messing with the big leaguers while he's still so low level. But he's like, chill, and explains he's been using a burner account, basically a fake name. His alias is Chenlu, so his real identity is safe. Brittany lets out a huge sigh of relief, but then you can practically see the gears start turning in her head. And then, it clicks. She lets out a shriek, goes full-on predator mode, and slams the poor guy against the wall. She's all like, are you the legendary Chenlu who just aced 23 problems in one shot? Blair's just like, yup, that's me. He was just trying to hustle some cash by cracking a few riddles. The girl's jaw just about hits the floor. She starts rattling off a laundry list of Chenlu's greatest hits, and the light bulb finally goes off that this dude is Blair. Brittany's face twists into some crazy shape and she backs up like he's radioactive. She admits she's got nothing left to teach him in math or magic. Even though her own mentor was a top dog in the kingdom, she's not even in the same league as Blair. But she's like, hold up, I can still hook you up on the magic side of things because my teacher is a legit archmage. Brittany promises she'll beg her teacher to take our boy under her wing. Blair is totally stunned by how real she's being and kinda shyly takes her up on it. Then it dawns on him. If Brittany's teacher accepts him, they're gonna be classmates. Awkward. He asks her what in the world she's doing hanging around the academy if she's already got an archmage for a teacher. But the blonde totally ducks the question, pulling the old I'll tell you later routine again. Our dude finally climbs down from the roof and decides to head back to Brittany's office. But before he can even grab the doorknob, Isabella pops out of thin air, snags his hand and starts dragging him off to God knows where. He's trying to yank free, asking what the heck is going on. But she's giving him the cold shoulder, her face redder than a fire hydrant. Then her nosy side kicks in and she's like, Sue, what was that top secret powwow with the teacher about? Our boy just stares at the door like he's trying to remember a cheat code replaying their little chat in his head. And you guessed it, he remembers his pinky promise to keep it zipped, especially from her gossip squad. So in a shocking twist, instead of spilling the tea to Isabella, he hits her with the classic, we talked about, the weather. The blonde absolutely loses it over his secret-keeping snapping that she doesn't buy it because she's never seen Brittany that flustered. Then she just drops the bomb, did you tell her you're in love with her or something? Out of nowhere, Blair goes into full panic mode and slaps a hand over her mouth, basically telling her to shut her trap. While Isabella makes angry muffled noises trying to communicate her rage via eye daggers, our dude glues his ear to the door, playing secret agent and checking for eavesdroppers. Hearing nothing, he decides to end this interrogation with a masterfully crafted lie. He leans in and asks, you sure you really want to know what we talked about? She gives him a look that could kill and tells him to just spit it out already. So our guy claims that Brittany asked who he was into more, her or Alice. The girl gets all flustered totally knowing he's full of it. Still, her ego is dying to know and she asks him what he said. In response, he declares with the seriousness of a brain surgeon that he told Professor Brittany he was dedicating his life solely to the noble art of magic. Isabella puts on this super fake smile saying she totally gets it, but on the inside a tiny rage monster is smashing things. She realizes his story is a load of baloney and decides it's payback time, grabbing his right cheek and stretching it like it's bubblegum. The girl gives him one last chance to fess up, all while casually summoning a little business fireball in her hand. Our protagonist is like, whoa, let's not get crispy here, we can talk, before doubling down on his lie. He clarifies that he told Brittany that Alice was just some rando from class and that Isabella was his dearest friend. He was hoping that nuke-level friend-zoning would diffuse the situation. At that moment, the gears in her brain started spinning. Okay, so if Alice is a nobody and I'm just a friend, then that means Blair the blockhead has a crush on someone else. She huffed and stomped out of the room deep in her conspiracy theory. Connecting some dots that weren't even there, she came to the five-head conclusion that the guy was obviously hot for his teacher Brittany. Even though he had zero idea why she was so mad, Blair was just relieved she bought his ridiculous story. A little while later, he gets to class and spots a whole crowd by the windows whispering about him. My guy was not a fan of being the main attraction. He felt like a new panda exhibit at the zoo. Suddenly, the entire hallway went dead silent as Alice appeared at the door looking for him. He doesn't spot her at first, but the sudden sound of crickets makes him think something's up, so he decides to go check it out. The dude starts to get up ready to investigate and turns toward the door, but then completely out of left field, his face plows into something incredibly soft and pillowy, and he gets a weird feeling of déjà vu like, hey, I've seen this one before. Alice turns beet red from the sudden closeness and teases, geez, do you introduce your face to everyone like this? Blair's face goes full tomato mode as he stammers out apologies, swearing it was a total accident. She just thinks it's hilarious and even apologizes back, saying she was the one who got in his way. She calls him a goofball and says she actually has a few questions for him. It turns out Alice needed help with some homework that was kicking her butt. Blair, still recovering from the last 10 minutes of pure chaos, was just confused and a little bit over it. He snagged her notebook, promising to be her knight in shining armor. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery outside was totally gossiping about their cringy little moment. But bam, Isabella just materializes in front of them, demanding to know what's up. Some random dude in the crowd piped up asking if she was also there to simp for Blair. And speak of the devil at that exact second, Alice struts out of the classroom and runs smack into her. The blonde's like, what are you doing here? You could cut the rivalry in the air with a knife, and the redhead just dives right into the drama. She straight up asks the blonde if she's crushing on Blair. Isabella just looks away totally annoyed and tells her to quit spewing garbage because nobody's into the dark-haired dude. But Alice claps back instantly like, yeah, I am. Isabella starts seeing red and gets legit mad while the redhead just coolly announces she's totally fallen for him. Then she throws in a little jab saying since the blonde isn't interested, she won't even have to try and poach him. But Isabella's mood just nosedives and she says that even if that's true, her friend has zero chance because Blair's heart belongs to someone else. Alice is completely unfazed and is all like, game on, I'll take on this other chick. But the blonde warns her not to even bother saying she's way out of her league. The redhead finally puts two and two together and calls Isabella out, accusing her of wanting the guy for herself, and that this whole act is just to psych out the competition. All ticked off, the blonde storms past her, muttering that she's not trying to steal anyone and if Alice is into Blair, that's her own damn problem. Then she plops down right next to our main man, still stewing over that whole showdown. Blair clocks the death glare on her face and wisely decides today is not the day to poke the bear. Then, completely out of left field, the blonde hits him with, "Who would you pick, me or Alice?" The question just totally blindsides poor Blair. And while his brain is buffering, the girl is just shooting daggers at him. He even tries to play the voice of reason, asking why in the world he'd have to pick between the two of them. But the blonde ain't having it and just tells him to pick one. End of discussion. Our dude's brain basically blue screens from the pressure, and the first thing that comes to mind is that between those two, he'd choose magic. Isabella immediately shoots that down, reminding him there are only two options on the table. Our boy gets this trollish grin and asks if he can throw another name in the hat. The blonde, surprised, is like, "Oh, you want to add Brittany as option number 3? He's like, "Nah, that'd be doing her dirty." Then my man drops this absolute bombshell and asks if he can just pick both of them. Isabella's fury levels up and she's like, "Heck no, you can't." Blair, still trolling, asks if she'd spot him some gold if he picked her. The girl's face goes beet red with rage, her eyes are practically steaming, and she basically screams at him to take this seriously. Finally, our main character decides to give a real answer and asks if he's like choosing a wife here. The blonde just tells him to choose for whatever reason he wants, and the dude, without missing a beat, says he'd pick Isabella. His answer completely short-circuits her brain. All that anger, poof, gone. Now she's just asking why he picked her. The guy just casually says that Alice is older, more delicate, and is packing more heat up top. But in literally every other category, the blonde was the clear winner. Blair's whole explanation landed more like a backhanded compliment from hell than an actual compliment, which is exactly why a second later my dude gets a 5-finger greeting right across the cheek. Our poor boy has another "I've messed up" panic moment. After that, the blonde just bolts from the room and our guy decides the best course of action is to just pick up a book and pretend nothing happened. So his buddy Toby finally rolls up to the door all like, "Dude, is it for real? You actually saved Alice and Isabella from that psycho Baird." Blair, without even looking up from his book, just deadpans. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. Toby's brain just short-circuits. My man just took down a top-tier mage and is acting like he just took out the trash, not wanting to spill the tea. Blair just pulls the amnesia card when his friend begs for the deets on how he wrecked Baird. Seeing this, his pal literally throws a tantrum on the floor, begging for even a tiny crumb of the story. So, our hero starts spinning a yarn about how he remembers Baird trying to turn him into a charcoal briquette with a fireball, and in that split second, he was like, "Hey, what if I just slurp up all his magic?" So that's when he went full-on Kirby mode and just inhaled the dude's magic. Long story short, our main man claims Baird's magic just poofed into thin air and then boom, lights out for him. Toby is totally buying it. His eyes are sparkling like anime, and he's begging Blair to teach him the move, but our boy's like, "Yeah, about that, after my nap." The power just went poof, so no can do, buddy. But he still gave his totally not made-up technique a super official name. The law of oxygen absorption. He even tells him he's already taught him the basics. So if Toby just, trains hard enough, maybe, just maybe, he could master this super secret art. But his buddy's like, "Nah, man, I ain't got the guts for that," and says even if he learned it, he'd just totally choke, and blue screen the second an enemy looked at him funny. To pump his friend up, Blair lays on the motivational speech saying he believes in him and all he needs is a little more heart of the cards energy. And the kid eats it all up, promising to dedicate his life to mastering the legendary law of oxygen absorption. Toby also drops the bomb that their secret escape route over the academy fence got patched up for security reasons. This news sends our hero into a full-blown panic attack. He immediately bolts upright and just starts sprinting towards the Magic Society. Toby's left in the dust, completely clueless why his friend just dipped out like that, just staring into space. Meanwhile, our boy does a quick change and transforms into Chenlu. The second he gets to the association, he makes a beeline for the first-floor front desk and tells the lady to fetch the manager Molly like right now. The receptionist clocks the fancy pants honorary Magic Society pin on his chest and instantly knows this ain't a dude you leave on red. So the blonde personally walks him to Molly's office and gives him the green light. Our guy doesn't even bother with a courtesy knock. He just barges in like he owns the place. Apparently, homegirl was deep in concentration, cause the door slam scares her so bad she eats the floor and loses her glasses. Our protagonist, the cause of all this chaos, sees Molly looking like a tangled pretzel on the carpet. Without missing a beat, he swoops in to help her up, offering a hand. Molly looks up at Chenluo and is basically like, "What in the world are you doing here?" He plays it smooth, saying he just came to see her and slides in a compliment about her outfit. She thanks him, then starts whining about how she still can't walk in her sky-high heels. Then, totally out of left field, he snags her hand and yanks her closer to get a good look at her forearm. He spots a gnarly bruise on Molly from her little tumble. Meanwhile, she's still going on and on about her shoes, saying she's constantly rolling her ankle, but she's committed to the pain because they make her look taller. Laying the charm on thick, Chenluo tells Molly she's a total go-getter and that it's a no-brainer why he put her up for the manager gig. All that sweet talk totally short-circuited the poor girl's brain, making her stare at the floor. But enough with the flirting, our dude cut right to the chase. "Show me the money." Molly just handed over a scroll and bam, the grand total was a whopping 800 gold coins. Homeboy was shook. He was like, "Wait, my little scam actually printed this much money?" The only catch: this was a one-and-done deal. The second people realized his magic was basically a glorified paperweight, the hype train would derail and nobody would touch his junk with a 10-foot pole. Sue. Our hero asks Molly where the stash is and if he can, grab it now. She's like, "Oh, it's in the office under a magic lock and key." And without even blinking, she starts doing her little hocus pocus and a shiny gold circle pops up around her. Next thing you know, and it's raining gold, hallelujah. A giant pile of coins just materializes in the room. But my man's brain immediately goes into panic mode, thinking, if I haul all this loot home, Isabella's gonna flip her lid and I've got zero good excuses for suddenly becoming Scrooge McDuck. Molly, bless her heart, sees his constipated look and asks if he's broke or something. He pulls an excuse right out of his butt, claiming his bachelor pad is just too small for a mountain of gold. So the girl offers to be his personal piggy bank, saying she'll hang on to it for him and whenever he needed it, he could just swing by and make a withdrawal. Chenlu is all over this idea, telling her it's perfect since he was planning on blowing all that cash at the Magic Society anyway. Smooth. So they shake on it, and Molly does her magic thingy again to make the gold disappear. Our dude's like, I'ma head out," and tries to make a clean getaway, but she offers to walk him out. Chenlu lays it on thick, saying, "Nah, it's cool, we'll be seeing each other again real soon, cause my most valuable treasure is right here." Of course, in his head, he's not talking about her. He's thinking about the two things he's obsessed with at the Magic Society. His magic and sweet, sweet gold. That's why he's coming back. The girl, meanwhile, completely misreads the room and turns into a blushing, stammering mess. Fast forward to later that night, and our boy is in bed staring at the ceiling, big-braining. He's having the sad realization that his get-rich-quick scheme has officially run its course. He's already cashed in on all 23 tasks, and now his money-making well has run dry. Totally bummed, he finally gives up, snuggles his pillow, and conks out. In his dreams, he struts into the magical society and slaps his hands on the counter, feeling like a total boss. He bellows, "I'm the guy who offed Baird, now pay up." The lady behind the desk is like, "Sir, that's a massive payout, you sure you want it all at once?" And he's just like, "Is the sky blue, gimme the gold," picturing himself surfing a tidal wave of coins. But then his dream gets all trippy and suddenly gold is just pouring out of the sky like a busted fire hydrant. Then he realizes all the gold is turning to ice and his brilliant solution is to just lie down on the frozen treasure pile thinking, "Man, I'm freezing my butt off, better call Isabella for some body heat." So he starts waking up, his eyes cracking open, still 99% in dreamland, muttering about how freaking cold it is. And then he sees her, Isabella, standing over him with her hands pointed right at his face. Dude gets the scare of his life and shoots up in bed like he just saw a ghost. It hits him, the gold mountain was fake, and Isabella is just standing there giving him the most, "What is wrong with you? Look ever." Finally rebooting his brain, he asks what she's doing in his room. She just deadpans, "I came to wake you up. You've got company." She also drops that he was screaming his head off about gold all night, figuring he was just having some crazy nightmare. But our boy completely ignores her company, and as he's rolling out of bed, he's just like, "So who are these randoms?" Then the blonde gets an eyeful of his birthday suit and just about short circuits. Her face goes from 0 to tomato in a split second. Her eyes practically pop out of her head as she starts screeching about why he's in the buff. Our guy, cool as a cucumber, just says that if she'd kindly exit the room, he'll throw on some clothes. But nope, she's not having it and demands he get dressed right now, adding that she's gonna watch. But her curiosity is getting the best of her, and even with her hands over her face, she's totally peeking through the gaps like a weirdo. She's thinking, whoa, since when was Blair this ripped? Meanwhile, my man is completely clueless about her little meltdown. Our boy finally asks why she's still just standing there gawking and tells her to scram. At last, the protagonist strolls out of the room to find two dudes waiting for him. After some awkward hellos, they all sit down for tea. This one guy, Calvin, pipes up that he's here to congratulate them on snagging this year's Edwin Award. He casually mentions he's been a judge for ages, but this is the first time he's ever seen the entire panel agree instantly, no arguments needed. Right then, our hero thinks, man, I should have called Isabella. See, the thing is, the award came with 0 cash, and he was totally banking on her being so thrilled she'd foot the bill for a victory feast. Calvin also points out that he saw Brittany's solution for 2 problems that were also up for a prize, and says her whole thought process felt a little familiar. The girl's like, wow, good eye, because she totally ripped off Blair's ideas from when he cracked that whole 7 bridges of the Capitol thing. Calvin just keeps gassing Brittany up, saying that literally everyone knew the answer to that one problem, but not a single soul had the brainpower to actually apply that same logic to fix anything else. She gets all flustered by the praise and is like, oh, I only pulled it off because I tried every other stupid thing first and then finally gave Blair's way a shot. Trying to keep the ball rolling, Calvin asks if that's when she came up with the name topology. The girl's quick to correct him, explaining that Blair already dropped that name, and oh yeah, he basically invented the entire field of math. Calvin's all like, I bet with your boy's brain and Brittany's hustle, you two will make topology a legit science. So while he's just chillin' sipping his tea, our guy starts thinking about how topology is like a crazy big deal in the modern world, and that there's no way they'll be able to finish it. The other dude at the table chimes in, wishing some guy named Chenlu would get into topology, since he managed to solve 23 tough problems in one shot, but Calvin's like, nah, don't sweat it, we've already got the freaking god of mathematics on our side. Our boy literally does a spit take when he hears that nickname, and Isabella has to rush over to save him. After they chat for what feels like forever, Blair thanks the guys for stopping by and starts trying to give them the boot, saying he doesn't want to waste any more of their precious time. Calvin gets the hint, politely says his goodbyes, and agrees it's probably time for him and President Audley to hit the road. After finally getting all that important stuff over with, they all plop down to chow down on the breakfast, Blair whipped up. Brittany, meanwhile, is over in the corner, dying desperately, trying anything to put out the 5-alarm fire raging in her mouth, and asks if he dumped the entire spice rack in the food. He tells the blonde yup, threw in a little something with a kick. While she's over there having a meltdown, he just calmly points to a flower. Isabella is shook. She thought it was just a centerpiece. Brittany figures the guy was too broke to buy real groceries and tells him to just admit it already. But our hero says that was the whole point and dares her to try it. Isabella, feeling some serious FOMO, asks for a hit of that spicy stuff too, but the guy warns her, don't do it, nobody's twisting your arm. Then Brittany jumps in, basically screaming at Isabella not to eat the freaking pepper. The blonde gets all pouty because Blair and her teacher are ganging up on her. Seeing her friend's sad puppy face, Brittany folds and tells our boy to give her some, reminding him that Isabella was the one who bought the victory rabbit. The guy's just like, whatever, she can eat the whole table for all I care. After that, the blonde spots the ice-cold water in Brittany's cup and decides she wants in on that action too. Immediately, Blair warns them not to give her the drink, saying it's for her own good. This, of course, just makes Isabella totally lose it. Feeling sorry for her pal, Brittany whips out a spell and conjures a mountain of ice cubes in Isabella's glass. With a smug grin, the girl slams the freezing water in one gulp. Big mistake. A little while later, she was already deep in Regret City. Lying under the blankets, she was whining about why her stomach was doing gymnastics. Seeing her sorry state, Blair decides to play doctor, bringing her some hot tea and setting it on the nightstand. Isabella eyes it suspiciously and asks what in the world he brought her because the drink looks super sketchy. He explains it's just black tea with sugar and it'll fix her tummy ache pronto. The girl is still weirded out by the color, saying it kinda looks like blood. Blair is not amused and tries to take the cup back from the little weirdo. He's like, fine, more for me then, but she totally calls his bluff. The second she starts sipping that black tea, she realizes, whoa, this is actually sweet and doesn't taste like dirt. The magic kicks in faster than a cat meme goes viral, and the gnawing pain in her stomach finally decides to take a chill pill. Our boy then hits her with the, you gotta take care of yourself line, mentioning she's been acting super off lately. He was literally about to dip and handle some business, but she's like, wait, stick around, let's talk for a bit. She's floored. He even clocked that her vibe was off. But then her brain does a complete 180, and it dawns on her she has absolutely no reason for making him stay, since she can't just be like, so what's the deal? Realizing she's drawn a total blank, she panics and blurts out a question about which element he's gonna main when he finally levels up to initiate mage. A split second later, she facepalms, remembering it was a dumb question he'd already answered. But to her utter shock, he casually says he's going with the water element. This completely fries her circuits because last she heard he was all in on Team Fire. He just shrugs, explaining he had a change of heart. Fire's awesome for blowing stuff up, but it's garbage for defense. Water, however, is the perfect all-rounder. He says people always underestimate the water element, thinking it's for chumps. So that's his whole game plan. Let his enemies think he's a weak little water boy, pretend to lob a dinky water balloon, and then bam, hit him with the tsunami surprise. So then Isabella's like, fine, I guess I'll just become a firebender then. Blair is totally shook because she was always all about that air magic, and he's like, what gives? You had a whole brand. She hits him back with, duh, fire hits different. This way I can be your bodyguard till you finally level up, dude. Our boy's brain is totally buffering, and he's like, hold up, magic is a marathon, not a sprint. You don't gotta babysit me 24/7. But homeboy can't even finish his sentence before she yeets his opinion into the void and says her mind's already made up. Blair's just staring at her, completely lost, as she starts getting all misty-eyed. Then she drops the "do you even believe in me" bomb. The guy totally dodges the question and just tells her to worry about herself for a change. A day goes by and our main character runs into Brittany, who's like, "Oh my god, I need your big brain for some problems." Isabella, apparently over her little drama fest, was just watching Blair agree to help while he grabbed a whole stack of nerdy notes. After that, Isabella pieces out, saying she's gotta go practice her magic. The second the door closes, Brittany turns to our boy and goes, "Dude, what's her deal? The old Isabella would have been all over these math problems with us." But Blair just explains that she's going super hardcore with her magic studies, and honestly, he ain't wrong. At that exact moment, Isabella's having a full-on anime protagonist moment, thinking I must get stronger to stay by Blair's side. So yeah, she hits the training room to grind and bam, Alice just materializes out of thin air, hunting for Blair, of course. She's like, "What are you doing here, flying solo? And where the heck did Blair get off to?" The blonde just mumbles, sounding totally defeated, that he's off doing math in Brittany's office. The redhead goes, "Oh, didn't mean to crash your pity party. I just had some awesome news. But I guess I'll have to settle for telling you." The sick burn completely whiffs, though. Alice is actually weirded out that Isabella didn't even flinch at the Blair bait. So then she shoves a paper in her face, bragging about being the first student to hit initiate-level mage. Isabella snatches the paper and claps back with some shade of her own, saying that now she'll have a fresh target to aim her fireballs at. Alice totally takes the bait, snapping that the blonde just spams that one move all day, and it looks like she must have fried all her feelings in the process. Suddenly, Isabella's just staring out the window, probably plotting when to take that same lame exam herself. Then time skip. Winter shows up, and with it, the first day of winter break. It's a full-on blizzard outside, but the blonde is hyping herself up like I'm going no matter what. And who does she run into on the street? None other than Blair. Dude was just posted up outside her house waiting. He's all, "I'll walk you to the exam," but she's like, "Bro, it's an ice age out here, you should stay home." But then he drops this bomb. "Nah, I'm taking the beginner mage exam too, figured we could roll together." Isabella's jaw just hits the floor and she's like, "Wait, you already have enough mana for that." He explains all casual-like that he mastered the basics of all 4 elements a few days ago, but honestly, he doesn't even need the certificate. He's just in it for the sweet water mage's robe, and this is the only way to snag the drip. So they're trudging through the streets in total awkward silence. Then, out of nowhere, Isabella calls his name like she's about to drop something heavy. Dude grinds to a halt, spins around, and is all like, "Sup." She's got this super serious game face on, and the blonde bombshell drops the "we need to talk" bomb. Our boy here acts all shocked, but you know he's totally got a clue what this is about. She's like, "Spill it. How'd your magic juice get so jacked so fast?" Reminding him that when they first met, he couldn't even burp out a single pathetic little fireball. She keeps going, pointing out it's only been like 1 semester, and he's already aced the 4 elemental flavors of magic, and that once he dings again, the power gap between them is going to stretch out wider than a politician's promise. Our hero just shrugs it off, saying, "Hey everyone," grinds their magic skill tree at their own speed, "don't sweat it." Then he pulls the ultimate anime move, gently patting her head, and vows to be the first one to hit max level, just so he can be her knight in shining armor. The girl gets all red-faced, but ain't having none of that. She smacks his hand away like a pesky fly and declares she's gonna be the one to hit that level cap first. "Thank you very much." Our main man ain't backing down though, and fires back that he'll be number 1. And just like that, the race is on as they zoom off towards the association. The second they step inside, Isabella's like, "All right, fire breather, your test is on the 2nd floor. See ya later, alligator." The receptionist chimes in with a warning. "Heads up, today's proctor is Mr. Halls, and that dude's standards are higher than a giraffe on stilts." He gives the blonde a nod and asks for an escort to the office. The moment they get to the door, and she raps on it and announces, "Got a newbie here for the basic exam." Blair gets the green light and walks in to find some lone dude sitting there. This had to be the examiner, Mr. Halls himself, a guy rocking a serious stash who immediately tells our boy to "show me what you got." The examiner barely had time to glance at his paperwork before Blair was all, "Yo, eyes over here, the show's starting." Mustache Man's jaw hit the floor at the kid's insane casting speed. He couldn't even process what he just saw. Then Blair whips out a spell that looks like a freaking alien head, and the examiner is seriously impressed with his mojo. He's muttering to himself that the spell's speed was just ridiculous and the magic juice was packed in tighter than a can of sardines. You could tell this kid had been grinding non-stop, but then out of the blue he gets a real good look at Blair's mug and goes, "Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Our boy plays dumb, saying, "Nah, couldn't be. First time here, promise." But in his head, he's totally freaking out. He's thinking, "Oh crap, this dude must have seen me back when I was Chenlu." The guy then asks if he's already done the student-level test and why he's skipping straight to the big leagues. And that's when the penny drops for Blair. He took the fire exam under his Chenlu alias, so his real name has 0 history. He pulls an excuse out of thin air, claiming he was so deep in the training grind he just forgot to take the kiddie exam. The examiner ain't buying that load of bull for a second. He points out that literally every kid takes this test when they're 8 years old. If Blair skipped it, it could only mean he was some kind of prodigy who didn't need to hit the books as a kid, because without that natural-born talent, it would take him forever and a day to learn magic. But here he is at 20 years old, already beefy enough to pass the basic level. The math just wasn't mathing. To the examiner, the only logical conclusion was that this kid was juicing on forbidden elixirs and studying off some black market textbooks. This accusation throws our hero into a full-blown panic attack, and he's desperately trying to talk his way out of it, but Mr. Halls is having none of it. He tells him to save his story for the judge and quit trying to pull a fast one on him. Blair's just like, all right, dude, I'll wait for you to chill out so we can actually talk about this like rational adults. And then bam, out of left field, he gets all serious and whips up a freaking water dragon. This Halls dude's jaw hit the floor cause like not even a decent mage can just casually pull that off. Seeing this epic display, he decides to fight water with water and preps a high-level spell to shut the kid down. He throws up this massive water wall, totally bracing for impact like it's a monster truck rally. Except plot twist at the very last second. Blair's terrifying dragon just fizzles into a little sprinkle. Basically gave the examiner a surprise cold shower to chill him out. Then Blair drops the real tea. Apparently he flunked the apprentice exam because he picked the wrong starter Pokemon element. See, when he was a little dude, he dreamed of being a fire mage, but he had zero talent for it and basically plateaued hard. It wasn't until way later that he figured out he was secretly a waterbending prodigy and decided to hit the books again. And to prove he's not some OP main character, he admits he can't even steer that water dragon right. It's like giving a toddler the keys to a Ferrari. Halls totally lost his cool, started screaming that he wasn't falling for this nonsense. Blair, cool as a cucumber, just says he's an academy student and his teacher is Brittany. He's like, bro, check my file if you don't believe me. And Halls, still fuming, actually agrees to it. But not before warning Blair he was going to tattle to the big bosses and that he better not move a muscle. As he's storming out, he starts thinking, wait a minute, maybe I messed up since only rich kids or certified geniuses get into that academy. So Mr. Mustache slams the door to go play detective, leaving Blair behind just thinking, man, that dude has some serious issues. All of a sudden, there's a knock at the door. Blair goes to get it thinking, wow, Mustache Man is back already, that was fast. But nope, it's this girl named Molly struggling with a paper tower that's about to topple over. Without even looking up, she just starts rambling about bringing the list of exam takers. Our boy's like, you just missed the examiner. But for some reason, his voice makes her think he's some dude named Chenlu. The moment she finally peeks over the paper mountain, she locks eyes with Blair and gets so spooked she yeets the entire stack of papers all over the floor. Paperpocalypse. The girl is just staring at Blair, her brain doing the whole buffering thing because she swore she heard Chenlu's voice, not wanting to leave any doubt. She just straight up asks him if he's the guy. And of course, because this is an anime, that's the exact moment another girl walks in. Isabella appears, takes one look at the two of them, and is immediately not having it. Cause from her angle, it looked like Blair and Molly were about to star in a rom-com. Our dude is completely clueless about why Isabella's so mad and just asks what she's doing there. Fuming, she just snaps back with another question, basically asking what she needs an invitation now. Molly then leans in all conspiratorial-like to Blair and says she'll let it go, times this times time. But next time he better spill the beans. Of course, Isabella sees this little huddle and her brain immediately jumps to the worst, most dramatic conclusion. Fueled by pure green-eyed monster energy, the blonde instantly starts charging up a spell while giving our boy the verbal smackdown. Blair is begging Molly to let go so he can defuse this ticking time bomb, but she's not budging, and the poor guy, in total panic mode, he starts screaming for an adult. Seeing this whole dumpster fire, Molly herself finally decides to explain everything. She explains she was just there on official business to keep an eye on Blair and says sorry for the whole mess. Instantly, Isabella hits the brakes on her spell and just stares at the blue-haired girl, completely baffled. She's like, wait, why would anyone need to babysit Blair? But Molly's just like, hey, just following orders, dude. She scoops up the papers off the floor, mumbles something about delivering documents, and just dips. Meanwhile, our boy is left standing there, his brain doing the whole buffering thing. Isabella even tries to call her out like, yo, I've seen you at the academy, but Molly's already ghosted them. So she whips around to Blair, demanding to know why he's got a personal stalker and what the heck he was up to. Our hero's like, oof, it's a long one, and proceeds to spill all the tea, starting with his train wreck of an exam. After getting the full scoop, Isabella just loses it, cackling at what the examiner thought of our dude. He also clears up the whole Molly mystery, explaining that this Halls guy bounced and basically put the girl on babysitting duty. And right in the middle of their little chat, the doorknob twists and the door creaks open. Surprise, it's Halls. Blair's like, so did you find what you were snooping for? And Mr. Mustache himself says he's got 0 doubts left. Oh, and he brought a +1. He dragged President Angus along with him, who apparently wanted a word with our main character. The Prez comes in swinging with the compliments, gushing about Blair's incredible magic and math skills. Our boy plays it cool, hitting him with the polite, oh, I'm just a regular dude line. Then Angus clocks Isabella and is all like, and what are times you times doing here? She's a little thrown off. And fires back, asking if he's already forgotten that HE was the one who invited her to the Magic Society. Not to mention she's also a student from Shandanasa. Angus just smirks and hits her with a don't recall any of that. Then with 0 shame, He asks if the rumors are true that Blair and Isabella are an item. Our boy is totally blindsided that she's already in the Magic Society Club, and the blonde naturally immediately starts flexing about it. The Prez then pivots saying he wants to invite Blair to join the cool kids table too. Blair's in and he asks, "So, does this mean I passed the vibe check to be a novice mage?" Halls kinda admits he was tripping and finally forks over a robe and an honorary member's pin to our guy. And just like that, Blair is officially a novice mage. Feeling the robe, our hero finally feels like he's actually spawned into this world. After Blair dips, Halls and Angus are left behind, whispering about how the dark-haired kid gives them major déjà vu. Meanwhile, on the walk home, Blair's already crunching the numbers, realizing he needs to make some serious bank cause magic at his level ain't cheap. Looks like he's about to blow his entire life savings just to bag this one bear dude. And when he levels up, the prices are gonna go absolutely bonkers. He figures he needs a new side hustle cause this magic school thing is a total money pit. So Blair is just zoning out, completely lost in his own head. When bam, he gets pegged in the dome with a snowball. The culprit, none other than Isabella, who looks way too pleased with herself. Playing along, our boy decides it's payback time and uses his water magic to whip up a freaking giant snowball. But our girl wasn't about to take that lying down. She escalates things, immediately cooking up a literal fireball instead of a snowball. Our protagonist, oozing with confidence, tells her she's gonna regret that. And then a little while later in the shower, and he admits to himself that, yep, he definitely got singed for real. He steps out of the bathroom to find Brittany just chilling there. He asks where Isabella bounced off to, and the professor says vacation started, and she pieced out to go home. Then Brittany hits him with the, "So when are you gonna go see your folks?" So Blair spills the tea. Ever since his dad kicked the bucket, his mom's been a total mess, and apparently his face is a one-way ticket to Waterville. Yeah, she just turns on the waterworks. He claims he doesn't want to be the reason for her daily sob fest, so he begs to crash with the professor. Besides, he's got this little internal monologue going like, "I'm not even the real Blair, this would be a whole new level of awkward." Hearing this sob story totally bums Brittany out. So what does she do? She yanks the dude in for a massive hug, smushes his face right into her chest, and tells him he's got a permanent roomie pass. Oh, and tomorrow, retail therapy. Then she flashes this sneaky little smirk, cause she just secured herself a personal chef for 3 meals a day. Fast forward to the next day, our boy and the prof hit the road for groceries. They wander past the Nerd Herd headquarters, the math society, and Brittany's like, "Hold up, gotta drop off some homework real quick." While chilling in the waiting area, Blair tunes into 2 mathletes gossiping about some new brainbuster that some genius apparently solved in like 5 seconds. Naturally, the 2 dudes start whining about how they totally had a solution cooking, but just, ran out of time. This little pity party suddenly flips a switch in our hero's brain. Out of the blue, he cooks up this genius get-rich-quick scheme and accidentally uses his outside voice. The 2 math nerds whip around and stare at him like he just grew a second head. The second Brittany walks out, she's greeted by the sight of a veggie massacre all over the pavement. Blair fesses up, "Whoops, my bad." The professor starts freaking out that someone's gonna slip and slide on the produce and tells him to get his act together and pick it up. He's just clowning around juggling a tomato. He's all like, "Relax, I got this," and points out there's even an egg right by his shoe. Then he actually looks down and sees the carnage. 1 obliterated egg and a tomato that's now a sad red pancake. Our dude starts to short-circuit, realizing the tomato egg scramble Brittany adores is officially off the menu. Witnessing his meltdown, she grabs another tomato, pulverizes it in her fist with 0 effort, and deadpans with the most ticked-off expression ever that she is times not mad. At that exact moment, our hero decides his #1 mission is self-preservation. Making bank can wait. They eventually make it back to the house. Brittany's suddenly all sunshine and rainbows, even calling Blair a good boy. He's mopping his brow with his shirt, just relieved he's not in the doghouse anymore. Brittany's licking her fingers, raving about how amazing the food is, and immediately demands another round, but our guy slams on the brakes. He has to remind her she's already inhaled 3 plates of potatoes and eggs for lunch, a mountain of potatoes and peppers for dinner, plus 2 bowls of soup for good measure. He's basically telling her to pump the brakes. She actually listens, puts on her best puppy dog face, and mopes off to go study math while he's stuck with the dishes. He totally falls for it, thinking he's crushed her spirit, and vows to cook a feast tomorrow. Turns out she was just playing him. Because out of thin air, she reappears with a sack of cash and tells him to go nuts at the grocery store tomorrow. He's totally stoked, and starts promising like 5 servings of fried chicken and potatoes. Then he announces it's time to cook up a scheme to get paid. He's finally cracked the code on how to get rich. The only thing holding him back was the seed money. But now with this little loan, he's got a fighting chance. So here's the master plan. Tomorrow he's gonna invent a math problem and slap a 1-coin prize on it for anyone who can crack it. But, and this is the juicy part, there's a catch. Anyone who gives it a shot and totally bombs has to cough up 1 coin to him. The whole hustle is to let the prize money build up into a massive pot. Then he'll swoop in, solve his own impossible problem, and walk away with the whole jackpot. Genius. So instead of, sleeping, he decides to unleash his so-called genius's plan. He snags a pen and starts brainstorming a math problem juicy enough to rake in the big bucks. And then bam, the perfect idea smacks him right in the face. He dunks the pen in ink and gets to scribbling. His brilliant move, cooking up a problem with the butterfly theorem, which is basically catnip for the math nerds in this town. The next day, he struts into the mathematical society all cocky. But surprise, surprise, they totally shoot him down. The dude at the front desk is like, we have rules here, buddy. Apparently, the minimum prize has to be 10 gold coins, and the society skims one right off the top for themselves. Without even blinking, our hero decides to blow almost every penny Brittany gave him just to get his problem on the board. The clerk's all for it and reaches for the cash, but our boy gets a little case of cold feet, and right on cue, who should be strolling by but Brittany herself. She spots the sketchy handoff and immediately thinks it's a stick-up. Wasting zero time, she just clocks the math guy right upside the head. Our main man tries to yank her out of there before she causes an international incident. The problem is, with the chump change they had left, he could barely afford a gumball, so their meals for the day were looking less like a meal and more like a sad snack. A few days later, they're back at the market scrounging for food, and Blair is trying his darndest to impress the teacher with their pocket lint and spare change. He's thinking, don't worry, as soon as my genius plan pays off, I'm getting her that chicken she won't shut up about. But then poof, Brittany just vanishes into thin air. He's totally baffled, spinning in circles looking for her. Since she's M.I.A., he figures it's the perfect time to sneak over to the math society and see if his big payday has come in. On his way, who does he bump into Brittany? And get this, she tells him she already went, saw some new problem and just solved it like it was nothing. She casually mentions she won 10 gold coins and offers to buy him a snack. Our boy's jaw just unhinges and clatters to the pavement. He can't believe his own terrible luck. He's acting so freaky that Brittany actually starts getting concerned. Then in a full-blown panic, he just straight up snatches the cash right out of her hand. Inside, he's basically a raging volcano, but on the outside he tries to play it cool, mumbling something about tears of joy. The new plan, figure out how to ditch the professor so he can finally pocket the prize money. So bright and early the next day, he decides to sneak out of the house. The goal was to handle his business and be back before anyone was the wiser. Since Brittany was still basically a zombie, he was pretty confident she wouldn't tail him. Our guy strolls out convinced his plan is absolutely foolproof. Except this new problem he cooked up was like way more brutal than the last one. This thing was so twisted it had triangles, circles, imaginary number lines, and a whole mess of other tangled up nonsense. It was a certified professor-proof brain melter. He scrapes together every last coin. He has a whopping 50 gold coins and slaps it down as the prize. The guy at the association is like, dude, you sure you want to bet the whole farm on this? With a smug little grin on his face. Blair just shoves the coins at him and says, just take it, I've got groceries to buy. After dropping off his masterpiece, he bolts from the math society and makes a beeline for the market. The poor employee is just left standing there, probably thinking the kid just robbed a bank or something. 3 days go by, and the prize money has ballooned to 200 gold coins. It was collection time. First thing in the morning, he's trying to pull a ninja escape tiptoeing out so the girl stays snoozing. But bam, like a horror movie jump scare, she's just standing there in the hallway. She totally heard his clomping around and is like, where do you think you're going, Blair? So our boy has to pull a lie out of thin air real quick. He blurts out something about hitting the market before all the good stuff is snatched up. And for some reason, she actually gets all flustered by this lame excuse. Her brain goes, oh, he's just trying to get groceries without a basket. And just like that, without a single brain cell firing, Blair bolts for the math. Society like his life depends on it, but when he finally gets to the task board, his genius problem has vanished. Poof, gone. He is absolutely losing his mind over this and unleashes a scream that probably shattered a few windows. Some poor employee wanders over and is like, oh yeah, that was solved last night. Money's gone. Blair's giving him a death stare that could curdle milk. Blair demands to know the name of this brainiac who wrecked his plans. The answer, some dude named Mr. Ale. And just like that, our hero's world comes crashing down. He was so cocky thinking nobody could crack his code. And once again, the Howard family strikes, draining his wallet. In a world where people probably still count on their fingers, this able dude just waltzes in and solves a problem that's basically rocket science. Our protagonist has to admit he really rolled the dice on this one, but he never in a million years thought he'd go completely broke over it. Now the guy's so broke he can't even afford a sandwich. And who does he bump into on his walk of shame? Alice, of course. She's on her way to the scene of the crime and invites him to hang out. Alice totally catches him mumbling to himself like a crazy person and asks what's up. Our boy decides to just be real with her, or so he says. But first he hits her with the classic, "Can we still be friends no matter what?" I ask line, setting the stage for some major drama. Alice is like, of course silly, while her brain is screaming, oh my god, he's finally going to confess his love. So before he can even get the words out, she just shouts that she'll agree to whatever he wants. And you can just see this little troll face smirk creep across his face. Our hero goes, "I knew you were a sweetheart," and asks to borrow 20 gold coins. The redhead is fuming from this epic bait and switch and is like, "Seriously, that's it?" Our boy's just like, "Yup." So she smacks his hand away and storms off in a huff. Mission accomplished. He's left there all confused, thinking, geez, why'd she get so bent out of shape about money? Then some random dude pops up and asks if he's Blair. Calvin, who was just lurking nearby, chimes in like, "Yeah, that's him, the legend who just snagged the Edwin Award." Then this four-eyed nerd with a super punchable grin says, "Huh, I didn't realize award winners had to beg for cash." Blair's like, "And who the heck are you?" But the guy completely ghosts him and just strolls off with his posse to check out the award board. This level of disrespect is the last straw for our hero. His day was already in the toilet, and now some random jabroni on the street is trying to start something. All of a sudden, Calvin grabs Blair's arm with the intensity of a soap opera star and declares that Blair is the only one who can help him. Scratch that saved the entire kingdom of Lawn. But Blair, who's currently at rock bottom, is just like, "Dude, I'm not in the mood for your games. Don't talk to me about saving kingdoms when I can't even afford my next meal." But Calvin's dead serious, insisting this is 100% not a joke. He lays it all out. If Blair doesn't step up, the kingdom's reputation gets flushed down the drain and Blair himself will become a wanted man. Then the president goes full-on drama queen, drops to his knees in front of the guy, and starts praying to the high heavens for salvation. Our hero is just standing there completely baffled by this public meltdown while Calvin basically says he's not getting up until Blair promises to help. And guess who walks in on this glorious train wreck? Brittany. She just waltzed into the building and is now frozen, staring at the absolute chaos. Calvin, ever the quick thinker, has to scramble to cook up an excuse, claiming he nearly busted his ankle, but then Blair just happened to swoop in and save him. Oh, and he was only at the math club to, dodge the rain. Blair, like a true bro, backs up this totally believable story, saying he saw Calvin eat it and was just lending a helping hand. Brittany isn't buying this soap opera for a second and just tells the guy to come to a conference. Turns out this whole conference was about some big-shot scientists from GI who rolled into town and already clapped every tough math problem in existence. Now, new problems were popping up, but they were like kindergarten stuff. These science dudes were basically on God mode. The city of Yabo was their final boss level. Basically, if the local nerds couldn't cook up a challenge these guys couldn't beat, the Lonan Kingdom's street cred was about to get flushed. So the president asks if anyone has any bright ideas. Meanwhile, our boy is just giving Abel the death stare. Pretty sure that's the dude who yoinked his 50 gold coins. Brittany asks Blair if he's got anything, but he just clams up for a second. So she's like, whatever, forget it. You could practically feel the disappointment radiating off her. The whole room starts to clear out since nobody's got a clue, but someone's trying to stop the mass exodus. Calvin pipes up that it's a real shame they're all leaving, especially since the king is offering a fat reward of 5,000 gold coins. The instant our boy heard the word money, his whole face lit up like a Christmas tree. The president starts getting all dramatic, like, "Oh, I guess we must surrender," but then Blair yells, "Hold up, we ain't going down that easy." Brittany whips her head around, totally shocked, and just stares at her student. Calvin then dramatically grabs his hand, asking if he can actually pull this off. Blair's like, "Yeah, I can totally put those brainiacs from Xia on pause." He claims it's not about the money, it's about the kingdom's honor. The president immediately agrees because if the scientists won, the kingdom of Lonan would become the biggest laughingstock in the entire world of math. Our hero promises he's cooked up a problem so nasty those guys won't even get past the city limits. Calvin asks him to spill the beans, but Blair says he's got one condition. He points a finger right at Abel and says he needs 50 gold coins from him. The white-haired dude just smirks, saying, "No wonder you've got such a rep," and immediately offers 200 coins for the job. But our guy is like, "Nah, just the 50. I'm only here to get my cash back." Abel agrees right then and there. With a smug grin, Blair asks Calvin for a pen and paper. He starts scribbling down problems like a madman, ready for the big reveal. Calvin picks up a sheet and thinks the drawing on it looks ridiculously simple. Brittany gets nosy too and snatches the paper right out of the president's hand. She sees the first problem is just to divide any old angle into 3 equal parts. The second is about making a circle's area into a square's area. The third was pretty much the same vibe. The crowd starts whining, thinking the problems are a total joke. Brittany thinks so too and asks him flat out if he really thinks these 3 little puzzles will stop the scientists. Our boy says he has complete faith in them and tells everyone to grab a pencil and try it themselves. As it turns out, splitting an angle into 3. So get this, trying to turn a circle into a square or double a cube size. Yeah, those are some brain melters straight out of ancient Greece. They look like a piece of cake, but the second you try them, you realize they're an absolute dumpster fire to solve. Every new batch of brainiacs took a crack at it, but it took a solid 2,000 years for science nerds to finally prove the real deal. These things are the ultimate troll problems. They look doable, but spoiler alert, you can't solve them with just a ruler and a compass. It's impossible. Professor Brittany pulled an all-nighter staring at these things till her eyes bled but got absolutely nowhere. Next thing she knew, the sun had already clocked out. So Blair, being the stand-up guy, he has told her to call it a day and get some sleep. But as they were bailing, this white-haired dude suddenly pops up, Abel, and he calls out to him, He strolls right up to our boy and is like, "Hey, do those problems even have an answer?" Blair just hits him with this epic smirk and asks, "Well, what do you think?" And before Abel could even sputter out a response, our hero just turns his back and walks off, telling him to mull it over. Oh yeah, that little power move of messing with the Howard family's top dog totally set Abel off. Once they were out of earshot, Brittany asked the exact same question, wondering if the problems were actually solvable. He broke it down for her with a ruler and compass. It's a no-go, and it's gonna take Abel and his science buddies about, another 2,000 years to figure that out. Anyway, they finally made it back home. Blair whipped up some food for both of them, and she was totally impressed, calling him a legit master chef. Our guy starts doing the dishes and jokingly complains that she's just buttering him up to be her personal cook. But their little banter got zapped when a loud knock echoed from the door. Turns out the knocker was Calvin, so Brittany went to let him in. They ushered him inside and got him some hot water, cause the poor president of the math society looked like a human popsicle covered in snow and freezing his buns off. He cut right to the chase, desperately asking if it was true the visiting genius couldn't crack the new problems. Blair was like, "Yep, you can breathe now." He laid it out plain and simple, nobody on this planet can solve those things. You could literally see the stress melt off Calvin. He sighed and said hearing that was the only thing that could let him finally chill out. He thanked Blair up and down, promising that once the dust settled, he'd personally march to the Capitol and sing his praises. But our boy shut that down real quick. "Nah, I don't need any of that," he said. The only thing he cared about was the king's cold hard cash promise. Calvin told him not to sweat it, cause the king of Lonan always pays his debts. With that, he said his goodbyes and bounced. The second he was out Brittany's door, Calvin was already beelining it for the Mathematical Society. And what do you know, on the way, he runs smack into Jia Ya's crew, who were just about to skip town. They were all puffed up, saying they'd crushed all the city's problems and there was nothing left for them. The blonde leader was like, "Yeah, we're out of here today." Oh, but Calvin wasn't about to let these cocky dudes just waltz away. He threw up a hand to stop the guy and with a voice dripping in sarcasm said they couldn't possibly leave without a proper thank you. The blonde dude shot back that they just wanted their prize money for a ticket home, and that's when Calvin dangled the bait. He casually mentioned that 3 new problems just showed up with a seriously fat reward attached. Then he whips a piece of paper out of his pocket and shoves it at the blonde guy. And on that paper, you guessed it, the 3 little impossible problems that Blair cooked up. Blondie stared at the paper like it was a winning lottery ticket, asking Calvin, "You're seriously gonna pay us for this kid stuff?" The president was like, "Yep," and said he even had fresh paper and pencils ready for them. All they had to do was try. But before they could even start, Tannen, the crew's so-called leader, just had to make a request. He started gushing about some dude named Chenlu, a math wizard who could supposedly solve anything. He even cooked up new theories on the spot, apparently. Calvin just listened head down, probably trying his best not to laugh. Seeing their fearless leader getting totally sidetracked, one of Tannen's minions piped up that they were all dying to meet this Chenlu guy. But Calvin immediately shut that whole fantasy down, saying that little meeting was pretty much never ever going to happen. This genius was basically a ghost who kept his identity on lockdown and nobody had a clue where to find him. Some time dragged by and you could practically smell the smoke coming from their ears. Tannen asked his disciples if they'd cracked it yet, but they just whined for a little more time. He plopped down and told them to step on it because they had a trip to not be late for. Watching this whole train wreck, Calvin cracked a wicked little smirk and asked if they honestly thought they were leaving today. Tannen, still dripping with confidence, shot back that as soon as they crushed these problems they were out of there. He even told Calvin to get their luggage from the hotel. But Calvin, who already knew these guys were about to become permanent fixtures, just called the hotel manager and extended their stay for a solid month. Later, the hall is dead silent except for the buzzing of the giant mocking chandelier. The blonde dude, still wrestling with the problems, finally realized he was in way over his head. He started to sweat, calling out for Calvin. When he got radio silence, the guy officially started to lose his marbles. He's just screaming for the president now. That's when Audley sauntered over to tell him Calvin was away on business. He then suggested Blondie go bother Tannen about it. Tannen, looking completely clueless, asked who the heck the blonde guy even was. Audley explained that the guy was also the president of the Math Society and could totally ask for help. Blondie immediately latched on, saying he absolutely wanted the mustached man's assistance. Mr. Tannen, playing the part of the polite professional, asked what he could do for him. Then, completely out of nowhere, the blonde guy's face twisted into a scowl, and he totally flipped out, snapping that he didn't need a single thing. This left Tannen just standing there baffled, wondering why he was asked for help in the first place. As Blondie got more steamed, Audley just wished him a very sarcastic good luck. You know, under his breath. Meanwhile, across the room, Tannen stomped over to his students who were still frying their brains. He slammed his briefcase on the table, making papers and keys fly. Looking like he was about to pop a blood vessel, he finally lost it and started tearing into his students. He yelled that they disappointed him because he asked them to divide an angle into 3 parts, not a freaking 1,000. The guys all begged for more time, but he just told everyone to zip it. He snatched a pen from one of them, deciding he'd just do it himself. A whole lot more time passed, and now Tannen was the one getting desperate, unable to figure out why nothing was working. He told the students to start thinking of new angles, admitting the problems were way trickier than they looked. All the while, Audley casually picked up a newspaper to read his mind, wandering to Blair, that so-called demonic genius from Lonan. Calvin reappeared, strolled up to the president, and asked what he was reading. Audley's like, dude, those brainiacs from Chiaya have been crashing in our city for 3 months. It's old news, literally in the papers. The problem, they've solved a big fat nothing. Then Audley goes, man, I hope our country's rep doesn't get totally wrecked this time. Calvin is right there with him, panicking like, I know, right? We were times close to looking like total fools in front of the Chia crew. But now, nobody's gonna dare smudge the good name of Lon's math geniuses. Audley's even gassing them up, saying their math skills have always been on another level, and adds that if it wasn't for Blair, Lonan would have been up a creek without a paddle. He starts reminiscing about how Calvin was obsessed with turning their country into a math powerhouse. Then his eyes start twinkling, you know the look. He says that if Chenlu actually schools the Chia scholars, he's gonna become the new legend. But Calvin, the ultimate buzzkill, chimes in that Blair only sees dollar signs. He says if they just announced a 1 million gold prize, that guy would probably teleport over. So a bit later, the president decides to summon Blair for a little chat. He kicks things off by thanking our boy on behalf of every scientist and citizen of Lonan, but Blair could not care less about the kudos. He's like, cut the crap, when's the king's cash hitting my account? Calvin explains that the reward is a go, but he can't touch the money until the scientists from Chi finally peace out of the city. Blair immediately figured those nerds weren't going anywhere. They'd probably set up camp for a solid 10 years. He had to cook up a scheme to send these guys packing. Then the president just casually admits they've already lost this round. But hey, if someone could just completely dismantle the other guy's mathematical society, victory would be in the bag. Our boy took that bait hook, line, and sinker. He accepted the mission to absolutely shatter the scientists' confidence until they questioned their own existence. The president, totally ecstatic, was like, wait, for real, did I just hear that correctly? Blair shot back that it'd be a walk in the park, but he'd need a little something extra for his trouble. Calvin, with hope gleaming in his eyes, asked what his price was. Blair cut straight to the chase. He just wanted them to beef up the king's reward money. The president's jaw practically unhinged, thinking his ears were playing tricks on him. Then he declared that to save the honor of the city and the whole nation, he was ready to toss another 2,000 gold onto the pile. Blair liked the sound of that and shook the man's hand, locking in the deal. With that settled, Calvin started daydreaming about the good old days before the science squad showed up. He figured this whole Chenlu problem wasn't just math anymore. It was dipping into philosophy time. And space. When this problem finally dropped, it wouldn't just be the Gi scientists, the entire continent was going to lose its collective mind. Then out of nowhere, his office door gets blasted open with a huge bang. Some guy named Audley barrels in, clutching a letter and looking like he'd seen a ghost. He could barely breathe as he slammed the paper on the desk. He explained it was a message from the capital, saying that the state of GI had just announced to the world that their scholars were coming to absolutely wreck their mathematical society. Calvin stared at the letter and said with total despair, well, GI won. We lost. Audley totally agreed, saying they were completely owned. But then he added there was still one tiny chance. If they could solve 3 ridiculously hard problems before the scientists got there, their country would be hailed as the champion in all the headlines. But Calvin was so not buying it. He wadded up the letter and whined about why Audley was already crying like they'd lost, totally ticked off. He shouted that the game wasn't over and they couldn't just tuck their tails and run. He swore right then and there to personally escort those clowns from GI to the underworld. Back in the present, Tannen's little brainiacs were still frying their circuits trying to solve these problems. All of a sudden, a paper wad gets yeeted across the room, and times one of them. It was his buddy who threw it, saying it was pointless to keep melting their brains. But the dude who got beamed shot back that he was close to cracking it. Just then, one of the students just completely loses it, having a full-blown meltdown because he couldn't solve a problem that looked like a joke. Another guy's like, Vincent, my dude, get this psycho out of here. Vincent was like, say no more. He yoinked the panicking kid up by his shirt while the kid was clawing at the floor begging to stay. While all that drama was unfolding, one of the boys spotted a brand new nightmare posted on the bulletin board. The guys shuffled over to check out this problem about a tortoise just strolling down a road with Achilles hot on its tail. The big question was, how long till Achilles finally snags the slowpoke? Some dude named Melky immediately scoffed that it was a piece of cake. If you've got the speed for both of them and the head start, even an 8-year-old could figure that out. But Vincent warned him, hold your horse's genius, because the evil mastermind behind this was Blair. Then they spotted a little sentence scribbled at the bottom of the notice that said, no matter how fast Achilles runs, he will never ever be able to catch the tortoise. Vincent decides to peek under the paper to see the hidden message. Then some 4-eyed nerd clicks his tongue and just starts cackling like a maniac, muttering that the whole thing was baloney and that his toddler nephew could catch the tortoise. Annoyed, Vincent elbowed his pal and said Blair wasn't just trolling them for kicks. Melky was like, yeah, you're right, but admitted his own brain was still drawing a total blank. Sensing the rising tide of dumbfoundedness, Calvin wandered over to ask what the big kerfuffle was. Vincent explained they were all stumped by Mr. Blair's brainbender and basically begged for the answer key. The man replied that as far as he knew, TA scientists have always preached that you can slice up time and space infinitely. But then plot twist, he spun around and asked the whole mob if that was times really times the case. The crowd collectively short-circuited, sputtering that it wasn't just times their times math nerds who thought that it was the entire planet. Calvin then dropped the bomb that they were all dead wrong and that the problem wasn't about speed and distance. The trick is, every time Achilles closes the gap, the tortoise has already scooted ahead a tiny bit. The space between them keeps getting smaller, but you can keep chopping that process into infinite little pieces. And if you look at it that way, my dude, is times never times gonna reach that shell boy. The light bulb finally went on for one of the guys, and he absolutely lost his mind, realizing he could never actually catch the creature. Vincent called shenanigans, saying this was just some nonsense Blair cooked up and that obviously you can just go grab the stupid tortoise. But then again, it meant the gospel truth that TA's entire mathematical society believed in was a complete and utter lie. A kid named Ron got all dramatic and ripped the paper off the board, yelling that he was showing it to his master, who would totally know how to debunk this garbage. As the little geniuses scampered off, Calvin just thought that at this rate he was going to lose his marbles too. A little while later, even Tannen took one look at the problem and declared that Blair was an actual literal demon. His brain was literally short-circuiting, trying to figure out how this math nerd's theory and the problem's solution could even exist in the same universe. Meanwhile, Calvin was having a full-on staring contest with the tortoise, probably wondering if math was even real anymore. Suddenly, the door gets kicked open and some rando busts in no knock, no nothing, yelling at Calvin to go fix the mess in Gia, since their whole crew just dipped. The president just sighs, saying they were already failing at the other problems, and now with this turtle paradox, he totally would have bailed on them too. Once this impossible challenge appeared, the brainiacs from TA had zero reason to stick around. Hanging around would just lead to more awkward questions. So this dude just starts beefing with the president, whining that he wasn't doing jack about the total meltdown over the problem and the other country's smug scientists. Without saying a single word, Calvin slowly rises from his chair and squares up with Mr. Mustache. He puts a hand on the guy's shoulder, all buddy-buddy, right before he drops the bomb. Calvin lays it on him thick. If you want an explanation for all this craziness, you need to slide him 7,000 gold coins. A little while later, night falls and the moon is chilling in the sky. Blair is just standing there, drooling over 3 massive chests, literally overflowing with gold. The shiny bling has him completely hypnotized, just daydreaming about how loaded he is now. It takes Calvin a second to snap the guy back to reality, and when he finally does, Blair's all smiles like, "Oh hey, didn't even hear you come in," totally not obsessed with the cash. The president then gets right down to business. He wants the cheat code for the tortoise problem, but our boy knows this is way bigger than that. This is Zeno's freaking paradox, and this ain't just a math quiz. It messes with the whole concept of what's possible. To actually explain it, he'd have to start a lecture on quantum physics. But the people in this world probably think gravity is just a suggestion. Nobody would get it. If he dropped that kind of knowledge on them, everyone would just lose their minds. So to keep things from exploding, Blair just plays dumb and says he has no clue, all while thinking, the real problem is you guys are too smooth-brained to understand it. Then, Calvin calls him Godchen and whines about why he'd cook up a problem that not even he can solve. At that moment, Blair cuts him off and tells him to use his inside voice because he's not trying to get his secret identity leaked all over the place. The president gets desperate and says he can sweeten the deal with more money, begging him to just think about it. This offer almost gets our boy again. His eyes are glued to the guy's hand, doing that classic show me the money gesture, but he manages to pull himself together and repeats that he seriously doesn't know the answer. Calvin realizes it's a lost cause and decides to leave, already dreading how he's going to tell the king that this dude can't even be bought. But in a last-ditch Hail Mary right before he leaves, he screams that he can add another 5,000 gold. It was way too late, my guy. The door slams right in his face, leaving the man talking to himself. Inside, Blair had nearly folded to the temptation. He's thinking he needs to get a grip and not drop a knowledge bomb that would completely break this world. If he does that, it's a one-way ticket to chaos. All of a sudden, he hears a scream from Brittany's room calling his name. He sprints over, totally freaked out, and throws the door open like, "What's wrong?" She's just bouncing off the walls saying she had a breakthrough on the problem. Yo, if you keep slicing a number forever, the pieces get so tiny you can basically just call them 0, right? Our boy's jaw hits the floor thinking, dude, I just dropped this brainbuster for fun and now everything's gone completely off the rails. Professor Brittany herself was already starting to connect the dots on this whole paradox thing, even without his cheat codes. He's like, wait a minute, maybe the nerds in this world can actually solve this themselves without me holding their hands. He's totally spaced out when Brittany's like, Earth to Blair, you still with me? He snaps out of it, yeah, totally, and she hits him with this sly little grin. She asks for his expert opinion on her logic, and our dude just short-circuits completely tongue-tied. Luckily for him, at that exact moment, Isabella busts through the door yelling, "Anybody home?" and Blair seizes the moment sprinting to greet the blonde like she's his savior. Brittany's just left standing there completely baffled, like, did he really just listen to my entire genius-level breakdown and then just dip? Meanwhile, Isabella's eyes are bugging out, locked on the treasure chests full of cash. Okay, Spill, where'd you score all this loot? He's all casual. Oh, just my winter break haul, so what brings you back? But before they can get into it, Professor Math's life pops back in. She's itching to get back to the number nerd stuff, but our protagonist pulls the slickest subject change in history. He goes, "No way, we're staying inside on the last day of break," and invites them on a shopping spree, his treat. Isabella didn't even let him finish the sentence. She's already yanking Brittany away to get ready, yelling about how they gotta go like right now. Fast forward to the next day, and Isabella hunts down Blair. She says she needs help, and his brain immediately jumps to, oh great, what homework did she forget to do? But nope, she whips out her grad school application all dramatic and says she's stuck on which university in the capital to pick. Our hero, Captain Oblivious, is like, pfft, that's easy. Just pick whichever one you think is coolest. The hint flies so far over his head that she just snatches the paper back in pure frustration. Our dude tries to backpedal like, hey, I can't pick your future for you, that's all on you. Right, so she switches tactics, asking where he's planning to go. He just shuts her down flat, saying he's not going anywhere. He tells her he's staying put right here at the academy, and she just points to the door and tells him to beat it. The protagonist is left completely bewildered, just figuring she must be having one of those times days, as he's wandering down the hall, lost in his own little world. Someone calls out his name. It's Alice. She's got this super awkward look on her face and says they need to talk. She lays it all out, she's graduating, moving to the capital, and even if they don't see each other ever again, she'll wait for him there. But Blair, with the subtlety of a freight train, just tells her not to bother cause he ain't going to the capital. He's planting his flag right here in Yabo City. The news hits her so hard she literally drops her papers all over the floor. Then out of the blue, Alice grabs him by the shoulders and launches into this whole hype man speech about his amazing talent. She's gushing about how he could get into the top university in the capital and become some world-famous scientist or legendary mage. Blair's just like, thanks for the vote of confidence. But he follows up with, yeah, I'm good here though. Totally crushed, she turns away and tries to play it cool, saying, whatever, don't get the wrong idea, I gotta go. But then plot twist, our boy dashes forward and grabs her hand to say one last thing. Alice's face goes from 0 to tomato in a split second. Her brain goes into overdrive thinking, oh my gosh, did he finally get it? Is this the moment she's already decided that if he says he'll go to the capital with her, she's gonna confess everything right then and there? The poor girl looks up at him blushing like crazy, totally ready for the big romantic confession. But he just played it cool, all like, hey, looks like you dropped something and spaced on picking it up. He had the nerve to tell her to be more careful about losing important papers before handing it back. And Alice, who's usually chill as a cucumber, just wound up and smacked him clean across the face before storming off totally fuming. Meanwhile, Isabella's just sitting in class staring at her form like it's in another language. Then out of nowhere, someone just straight up yoinks the paper right out of Isabella's hand. It was Alice, of course, wanting to get a peek at what she'd written. Seeing the form was totally blank, and she got all up in her face asking why she hadn't filled it out when literally everyone knew the blonde was dying to go to that magic college in the capital. Isabella just shot back that it was none of her beeswax and that maybe, just maybe, the capital wasn't on her bucket list anymore. Alice then just blurted out that she never thought she'd pull a stunt like that for Blair and basically said, fine, you win. With that little declaration, Isabella turned redder than a fire truck, completely at a loss for words. A few days go by and bam, Blair feels that familiar yank on his ear again. Isabella figured he was all mopey because he was still hung up on Alice ditching town. But he just played it off like, nah, just contemplating the universe. Then she started laying out her case, reminding him about the farewell party. How the redhead had hugged him for a solid minute, and out of all the dudes there, he was the only times one. So yeah, in her head, he was totally crushed over Alice. He tried to argue that it wasn't like that at all, but Isabella wasn't hearing a word of it and finally let go of his ear with a huff. Our boy explained that Alice was just being polite, that it was a standard see ya hug, and that what was really on his mind was how to stack some serious cash. But he kept that last part on the down low. Instead, he told her to pick any book from a nearby vendor, saying it was on him. Even though Isabella was all like, you really don't have to, the guy was dead set on buying her a book. He asked about the price of a blue one, and the vendor came back with 20 gold coins. The girl started going on about how great the book looked and how he should totally buy it. But then our protagonist just explodes, yelling that 20 gold coins was a complete and total ripoff. The vendor got all defensive, swearing it was his rock-bottom price and that he wasn't really selling books. He was selling times, knowledge times, and you can't put a price on that. Our hero just stared at the books, processing that corny line. Seeing him so quiet, Isabella thought he was actually mad, so she offered to buy the book for him. But then all of a sudden, the guy grabs her hand and is all like, we gotta dip, right now. She was totally confused as he dragged her away while the vendor was in the background trying to get their attention with zero luck. The vendor just grumbled, Kids these days don't even know how to haggle. If the punk had just tried to bargain, I would have sold it for way less. Blair then steered Isabella into a hat shop to get her a proper gift. He pointed to a super cute hat with a rose on it and told her to give it a whirl. The girl put the hat on and asked, "So what's the verdict? Does it work?" He shot back, "It's perfect," and immediately told the saleslady, "We're taking this one." The woman thanked them, but Isabella was shook that he just dropped 20 gold coins on a hat without even flinching. He just said the hat was made for her and that for real he didn't give a crap about the money. In that moment, Isabella actually thought Blair was kinda cute for a hot second. And that's when the light bulb finally flickered on in our hero's head. He remembered what that book peddler said, and it hit him in this wacky world knowing basic math made you a freaking genius. A trollish grin crept across his face, and he picked up the pace, telling the girl it was time to grab some grub. He was totally stoked because a master plan to get filthy rich had just booted up in his brain. On the continent of Shan'an, you see, knowledge is guarded more intensely than a secret video game cheat code in the 21st century. Scholars who pop out books are treated like A-list celebrities. That's why books have insane price tags in this world, and only the super rich can even look at them. Over the years, they've literally given people the axe for trying to pirate a scientist's work. This world is a paradise for anyone who comes up with something fresh. And of all the nerdy math subjects, geometry is the one that really gets the scholars of Shan'an all hot and bothered. The thing is, their progress is like not even 10% of what it was back in our protagonist's world. Blair starts thinking about how he totally lucked out being a math teacher in his past life. He could school these guys on geometry, explaining every single law and theorem like he was reading a bedtime story. He even memorized a bunch of different ways to solve the super hard problems, just so the try-hard students in his class couldn't clown him. His knowledge is way, way beyond what you'd learn in some stuffy classroom. The idea was simple. If he writes a book on geometry, he'll become a living legend, make a mountain of cash, and push science forward or whatever. Without a moment's hesitation, he dives right into writing his new masterpiece. The plan: take the principles of Euclid, patch all the plot holes, and cram everything about geometry into one epic book. The idea had him completely obsessed. 2 weeks fly by, and the dude is still grinding, writing like his life depends on it. He was so deep in the zone, he actually face-planted on his own papers to sleep. Then out of nowhere, some seriously loud banging on the door jolts Blair awake. It was Isabella already there and telling him to haul himself out of bed. She was clearly annoyed, asking why he was ignoring her after she'd called for him a dozen times. Our boy mumbled that he'd throw on some clothes and be right down, then asked if the world was ending or something. But the girl got all red in the face when she saw Blair was shirtless, so she just blurted out, "Hurry up," and made a run for it. Our MC thought to himself, "Man, good thing I've got cat-like reflexes. Otherwise, Isabella would have just barged in here and seen my top-secret project." After 2 weeks of hardcore grinding, his book, cleverly titled Geometry, was finally complete. The catch is Blair has a reputation as a demon who loves to shatter people's worldviews. Meanwhile, Chenlu is basically seen as a god. So our boy decides he's gonna catfish everyone and hand over the book as Chenlu. The scene zips over to Calvin's office. Someone knocks and he tells them to come in without even glancing up because he's a busy man. The president is just thinking to himself that even though their boy Luo helped them body the GI scholars, the hard truth was that GI was still the undisputed king of the math world. And then in strolls Blair cosplaying as Chenlu. He says hi to Calvin and butters him up, congratulating him on his promotion to official branch president. Calvin, looking dead serious, asks who the heck he is, knowing this can't be the real god Luo. But Blair cuts the drama short, yanks off his mask, and shows his face. Calvin just asks why he's playing dress-up since they're supposed to be done with all the secret identity crap. So our boy rolls up and says he's got a super serious favor to ask for Chenlu. Right away, the president's brain goes, "Oh boy, another groundbreaking theory." But nope, Blair just yeets a massive brick of paper onto the desk. He's like, "Almost Calvin, but I brought you a whole book, you nerd." Calvin, without even blinking, is like, "Gim that." Blair's all, "Sure, but we got other stuff to talk about." But he might as well have been talking to a wall because the president was already completely gone. The dude dives headfirst into the book and his jaw hits the floor. It's got answers to literally every problem math nerds are losing sleep over. On top of that, it was loaded with theories, so galaxy-brained, the guy's mind couldn't even comprehend them. He's totally lost in the sauce when our boy just casually asks, "So you like it?" Then, out of absolutely nowhere, the president just drops to his knees in front of Blair. Hand over his heart and everything, he screams that God Luo is his one and only deity. The dude's practically kissing his shoes at this point, babbling about how the book is a gift from the heavens for all scientists, the absolute peak of math, and that with it, Elman is about to become the new capital of the nerdverse. He's also saying this thing will be in history books and every single scientist, heck, the entire planet will be desperate to own it. At that point, Blair decides it's time to talk business. He's like, "Okay, drama queen, I brought this so you guys can publish it. Call it Geometry. Now how much you gonna pay me?" Calvin snaps back that the book is literally priceless and that the absolute bare minimum would be 10,000 gold coins. potentially shooting up to 100,000, but then with a straight face, Blair just goes, "Nah, 10 gold coins is good." Calvin's brain just blue screens. He literally can't process what he just heard and makes Blair say it again just to be sure he isn't hallucinating. Our boy lays on the "I'm not in it for the money" act, claiming he just wants to help the world of mathematics get its act together. He argues that if they price it at 100,000, nobody's going to be able to buy the dang thing. Hearing this, Calvin is so touched by this kid's selflessness that he's basically calling him a saint. Meanwhile, in Blair's head, the gears are turning on a whole different level. He's thinking, I don't know jack about business, but selling a bajillion copies for cheap sounds way more profitable than selling one for a fortune. Then he drops another bomb on Calvin. This book is his mic drop. He's officially retiring from the math game. From here on out, he's going 100% all in on magic. Calvin is just standing there completely flabbergasted, unable to even compute how the math world is supposed to survive without their beloved God Luo holding their hands. Our hero just shrugs and says they've all put him on this crazy high pedestal. Compared to the big shot scientists from his world, he's basically a nobody. He goes on about how back home scientists fry their brains trying to solve impossible problems, grinding for generations, looking for answers with zero help. That's how they finally reach some god-tier level of mathematics, getting super close to unlocking the secrets of the so-called Palace of Mathematics. Looking right at Kalino, he says he's sure that one day the nerds here will figure it out for themselves without a babysitter. And with that, Blair just strolls out of the building, mask off, with every single person staring at him like he's a living legend. Kalino's just left their mind completely blown by this whole otherworld story, and some dude chimes in like, maybe the kid really is from some super advanced dimension. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, the queen's goon squad is trying to scry on Blair with a magic crystal ball. But just as some poor sap is reporting their total screw-up, the orb decides to have a little tantrum and explodes, sending the help flying. So they all dramatically throw themselves on the floor, absolutely freaking out, begging to be forgiven, and literally asking to be grounded for failing at one simple task. But the queen, sitting there cool as a cucumber, just tells them to give it another shot because she is super insistent on seeing this boy with her own two eyes.